What's going on, everybody? Welcome to today's broadcast of Launchpad number 2. We find out who is going to be competing to make their way all the way into NASL Season 4. To kick things off on today, I am Gordo, and I am joined by Fudgy Waffles. Fudgy, how are you doing, man?
Doing good. Been really excited. Did my pick'ems, did my everything. Was up at pretty late last night looking at all the teams, thinking this is gonna be a pretty crazy launch pad. I can really see some teams all the way down to seed 17, 18, which are the teams we're gonna be looking at real soon. Possibly making it in. That's how kind of close I kind of put a lot of these teams. I do think the top 8 especially, there's a line there, and then there's another line at around 18. So we'll have to see if there's any crazy upsets, but our first match is going to be the Desperados versus the Magical Meeps. We've seen the Magical Meeps a lot in the past. We've seen them in OSAS. The OSAS they won very, very dominantly. So although OSAS is definitely supposed to be a step below sort of the liftoff sort of other teams and NASA, Nasty, now Nasty and NASL level, we'll have to see if they can kind of bring it against the teams.
Yeah, and they predate Nasty a little bit, right? So, maybe in an alternate world where this exact same team forms again, maybe they're playing a Nasty rather than, in OSAS and stuff like that. So, definitely going to be interesting to see how they do. They are the lower seed. Desperados coming in at seed 15. So, this is one of our closer matchups to start on off the day. We've already gotten all the way through draft here. It does look like it's going to be the Kazan and Estelle bands. Be Rasmus now and Mako, a couple double support composition coming in against the Luna and the Juliet and the Juno.
Yeah, feeling tired. This is kind of interesting because it kind of feels like I know feeling tired as this. Oh, it's Deadeye start too. I thought feeling tired was a Luna player, but the Core Strikes doesn't have any much Luna on it right now. But I don't know if that's just because of the new season. But being able to get that Deadeye Luna, if it's a pick you're familiar with, is pretty scary. Because maybe they thought they were denying their goalie by picking Rasmus. With that, because that's just what the Core Strike says Feeling Tired plays. But we will instead see that Rasmus played on Lang, which is is one of the comfort picks for Lang. Lang known as a Rasmus Centaura player. And both are great characters for Lang as the main carry of this team to be able to kind of take control. You already see the full kitchen comp, just picking Now and Mako just to support Lang in the hopes that Lang can 1v9 this game, where it's a bit more spread out on the side of Desperados. So we'll have to see how that works out.
Absolutely. Here, getting on to the field for game number 1 here is really just going to be game number 1 of the day. We're in best of 1 territory still here for Launchpad number 2. Remember, that was an Estelle ban coming through for the side of the Desperados. Oh, it is Desperados on the red side, so I had my sides mixed up here. Or we've got them mixed up down at the bottom. One or the other. I'm going to have to double check that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some weird stuff. It is a new site we're using for that, so it's kind of hard to figure out sometimes, but it's going to be the first goal going in with Lang, just getting it right through, feeling tired, not able to come up with that one. Something else that's really weird to consider, other than that Levin Drunk is out of retirement for this game, is Siphoning 1 Juno Deadeye midfield with Slick Kicks Julie forward. On a map like this, I think Siphoning 1 midfield is not quite as good because of how large it is. It's just really hard for you to get across the pitch, but we'll see if the damage kind of makes up for that.
Yeah, was able to be an early score coming out of the Meeps here, and have confirmed that this is the Magical Meeps over on blue side. So I think we were a little off on the draft, or maybe I read the draft wrong. Either are very possible. Lang coming up forward with this Rasmus. Done a good job of getting that first score. Glizzlizard in a good position on the bottom here to be able to support this aggression from the team, but the defense will collapse down. Levin Drunk going to be able to clear it back out. Feeling tired, still sitting on the flip while Lang is staggered. Feeling tired, good interception there. Going to send things back over and pick up that second barrier. Now going to go for the flip, send it back through. still defended against, but open goals now available for both sides. Lizard starts off the passing play. Jules trying to steal it away and push it on forward in a 1 versus 3. The Flame Flurry sends it forward again. There's going to be the header out of Feeling Tired, and full pressure from Jules will send it into the goal, tying things up at 1-1.
Yeah, Glizz Lizard, I really liked how he was moving up. He was moving out to try to help on offense, but took one step too far forward. It's really scary versus Deadeye, Juno, and Luna, where the core can just suddenly move really, really fast to kind of move up and start to make those aggressive plays, especially when you're going Pauldron's Mako instead of something like Mom Boots or Strike Shot, which allow you to kind of move up a little bit more, but still going to be able to hold it down. But Jules XL playing really, really well, kind of forces to flip out and still gets the barrier with the help of Love and Drunk nonetheless. But once they get into this corner, Ether and Lang are going to become like a really good duo at getting this barrier, but they're going to clear it out, and Feeling Tired is going to be the one that gets the score.
Yeah, just escorts that one in, sneaks it past both of the forwards, and is able to just get that one-on-one with Glizz Lizard and the Mako. Just doesn't have the tools to be able to defend from that position. Will end up giving that one up, and now on towards set point here, and with a very early KO. It's a great setup for the higher-seeded Desperados to try to take set number 1. Flip comes through from Jules, blocked away by Yatir. He'll be able to send things back through, but defense and the continued aggression coming through from Desperados has been tough to respond to so far. Still got some resources available. Feeling Tired going to have that soon, but there's a double proc of the Demolitionist out of Lang. Really good stuff to be able to pick up both of those barriers and set up to maybe take this the full distance in set number 1.
Yeah, but the Love and Drunk does have Flip, so if they can get a barrier off this, which they will, then now they're in a really, really good spot. Jules has the ult, but it's not going to be able to get through off of it. Love and Drunk has to set up, but the clear is going to come out nonetheless. Now on the open net, Lang is just waiting for an opportunity to get a 1v1, but the slime is going to be what sends it in at the end. And Love and Drunk is looking good on the Siphoning Wand Juno.
Yeah, Jules didn't even get his hands on that one. It was just Love and Drunk all the way through, able to find it into the goal, and now going to get first pick over towards the Luna. Quite a good selection available now.
Yeah, being able to pick up Stinger here is really, really good. And yeah, it's going to be immediately picking up. All of Luna's abilities are normal hits or not light hits. So it's always doing 9% instead of 3% if any ability is hit, which it just feels really, really good on Luna. You're getting aerials on Love and Drunk, who doesn't have the slick kicks, but now it's going to have the range to take over the court. Like 1-2 punch was denied, but it's really like not that great on Ether. But like, overall, this draft is definitely way, way better for the side of Desperados. So we're going to have to see if Magical Meat can make up for it with just Lang having a little bit more survivability and maybe ability to carry, but it's not looking so good so far.
Yeah, and I'm learning a lesson here in real time as I've been a little out of the OS space since NASL finished off. Really forgiving with what counts as getting a barrier for that Rampage stacks, as Jules has got 2 of them now right off the beginning of that play. Going to lose some, though, off the back of getting KO'd, so right back to square one in that department is the healing between this now and with Lang picking up that Reptile Remedy. Going to be really substantial, going to be really hard to get Lang out of your face, and as I say that, takes the second barrier, opens things up for the side of the Meeps. Wants to be able to find it, not quite going to get it with the Death Touch. Will snag onto Love and Drunk, though. Buy a little bit of space to work with. Pass up onto a tier. Has access to the flip. Gets the KO. Gets the score. Very nicely played there by the midfield and forward of the Meeps.
Yeah, that's the good stuff you want to be seeing coming out of your now. Just able to run in there, do a little bit of combination damage. I think the 1-2 punch actually helped on that flip and might have been the reason that flip KO'd. But yeah, great play from Ether. Former teammate of mine, PLX. Member on the bench last season, now playing with Magical Meeps, so we'll see what's going to happen afterwards if this team makes it or not, and whether Ether goes back to PLX or something like that. But on that note of the Rampage, yeah, it does count for assists, so it does get a little bit off of that, but there's a lot of pressure mounting on the side of Desperados right now.
Yeah, really great stuff. Going to be Desperados setting up to be able to convert and try to move things back into their favor. It's been a pretty close match so far. Like the selection working out for an entertaining showdown as Lang sends it through once again. Very nicely done there. 2-0 lead in the set for the Magical Meeps, and now with an opportunity to try to tie things up at 1 set apiece and grab themselves first pick in the second draft. Good control from Love and Drunk earlier on, but they'll get sent back on over. Pass up towards Lang. Ether waiting down at the bottom, and this pair has been really tough to respond to. Once again, just using the Demolitionist, getting both of those stacks right away. and now going to be able to push forward, looking at a score in the open goal. Feeling tired, can't keep up the defense. Pendulum swing will send it through, and Lang gets another score under his belt.
Yeah, misses the window to flip and lets it in. And this is the scary part of picking Luna. Even if you have Deadeye Stinger, just like kind of some of your best awakenings, if you don't have any CDR, which you're probably not going to get because it's not something you commonly draft because you kind of just want more damage, you're going to get kind of run over by Rasmus now. It gets like especially if you can't find a KO, because your team's goal is like basically get a KO or lose if you're running Sifting Mon midfield and Luna goalie. And them not finding the KOs and in fact getting KO'd themselves means it's going to be really scary when Lang gets bulk up to get even more stagger, even if you're getting this missile prop for a little bit more damage. Among Titans and Heavy Impact also just going to be really, really strong. And this time, it's the side of Magical Meeps winning the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, Lang is just pretty close to unkillable right now. They're going to be able to KO the Now, though, and that will buy them some of the space that they need. Keeping up that aggression now in the 3 versus 1. Can they make an opportunity off of the power play? They'll get sent back over by Glizzlizard, though. Going to be able to actually end up with a barrier for it. Lang going to pick up a second, and Lang now with an open opportunity to try to push on forward and get themselves in onto the goal. Pendulum swing nearly sends it through, feeling tired, able to hold out of the defense. Now Love and Drunk on a bit of a breakaway, trying to send things back towards that bottom barrier. Will get knocked back away by Ether. Lang now rushing forward, has the whiplash for the movement speed. Ether positions the drone, sends it through, and that's 4 goals in a row to the Magical Meeps.
Yeah, Lang getting the KO on his own teammate so that he can just solo get the barriers 2v3 is a pretty big flex, but also outside of just Lang's play that round, that kind of just we're seeing the difference of just picking Mako, who is inarguably better at holding it down than Luna. This being a really, really big deal this match, but hey, at least you have that more forward pressure as we see, as Feeling Tired is able to help get that last barrier. But even then, like, see, it's just too hard to hold sometimes. So unless Jules can get it here, it's going to be a pretty shrimple attack from Lang. Going to get flip, and then probably just going to flip it in.
Yeah, ooh, had access to the flip, didn't use it, uses it there. Good block away by Lovenstrunk, sends out the Blabo to prevent anything from going on through. Now Jules in a full 1 versus 1 power play available for the Desperados. They will convert, and they tie things up at 1-1, breaking the streak set up by the Meeps. Try to get themselves into a more favorable position coming in later on. And we're all tied up. We're as even as can be.
Yeah, and they did get, this is really looking good for Desperados, because both rounds, even the one they lost, even if Lang kind of team killed his teammate, they found a KO both times. So if they can continue to find these KOs, especially on Ether, who is playing now, who was last big major patch was nerfed significantly on the stagger, which is why it's just she's such a huge target as a character. And now, immediately after getting the first KO, they're stacking the damage on the Lang. And if they're able to just keep these KOs up, even if they don't get this barrier immediately, they're still just going to be in permanent advantage state with these KOs. So, really good play from them.
Lang managing to hang on there, using that reptile remedy as much as possible, but Jules will be able to convert. Lang too busy over on the aggressive side, trying to get his health bar back. Will end up with another score for the Desperados. Now on set point themselves as they look to make it 3 in a row and get themselves into their game point. Really critical in these best of ones to make every single point count, and really good job to be able to come back in here. Jules with an aggressive angle on towards that bottom barrier, going to be able to take it down. Love and Trunk waiting on the top, takes it into the goal, and 3 in a row, just like that for the Desperados. From looking like they had lost a grip on this game to now being firmly in the lead.
Yeah, Deadeye missile prop, Stinger Luna, just one missile did like exactly half of Ether's health bar, and then immediately a slime hit, and Ether's just completely out of the point. And now Rapid Fire being available for even more damage and control. We might see Hot Shot taken instead, which is fair. It is. It means you can't really use it for damage as much, but you're not really doing that anyway, as you know. And it's just Hot Shot's obviously really, really good. Even more size coming onto this Julie. We have Rampage demo and Recovery Drone. It's going to be a really big deal, but Rapid Fire being able to reach Lang means that he's going to have even more offensive opportunities. The Quick Strikes, I really like having it on Luna. It helps you make up for the fact that you're not that strong defensively, but against Lang's combos, it might not be as useful if they get the right setups they want. So it'll really be down to whether Lang can get the core in opportune spots or not before Ether gets KO'd.
Absolutely will be. Jules now with the pop-off, going to be finding that first barrier, not going to be able to convert into the second. Lang advancing towards the bottom, takes one for himself, trying to set up for the pendulum swing, not going to be able to put it into position. Jules continues to push forward with that recovery drone, really not feeling the threat of any potential KO, and just going to be willing to suck up damage as much as is necessary for it. Ether on the bottom, trying to get it into Lang's hands, but still in that 2 versus 3 sort of scenario. The defense being mounted by the Desperados has been tough to respond to thus far. Jules clears it out towards the bottom yet again. Chunked out pretty low, but has the recovery drone as necessary. Uses the flip, doesn't snag onto the core. Will keep the pressure on towards the bottom. Lizard able to redirect once again and manages to protect the barrier. Ether now looking for the breakaway on the other side, but the defense is already there from Feeling Tired and Jules. Lang sends it up again. Nice positioning on the pendulum swing, able to push it past. There's the flip from Ether, bounces it off the bottom, sets it up for Lang, goes into the corner, blocked away by Feeling Tired, who flips it back over and will keep this point alive. Sent into the bottom, taking open that last barrier. Love and Drunk sets up for another one, waiting for Jules in at midfield. Lang gets staggered, sent nearly back all the way into the goal, rocketing across the field. Feeling Tired, able to keep up the defense once again. Ether sends it through. They find the KO onto Lang. Now it's a 3 versus 2 power play for the Desperados. Another flip, another misconnection on towards the barrier, and Ether's drone off of the bang from Feeling Tired ends up pushing it through.
Yeah, the Doritos chip with that timeless creator just grew to be extremely large. Just
for 10 sizes that day.
One in. Yeah, just not too dissimilar to the Grimsh's heart. Is able to get in there and win that overtime, just kind of taking control of the chaos. You usually see Juno being that character that's so good at that, but with that, not many KOs coming out that round. Really only what happening to Lang, like towards the very, very end of the round. Kinda is a good sign for Meeps, again, just how often they're being KO'd and how often the core is on the right side of the pitch is a really big deal, but all of the if Jules' cooldowns he used on Glizz Lizard means this offense won't have as many ways to score, and yeah, barrier's going to hold.
Very good stuff here, and Lang and Ether find themselves another good setup on the aggression there. Shout out to Glizz Lizard winning out on the strike duel with Jules on the other side, setting up for that play. And Ether and Lang, once they can get their setups right and get the passing between them, they have been very good at being able to cut up this defense and push forward for the score. Really going to be setting themselves up a second time, much cleaner and faster than in the first round. And now, on set point, in a spot where we are on game point for the Desperados. Very good comeback potential from the Magical Meeps, still trying to fight their way through here. Great defense on this last barrier out of Glizz Lizard. Will not let it through despite multiple setups from the Desperados. And now Lang with an opportunity to try to take some for himself. Used the evasive there, but was still not able to push through for even one. Great defense out of Feeling Tired. And Jules just holding things in at the bottom, setting up for Love and Drunk, who is going to be able to find that second barrier. Open goal now available for the Desperados. Lang taken so low, pushed out of the play, and nearly going to get taken out. Ether keeping up the defense, sends it back over on the aggression. There's the death touch out of Lang to be able to find one barrier, nearly taken off for the bottom. Going to be able to keep standing thanks to that evasive, but finished off by Jules. Now with Love and Drunk setting up, pass back down towards him, lock away from Glizz Lizard. Feeling Tired, sends it back on over, looking for Feeling Tired to be able to push it through. Not going to be able to find it. Second barrier goes down. It's now open goals for both sides. Ether in a 1 versus 2 has Lang on the respawn, sent back down by the Whiplash, and into the goal. A 3-0 set for the Magical Meeps yet again.
I was talking about how 1-2 punch isn't that good on this character, but once it hits overtime, now you get red core every time you hit it like twice in succession, which is exactly how Ether was able to take over that round. And is rewarded with that Monumentalist immediately, but you're giving up extra special, which is going to be pretty scary, honestly. But like you can't really deny it because there's Twin Drive anyway. In fact, it's going to take Twin Drive over that extra special. Just to have that more offensive pressure. And it's also it's more damage too, more cooldowns, more damage, and that's what they need coming out of this round. And Rapid Fire Primetime falling to Lang, along with this team player, this is actually a pretty crazy draft for both teams. Because look at this power now, 162 power on Jules XL means like you can probably just one-shot someone if the right thing is hit. And Ether, it's already one-shot. They're hit by like 2 different abilities. So can Glizz Lizard pull off more masterclass goalie performances like he was able to in that last set? Or are they just going to get Ether back to getting KO'd on repeat and it's the game over? We'll find out this last set.
Back to all even, all tied up. Some really powerful awakenings coming through in that last draft, though. Find out who is going to come out on top into this brawl. There's going to be a really good setup, and Ether just way out of position. Glizz Lizard stuck on the bottom means that this is going to be an easy cleanup for the Desperados. They get the first point of set number 5, and Jules is looking massive.
Yeah, Jules is extremely large, and it's just going to get larger as those Rampage stacks stack up throughout this last set. And it's going to be pretty impossible to reset those stacks or finding a KO because of the recovery drone already found. And on the meantime, a while ago, Love and Drunk got that Deadeye Hotshot combo, which is just going to mean more red core. But and that red core is super important because it helps keep the core up while you're trying to deal damage. And if they can find a KO on the Ether, then they can win. But both barriers down for Desperados.
Really great patience there from Lang, able to find the second barrier, not getting into pointless strike wars that would have prevented him from being able to find the score. Now pushing on forward, Ether gets into position with that ultimate. Now coming in for the flip, pass it back up to Lang. Lang sets up for the pendulum swing, not going to be able to push it forward. Goes in for the death touch, sends it back to himself, but stolen away. Now Jules and Love and Drunk, they've got a little 2 versus 1, and the hit stun's just too much. Glizz Lizard can't keep up the defense. It's 2-0 in what could be the final set, or what is definitely the final set. This is the best of 1 for Desperados.
And this is really scary because Ether has no evade, so there's the ult immediately, able to just dodge that one, which is huge. But if this last barrier gets taken, then it's going to be really rough for the rest of them, and it is immediately taken. And now Gordo, this could be the last point for Magical Meeps.
Yeah, feeling the pressure now. Lang desperately trying to get back into it. There's Feeling Tired, getting aggressive. The flip to buy time. Glizz Lizard sends it off the bottom, bounces back up to Jules, gets into Ether's hands, and now breaking up that middle black hole, sending it back on up. Lang and Ether, they have to put something together here up against the barrier if they want to stay alive in this game. Hit stun from Jules, going to allow them to send back over the core. A good defense from Glizz Lizard, going to keep the point alive, sending it back in towards that barrier. Lang setting up for the play. Really slow core, manages to sneak its way through and will get the goal open on the other side, but Jules and Love and Drunk are so well set up, and Love and Drunk sends it through. Desperados take the first win in Launchpad number 2. We'll move on to the next round of the winner's side.
Yeah, blows traded. Like, each round going pretty dominantly in one team's way, each sort of set. It was like almost like mostly 3-0s, 3-1s. Every single set. So really interesting game. Like, it doesn't really, like, it probably shouldn't have happened like that, but it just kind of did by the nature of the sort of one team being a safe comp and the other team being a more volatile damage comp with Luna. But Luna had just like way too many good awakenings, even if they weren't getting the KOs, even if there's only 7 KOs across. Although rather like a relatively quick 5-set series. It's still damage that's making someone low, that's causing them to kind of run out of the way. So we kind of saw that damage stack up even if it wasn't immediately finding those KOs. So just made the game a little bit too hard for Ether and Lang to get those setups that they were able to execute on a lot. So overall, really close game. Good showing from both of these teams, honestly. I was interested to see if one team would just be able to run away with it, but no team really was. It was back and forth throughout the whole thing.
Absolutely was here, and it's looking like moving on to the next round, we're going to be de facto in round number 2. We were de facto in round number 2 there with the Desperados and Magical Meeps as they got their little bye into the second round, and now it looks like we're going to another round 2 matchup between 2 teams who haven't played yet today. It's going to be Diamond Inclusive taking on Misfire Dynasty, if I am reading what's in our chat correctly. So, going to get even closer in the pre-tournament seeding here, Fudgy, as we have got ourselves the 16th seed taking on the 17th seed.
Yeah, Diamond Inclusive, a team close to my heart, a PLX adjacent team, and as ex-PLX member, I got to be rooting for them. But both teams are super interesting. I actually think it might be a little bit of an underdog. I think Diamond Inclusive might be the underdogs here. With Cows not playing midfield, it'll be Fyra instead, who is also was ex-PLX last season along with Cows, but Cows is definitely has the edge in just like general play and in character pool. Fyra being known as this Juno one trick, has learned other characters, but definitely probably going to see that Juno being taken away. Unless we see like the Astra taken away from Maya Lira in the goalie spot. But Calamity Queen especially is definitely the highlight of Diamond Inclusive, has had great performance in the last knowledge gap, although it was a challenger knowledge gap. So playing against some pro league members on Misfire Dynasty might be scary, assuming we're seeing the starters of Asianator, Zyre, and Coil.
Yeah, that's going to be the assumption until I have evidence otherwise. So, going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be able to face off here. You said you feel like Misfire Dynasty a little bit of a favorite here. You've been talking about that team as one of your upset picks off stream for a little bit here. What picks are you specifically looking for out of them to be able to maybe be able to come in and get a on paper upset over Diamond Inclusive, although maybe in some of our hearts a little bit more of a favorite?
Yeah, well, technically Diamond Inclusive are one seat above. I do think they have Coil Angle himself, the Quangler, one of the few angles that are people accept as something that's real, doing the Estelle secondary into primary to KO someone. So Quail is just it's a scary person to play against. It's because like if that Estelle is just always a good pick, and Quail might just pick it, and also is not like restricted to that pick. So you don't really feel like banning it, but that's like a pretty good and um like probably something they'll end up picking that's just good. Like Quail's probably the best player in this like match specifically. Zyre, I think a super underrated player. This guy's a Westie. He used to be in the mines a lot. He's kind of made a little bit of a return. I feel like sometimes he just like takes a break and then comes back. I think he's been back for a little bit. I've seen him in the queues a lot more. He's kind of a Julie one trick. But I mean, like everyone else, that's kind of a one trick. Has been learning a few other roles, especially with the new updates, which really, really don't allow you to be a one trick anymore with the snake draft format. So is going to have other picks available, which is kind of the one like thing I'm going to be looking for, especially is what does Zyre have in the back pocket other than that Julie. But Zyre, like insane reactions. This person has insane reaction times. I swear, it's just has like a good brawler gene in there. Sometimes just becomes a strike war demon. If that can come out, it's going to be pretty tough for Diamond Inclusive. And Asianator is just a solid goalie that's always been in the queues. And versus Diamond Inclusive, who's just a really solid team together, and they've definitely played together more, and that's going to be their big advantage and what gives them that. And it's the biggest reason why they have that 16 seed is just having good performances together in the past, even if they don't have cows today.
Yeah, for sure. Looking like we're going to be ready to get into this draft before too long. Do have an upset alert. Me, myself. That's a great name. Taking it down at coup de grace. We're substantially higher seeded than them. So already starting to see some of our. That's, I mean, one of the lowest seeds in the event there at 41. Really great stuff to see them able to come out and find that win. So we are hopping over to a new lobby and looking like everybody's getting into position here. We should be able to start off this draft before too long. Starting Awakenings going to be the helper and the lizard regen one. I haven't learned the names of the new ones yet. So
Team Player and Reptile Remedy.
Reptile Remedy, that's what it's called.
So team play. It's just like I don't know. I swear I haven't seen a start like this in so long. I swear every game there's always one damage awakening, but no damage awakenings. And the starting awakenings, I mean, yeah, you're going to see the Juno ban for sure because this is a pretty great start for Juno, and you're not going to let Fyra get Juno, of course. So, going to be Juno banned. I don't really know what Din are thinking on the return, but Asher is actually really good here. So, it's going to be, if not denied by blue side here, blue side, because, okay, we should also in case people aren't or maybe you already said so, which is what the sides are. Oh, it says it at the bottom. That's so
It
cool. They
does.
didn't have that yesterday. They
I
didn't
know.
have that yesterday.
We're
Yeah,
evolving all the time here, Fudgy,
it's
and
changed. We've
it is.
evolved. Wow. But
Yeah,
there's the
it's good
Julie
stuff.
ban.
So yeah, look at like I assume higher seed gets side selection. So Diamond Inclusive opting to go over to red side. That's where it seems like most teams are choosing
I
to
think
go
it's
to.
coin
Wanting.
flip. I'm pretty sure it's coin flip.
Oh, is it coin flip? Well, then who knows?
And then you have to pick between whether you want map selection or if you want blue side or red side for
Yeah,
character draft. So it can kind of go either way. So it's kind of hard to know who picked what.
yeah.
Um,
We would need the full details, and that's going to be tough to read through in real time without making mistakes. So, looking like the first pick Dubu very well might be what we see from Misfire Dynasty. So, hovered. I don't know how we can tell when it's locked in or not. I don't know. Is it locked in? It
Yeah,
might be.
I
Yeah.
think it's
Okay.
just locked in when we see it. And oh, hey,
Okay.
Era X,
Era X,
Era
baby,
X.
we're back. A
Uh,
bygone era returns for lift or Launchpad #2. That's exciting stuff.
This is how you win. This is definitely just how you win, especially into Dubu first pick. That is not what you're happy to see if you are the dynasty of the misfired. But instead we're going to see Estelle Rasmus as the forward duo instead. It's kind of a like tried and true, also a tried and true combo. The Bun favorite,
Yep.
especially, but Era X probably going to be Asher last pick if I had to guess, but they're probably thinking about Mako right now, saying like, do we want to pick Mako or Asher here because they're both picks that Eilier can play, but Asher is just giga comfort, and we're going to see that locked in over the Mako, even with the Mako available with Mako Era forward, which is like a question mark normally, but when it's Eilier you're talking about, it makes a lot of sense. Just going to be able to hold it down really well, and when you have team player on your side, usually your goal is just to hold it down until overtime, and then you get red core on every strike. But both teams are going to be able to have that team player and that hold it down goalie. So seeing who's able to come up on top with how they utilize team player is going to be a little bit more important than just holding it down.
For sure, for sure. So how do you allocate these awakenings across the team? Do you just go team player for both goalies and then reptile remedy for everybody else? Or do you think it's worth it to go double team player for any of these selections?
I think it's something that needs to be tested a little bit more. The if I was Era, I would probably go team player. If I was Estelle, I would think a little bit more about Reptile Remedy because just of how scary Era X can be and how like if X gets one combo off of you while buffed, then you will just be KO'd like probably reasonably soon. But also, if the Dubu in the net, there's not that much damage pressure, so I wouldn't. It's either way. It's definitely both brawlers. Obviously, not taking team player, but I could see both midfielders do it if they wanted to opt for it, and I think they probably should. But if you're Era here, I think you especially do it just because your goal is a lot more streamlined as Era to get that core 2x, whereas Stell can kind of score on her own, so you don't need to have team player in order to set up the plays you want to make. So that's where I would allocate them.
Makes a lot of sense. And remember, we are in a technical winners round 2 match, so you win here, move on to the next round, win there, and you are in for top 16 at the very least. Is the goal out of this stage 1 of the tournament. So getting out of bracket, always going to be a strong desire. Getting out of the first bracket, always going to be something you're looking for. As we get on to Night Market for our second game of the day. The same is going to be true of this Diamond Inclusive Misfire Dynasty matchup. We'll play the winner of Woe Chills and either the Farm or Orb Chasers, whoever ends up winning out in that round 1 matchup that is still ongoing, at least according to the Start GG page.
Yeah, and yeah, this last round was also winners round 2 match. So
yep,
we're kind of seeing these were the 2 closest ones though. So it's cool to see these teams, which are technically not supposed to make it through, kind of get the good idea of what the strength is of the, not even middle of the pack, but like middle of the top of the pack. So teams kind of face off. Is kind of how I would put them in a way.
Yep.
So yeah, Asianator. Also, like I'm pretty sure like a Dubu 1 trick. So also getting that. Or not even a Dubu 1 trick, but just a melee. I'll just say melee goalie specialist. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
For sure.
I'm pretty sure in collegiate.
Yeah, an update in real time. The Farm winning that first matchup, moving on to play against Woe Chills. So Woe Chills and the Farm will determine who faces the winner of this match for a spot in top 16. So we've got our little quadrant settled up for ourselves here, but the focus from here on out is going to be on Misfire Dynasty taking on Diamond Inclusive in our second match of the day. Still fighting for their spot in top 16. This is winner's side, so gonna have yourself a second chance, but would definitely love to be able to take it right here, right now. Well, you're in such a closely seeded matchup. Could really swing either way, at least based on pre-tournament seeding. See who's gonna end up being able to take it. So far, a barrier taken down a piece. Fyra doing a good job of sending things back on over. Ilalira in the goal. She's going to be able to send things back over, but will end up losing out on her barrier. Coil, rather, doing a good job of being able to push things forward. Zaire waiting in the side, going to go in for the pendulum swing, flipped away by Ilalira. Sent on over. Calamity Queen now with a chance to push on in, but will get it sent past him. Now just setting up for these piercing shots. Coil not quite able to line that one up, and will be Calamity Queen back in control, taking a second barrier with it.
Yeah, now Zaire gets control of the core. It's kind of weird. Oh, wow, Quail!
Wow.
And just ready. And that's what's scary about Estelle, is that although it's just really weird, because everyone in this game is on super comfort, like pretty much on, except for like Zaire and Fyra, who are on their second, like most comfortable picks, basically. But like Calamity Queen on this X is like supposed to be good into Dubu, but and maybe just good into the opponents in general with that dash punch, which also has just gained more power with the new update, with now X just starting with 30 power, and the conversion is going to be real instant on the double barrier, and it's going to be it should be hard to get this last barrier through Asher goalie. All the things that stun Asher primary just beats overall, so gonna be good to hold it down, but double whiff! Double whiff! Oh,
no way, dude.
Not
I mean,
this.
well played, Fyra. I mean, that's skilled. that's calculated. Oh no, what a disaster. It's 1-1, baby. Let's go.
Curse of the Whiffed Strike. The demons are out tonight, and oh wow, almost gets a KO on the Asianator. But it's just a little bit easier to execute this Era X comp. You just kind of get the core to X, and then X will have cooldowns, and if he doesn't score, he will at the very least beat up their goalie. It's just what we're seeing now. Asianator on the edge here, needs to grab this orb, but it's going to be denied. And now it's kind of just like the clock is ticking for Asianator's life.
Yeah, absolutely. Taken very, very low here. Calamity Queen just waiting for the follow-up. Fyra going to be able to set up for that second barrier. Zere going to be able to take one themselves, and it's going to be even Stevens now, but Asianator so low, nearly taking out Calamity Queen. Can't quite finish off the KO. Will be able to finish off the goal, though.
Yeah, even if you're not getting the KO, just even on the last barrier being taken, it's just Asianator was just being zoned out really hard by Calamity Queen, which just opened up the path for Fyra to get a free barrier. Or I think it was Fyra got the hit in. But either way, like that's like the execution difference, is that getting through this Asher is hard, but Calamity Queen doesn't need to get through Dubu. Sometimes you just gotta punch them in the face. Oh wow.
Sure. Setting back up. Coil gonna be able to find an opening and gonna be able to get this goal all nice and set up there. Ilalira on the defense, keeps sending him on down. Calamity Queen comes in for some interference, but setting up for this Rasmus very nicely. Piercing shot, nearly putting him into position. Going in for the flip, passes it down. Nicely done. Zaire ready to receive. Going to take us to the full 0.5 in set number 1 as they come up with another score.
Yeah, and both melee goalies, once you get onto open net, are going to have a lot more trouble. Normally, it would be Dubu that does affairs a little bit better, but Ilalira does have the strike shot, which will help out. But Calamity Queen, once again, finding this early pick. Usually they're able to convert, but instead it's Coil who's going to cook really hard and get almost score after getting the last barrier. So not what you want to see, yeah, from that sort of situation. But they really got to find a way to get back into this point after that. But Ilalira are going to hold it down, but use up most of the cooldowns. And now with nothing left, it's going to be Zaire walking up and pointing it in with that extra speed. And that's kind of what's the scary part of Estelle and Rasmus on the same team, is they both have that scoring pressure constantly. Even if they're a teammate down, they both can just make those solo plays that Era and X kind of don't have.
Nicely done by Misfire Dynasty, coming on up there with the set 1 win and getting their first pick. They're going to snag that quick strike, see if that's going to help with the energy gen and help get them into a position where they're going to be able to convert a little bit more readily. Stinger, Rasmus, that's an old one. Haven't gotten to see that in a while. Does my heart good to see that one coming out there. Really easy to apply with the Whiplash. Really great bonus damage to have on that character.
Yeah, now the old Stinger, I don't think it mattered if it was a light hit, but now the Whiplash actually does less Stinger damage than the Pendulum Swing or ult.
So a little fixed.
So yeah, a little bit fixed, but still you do have 2 full hit abilities that do that full Stinger damage on Rasmus, which makes Rasmus, in my opinion, a really good character for Stinger. But on the other end of the scale, both Creation Awakenings, Monu, and Timeless going to the side are going to be like, look at that Monu Nado. That's going to be something that to deal with over and over. It's a pretty low cooldown ultimate, so it's going to be really scary having that extra way of scoring. But Calamity Queen just has bulk up, I guess. So now it's 169 power, which means sometimes when you strike, it makes the pew noise and goes really fast.
Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes. Will come up with it that time. Really nicely done there for Calamity Queen to be able to come on up with the score. Asianator not quite able to get their hands on it. Now going to be the early lead over to Diamond Inclusive. See if they're going to be able to keep that streak going. Calamity Queen just controlling space at midfield. Sent back through by the soup out of Asianator. They will be able to take one of the barriers. Calamity Queen now going to look to make it 2. They're right with a little bit of a breakaway, though. Sets it up with Pendulum Swing. Quile coming up at the top. Not going to be able to get a hold of it. Calamity Queen and Fyra now with the setup. Good hit stun there. Going to stop Calamity Queen for now. Goes in for the flip. Doesn't connect, but will find the barrier anyway, thanks to the help from the midfield. Fyra taken very low, but Calamity Queen now with an open goal set up for a position up against Asianator. Zere will finally be able to get it after the clear ends up coming through. Stacking up for the flip. Gets it collapsed on, though, by Calamity Queen. Nearly taken out. Has to use some of that energy early on when they were so close to the flip already. Whiplash sends it in the wrong direction. Zere going to be able to receive. Gets shrunk down by the Witching Beam. Fyra sends it back up once again. Calamity Queen dashes forward. Just needs to get that core into the hands of the X. Sends it down through the soup. Isla Lyra, she's back on the defense. Will try to clear things out with the barrier beam. That's another big Maelstrom, but it's not on the right side of the map. Will end up opening up the goal there for the side of MFD. Now looking to see if they're going to be able to finish it off. Nice placement of the Crystal Thorns. Nearly converts there. Another piercing shot. It's rocketing on in. Isla Lyra able to keep with the defense so far, but one more flip from Zare will be able to push it through.
Yeah, team player, we hit overtime, which kind of, I don't think that's happened that much so far, but hitting overtime means the team players are going to red core when you're striking towards an ally. So Asianator kind of making that work a few times, but and that, wow, just completely run over. Both barriers taken immediately. Calamity Queen does get a KO in return, but Quail has flipped, is going to use it to damage Fyra. Probably it was buffered there and didn't really want to do that, but it's still just really scary, and the flip used, blocked by Coil immediately, is going to mean a rough round, yet there's the stun after a KO, and it's looking really, really good for this team of the Dynasty.
Yeah, Misfire Dynasty, great setup there. Coil really making good use out of those quick strikes, able to block away the shot and set up for a follow-up of their own. Be able to convert that into a goal now. 1 goal away from going up 2-0. Looking for the sweep here. Great position from Zare. Finds one barrier, looking for the second. Will get cleared back on out, but snags it with a death touch. Great placement. 2-0 in the barriers. Open goal available for Misfire Dynasty, and that's just clean. The hit stun off the Pendulum Swing stops Isla Lyra in her tracks and pushes it through. 3-1, set number 2.
Yeah, I don't think there's any big comp gap here. I just truly think that Misfire Dynasty are just playing better than their counterparts. Calamity Queen's finding these KOs, but it doesn't really matter because it's just too much. Even if you find those KOs, then you're X with no cooldowns and not really able to convert as well, unless you're able to stack up damage onto someone like their goalie. But the peak performance does mean that this stagger build is coming to full fruition. Some other things even not taken for that. It's pretty funny, but I understand why. It's going to have even more power. It's going to have some speed now. It's going to have more carry potential and pretty much be unkillable. So Calamity Queen's still pretty much the answer to can this team stay in it and stay in winners. But on the other edge, Zare getting stacks is really scary. Asianator getting hot shots is going to be even more cooldowns and speed, and Zare getting more speed is not something you want to have to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, seeing Erasmus with Stinger and stacks on stacks really makes me wonder what year we're in. But it's a party, though. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to be back on this stream covering this particular Erasmus build, as Fyra doing a good job of keeping things even at midfield, has access to the flip as well, going to use it to be able to find that second barrier. Coil going to be able to sneak it past, right? Coming on down for the bottom. An attempted pass. Coil going to set it up with a piercing shot. Cleared back out by the barrier beam. Calamity Queen now in the X Maximus going to take control. Look for a 1v1 with Asianator. Takes a while for him to get back over there, though, and it's already been cleared out by the time he arrives. Sarai sends it back on down. Ilalira still on the defense. Death Touch connects on a Calamity Queen. Buys some space for Coil to work with. Calamity Queen still up in their faces, though, has access to the flip as well. Uses it, doesn't connect it onto the core. Counter flip from Asianator. This one will find its mark. They're going to be able to take the second barrier off that. A nice Bewitching Beam going to be able to clear things back out for Fyra. A flip used by Ilalira. A little bit concerned they were going to let it through, and Asianator can't keep up the defense. Calamity Queen pushes it through, and Diamond Inclusive find themselves a goal.
Another significant part of team player's existence is when you flip and then get the team player proc, it moves extremely quickly, as we saw from Ialira's like straight shot.
Oh.
And double barrier taken though immediately. Like no team player needed for that, but Coil is going to try to use his quick strikes to break through. Really powerful on this map in the midfield, but Calamity Queen gets a great setup and just knocks that one in. And this is the resurgence. This is the Era X scaling coming in. That extra movement speed probably helping a lot for Calamity Queen and getting involved in making these plays on Asianator. So if they can keep this up, then maybe they can bring us to a set 5, continue their scaling, which they do scale better, and maybe they can win.
Yeah, great placements here on those spin around moves from Calamity Queen, doing a great job with the bell ringer of being able to keep up the pressure and place the core in just the right place. Coil comes in with the Rose Warp, though. Got to be able to find one barrier, finds a second one off the piercing shot, setting up with Zarai to keep on going. The Soup coming in for the support. Coil sends it in again, pass it to Zarai. Zarai sends it forward again in the strike war with Ilalira, comes out on top and will break the streak of Diamond Inclusive. Misfire Dynasty not out of this yet. Try to fight back in set number 3 and keep the sweep alive.
Yeah, Zaire has these maxed out stacks. The round has gone a little bit longer, which means, and probably not going to be KO'd either. So it's going to have even more forward pressure as the combination of Coil and Zaire just breaks through once again. The damage onto Zaire is not going to be enough to be really that threatening, but Calamity Queen's once again in a scary setup. So, but nothing's going to be found instead. It's just going to be Coil and Zaire with one barrier to none.
Yeah, Coil really fast on the reactions here, blocking out on another core flip at point-blank range, using those quick strikes. Asianator waiting on the bottom, sets up with the Soup. We've been here before, and it has gone in Misfire Dynasty's way. Really trying to regroup themselves and get it through for the last shot. Zarai taken away on the bottom, goes into the evasive, and the Rose Thorns come on across, the Crystal Thorns rather, pushing on through 2-2, 1 point away. Misfire Dynasty looking to close things out.
Yeah, hoping for that Crystal Warp into the Rose Thorns, but no, doesn't. So just gets the Crystal Thorns out. It works out. Good play from Coil for the good coverage. Go to get that,
Whoa!
but sometimes punch flip is enough. Calamity Queen just finds a little bit of a mispositioned Zaire, and once again, they might get double barriered off of their own power play, but no, Zaire's back. Huge KO, though. The stacks are now reset. Which is probably part of the reason they were succeeding so much before. So now Zaire has to like remember I'm slower now, so my subconscious can't allow me to do stupid things because of that. But there we see red core because of team player combination with 180 power. Another like because team player does keep going as it goes on, but great play from Calamity Queen to get that last barrier means this game is not over in set 5 of possibly the last set.
Yeah, another KO gets found. It's a power play for Diamond Inclusive in their chance to take this to set number 4. Ilalira at midfield, keeping it going, and Asianator cannot keep up the defense. Diamond Inclusive will win set number 3. This game will go on at least a little bit longer. Great job to get those back-to-back KOs on the Rasmus and give them this opportunity to come back.
Wow, this is a weird one. There's Might of the Colossus, Extra Special, and Adrenaline Rush. Yeah, Might of the Colossus on X with Era on your team is insane, because you're going to get... I'm going to be holding tab, waiting for that moment where X is ulted and has the buff from Era to see how much power, because that will be breaking 300, very likely. So 300 power X might be online. Extra special on Dubu, though, I think on this map is ridiculous. It means like you can just kind of win some rounds instantly if you just walk up and ult, as we're going to see here. Like now it's just the core is stuck forward. for a really long time, but no like timeless or anything else to kind of keep that ult up longer. It means it's easier to deal with, but nonetheless scary. Just ult alone puts Calamity Queen at 231 power, sitting at 203 power without anything happening. It's just this X is scaling a little bit too scarily right now.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, nice Rose Warp coming out of Coil, trying to push it past with Zaire. Another attempt at the piercing shot, not quite going to find its mark. Looking to find a way onto some of these barriers, but it's Calamity Queen who's just a little bit too quick. With the help of that Flutterfly, they will just push on through for a second barrier. Open goal now available. Ilalira coming in for a little bit of midfield time, trying to get it back into the hands of her forward. Calamity Queen goes up for another shot. Good assist defense from Coil, but it's not enough. Calamity Queen can push it through all on his own.
Yeah, it's just the speed, the strength, the size. It's just all kind of coming together. It's like that Among Titans that Fyra picked up earlier is helping out a lot too with that Might of the Colossus. It was also helping out earlier in general, just size being so powerful on X as a character that's like all of X's abilities reliant on size to kind of hit people in general. Oh shit, got hit tab. All right, 311 power on Calamity Queen off of just Era Beam with no ult. So
It's a lot.
yeah, just a little bit of power on this X, and no really way of stopping him either. There's just not enough damage. We just see the punches just sending Coil flying, even without the Era buff. It's just so scary for Misfire Dynasty.
Yeah, real dangerous territory here. They're going to be trying to fight their way back into this, but the scaling being online for that X does make things really, really tough. Really kicking themselves for not being able to convert there when they had the opportunity last set. Now, just only going to get harder from here on out, and they're going to have to fight their way back into it. Nice flip at midfield from Fyra. Nearly sends it on through. Block back away. Coil and Zaire trying to reset themselves, be able to push forward for one more aggressive play as their goalie is just getting wrecked by Calamity Queen back inside their goal arc. Trying to send it back over. A nice clear away from Ilalira, though. Going to set up for Calamity Queen to take it in for another shot. Sends it into the bottom corner. And 2-0 for Diamond Inclusive.
It's a little for fun red core. Just it's what do you do if you are Misfire? It's just you don't have the same pressure that Calamity Queen does when it gets forward. You kind of just need to get these good executes, but you just don't have the speed either. The opponent has Era and it's just kind of taking over, but hey, they're able to find it this time. Zaire goes for the angle that I love. I think going for that is really, really good on this map, but doesn't quite hit it. Got a lot of damage on Fyra in the meantime, so if the Asian Air can hold, which he can.
Yeah, very tough here. Finally, the Tofu Fortress going to do a little bit, but no, really, the Magical Maelstrom really setting up there, and yeah, there's just no defense. Good attempt with the Summer Assault. Not going to find it. 3-0 set for Diamond Inclusive, and it feels like the scaling is really online now, Fudgy.
Yeah, just a lot of damage, a lot of health, and a lot of, like I said before, just everything. This X has everything you could ever want, and now gets a reverberation. So the build is complete. All 4 Stagger Awakenings have been drafted by this X in set 5. So now it has that final piece of the CDR. So like everything else is just like not even as important. Prime Time falling to Ilalira, probably the best awakening on Asher in the game in the goalie position. Just means it's going to be even harder to break through. Also has the Timeless Crater, which affects Asher primary, meaning that that wall, that free, like, infinite wall that Asher goalie has is going to be up forever. But Zaire and Coil are going to have something to say about that as they do a great combination play and immediately break off the first point.
Very good stuff there. They're going to have to do it twice more up against this very scaled-up Diamond Inclusive team, but they're not out of things yet. They still have the opportunity to push for more if they think that they can put it together. Just going to need those kinds of breakaway plays. Good shot there with the piercing shot out of Coil. Going to be able to find the first. Calamity Queen keeping up the aggression, though. Getting great damage on across with that bell ringer and not slowing down. They find the first barrier. Magical Maelstrom not going to find its way on towards the play. Cleared back away by Ilalira. Still keeping up on the aggression is Zaire, but could very well be taken down without too much trouble if they get too close to things. They do find the second barrier. They do get an open goal. Now Asianator's going to need to find a way to clear things back out up against this very strong Calamity Queen. Sends it down towards the bottom. Pendulum Swing plus Bewitching Beam bounces the core around a bit. Tofu Fortress and Stridebreaker going to both be looking to find some more. Not going to be able to get any more, and pushing on through. Going to be, once again, Calamity Queen going in for the flip, defended back away by Coil. Goes in for a flip of their own, blocked back away, sent in towards the bottom. Zere takes the shot, there's the Rose Whip and the piercing shot, and Coil finds it, 2-0 for MFD. They've got a shot here.
Yeah, they just woke up. They just said, we gotta clutch it out now. It's now or never, and it's happening. Now Coil has flip, and if that can be found to get just even like a second barrier, then things will end up being really, really good. But Asianator is now the one looking low, but Zire almost gets double barrier, forces to flip out, and ooh, now Coil might just be able to grab this second barrier, and doesn't though. Great defense from Fyra.
Very good stuff there. Asianator, great job redirecting the core, getting it back away from all of the barriers, still hanging on to both. Zere looking for another breakaway. They're going to need to be able to find a way to make plays away from Calamity Queen, who has already taken one of those. A nice set of the strike shot, nearly going to be able to push it through and find that second barrier. They do get it one way or the other. Now Coil stuck up the top side. Path Splitter doing a ton of damage on towards him. He is going to get chased down by Calamity Queen, so in a 1 versus 2, Zere is going to have to find a way to pull off the play. Will not be able to do it. His counterpart has already been taken down, and there's going to be the Bewitching Beam into a double KO of the Magical Maelstrom. First point of the set for Diamond Inclusive.
And that's Calamity Queen who's starting off the round with that flip. Just a really huge energy discrepancy right here. Honestly, like, you're kind of expecting to lose this round almost, but if you are, misfire, but maybe not that bad. But again, an immediate KO from this X. Calamity Queen just finding these randomly, doesn't even need to find the damage. Immediately gets both barriers now and isn't able to score. Good clear throughout the flip, wow. And Coil getting the double barrier, and this could be the final point if Coil's able to find a shot.
Really good stuff here. Coil sets back up with the Crystal Thorns. There's going to be a 10-second respawn time. A double KO for Calamity Queen, but Coil's in a 1 versus 1. Can he turn it back around? Not going to be able to. Saves it with the Rose Warp. Now defending still. Gets the respawn off Zere. They're still hanging on here, Fudgy. And MFD are not done yet. Misfire Dynasty want to try to fight their way back in on the point. They can close things out right here. It's back in a 3 versus 3. Open goals for both sides, but Calamity Queen puts it in the goal once again. We're going the full 5-point distance.
Despite Coil's heroics, just Calamity Queen just space glides with it. Just strikes it once, runs to where he struck it, and then strikes it again. Now it's set 5.5. Ialira has flip and prime down to help out on defense, and Coil is looking a little nervous.
He giveth and he taketh away. He sends one backwards. Asianator not able to save. Both barriers already down. Calamity Queen looking to close out the game and move on for their qualification match to top 16. Looking like it's inevitable as Ialira will push it through for the final point. Diamond Inclusive moving on.
Let's go, Diamond Inclusive. I'm biased. I'm hyped. This team's awesome. Check out Ialira's streams. Just a great team. Pop off. Great. They scaled up. They made it to the promised land of set 3 and 4 X era and just kind of kept going from there. Once the Calamity Queen, like, you see this build. It just never happens, but no one was just able to contest it. Just the 4 Stagger Awakenings build. One was a starter, and then the 3 just came in throughout the drafts. And it was just exactly what Calamity Queen needed. Just gave so much carry potential. There's just Asianator was not able to hold. X kind of known as like the counter to Dubu as well. So X getting everything he needed just kind of blew that game wide open. Was able to get a lot of KOs, even that last set, especially against even Zire, resetting those stacks over and over again. And just, yeah, taking control of just the core as well. Fyra doing a great job in the midfield. Coil got quick strikes, which can be a death sentence on this map sometimes. But despite that, Fyra still was able to get a few more redirects. Even if Fyra didn't have the exact same scoring pressure that Coil had. But Monumentalist too, just helping out, just in general. The team played great as a team, and we even saw like Ialira running up on that last point to flip it in. Just great, exciting stuff. from this team. They just really came out on top. Like no nerves. Like the fact, like I don't know, I'm still blown away by that play from Irelia. Running all the way up on set 5.5 to flip that in it's incredible. I'm proud of that team, and now they are probably going to lose to Woe Chills whenever that game finishes. But if they could make the upset. They definitely could make the upset. Woe Chills is a team that has a lot of exploitable weaknesses in the characters they play. So if they can find a way to use that to their advantage, we can see something good happen.
We definitely could. Look at like our next match. It's gonna be the Fool Swords at seed at number 9, taking on still TBD the winner of Dubu Party and Flashbang, who are our 8th seed. And where does Flashbang fall? Flashbang is seed number. I'm fooling myself here. Doesn't show it to me. There we go, the 25th. So it's considered likely that Dubu Party's going to be able to move forward. Okay, never mind. We're switching. We're switching to Elo Terrorists versus Pass.
Oh, this is
So
a
because they are
match.
still on Flash 1 for Dubu Party Flashbang. Okay, we're switching over.
It's time for the old heads versus the new crew. Here's the old kings versus new kings, but not except none of them are really kings. Sort of matchup. Elo Tourist, Oki Trick. Elo Terrorist versus Pass. Pass, a team that was, I think they were supposed to make it in last week, or were projected to at least, but didn't end up performing to the level expected and end up falling, and are now given their second chance. But now have to play against Elo Tourists, who just who just came off of an upset win versus Team Arc. Team Arc, a team that was kind of put together last second. I do think that might be one of the few teams that gets paid. I think DRXM might be paying that team. Like, who knows? Esport contracts of up to maybe $5 at most a month
Could be.
to get in. I've heard that from them in the past, and maybe there's Elo Terrorists taking on a assigned team and then winning. So not the biggest upset of all time though. So especially if Oki though back in the mix and in the Oki meta, I'm excited to see Oki play.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an exciting one. Yeah, Elo Tourist, Trick, and Oki. It's going to be fun to say Elo Tourist and Elo Terrorists in the same matchup. I assume that's supposed to be the joke, but it doesn't make it any easier for us over on our side. So we are already getting into this draft here. An interesting starting Awakening set coming on through. We'll see if this is going to... I mean, this is kind of the more damage-oriented starts that you were talking about, Fudgy.
Yeah, Adrenaline Rush does just kind of give you, like, you kind of have to do that. You have to take that, because if anyone gets a KO, then the power play becomes so much easier. I think it's probably Julie's best Awakening, like, low-key. Like, people... 'cause I think one of Julie's weaknesses is even if you have, like, a god, like, KO build, even if you get that KO, like, you don't have anything to score with, usually. So it's having something like Adrenaline Rush, on everyone, I get like, although it does mean you want to go damage normally because you just want to get as many KOs as possible to just kind of get free wins. It just gives you that free win condition. You still have more options, so we'll see what people end up picking. See the Kai ban. I'm pretty sure that is targeting Trick, who's a known Kai player, kind of a Kai one trick, but one trick if you will. Actually, do you know Trick at all? I don't know if he
Not
used to be.
personally, for
Yeah.
sure.
You don't like love him?
I've heard the name thrown around. I don't think I've ever cast them before.
Yeah, I think I don't know if he still is, or he used to be at least the Team Fish Taco like manager, I think. Or something
Oh,
like
it's
that.
that Trick. Then
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I do know Trick.
Yeah, I thought you might
Yeah,
know.
no, okay, yeah. It's like...
Yeah, it is the same one. So yeah, he's been playing for a while. He had a pretty good run in Play Better, Win More too, knowers know. And he's back. He has some trouble with central servers, I think, is kind of one of his problems, and probably one of the reasons he doesn't play the game as much. As far as I know, I don't know him that well. I just know, other than that, he's Canadian, and Canadians hate this game because of central servers. But this might be on East anyway. So, in fact, I'm like pretty sure it is on East. So, not something they're going to have to worry about this game.
Good stuff, good stuff. All right, swapping over lobbies here. And Yeah, no, I mean, I think of Trick from his time on Wildcard Gaming, actually. But yeah, that's funny. It's funny to see how more folks coming over from the league space playing on over here. So that's good stuff. That's fun. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do now coming on up in our matchup against Pass. So that's going to be. I mean, it's definitely Pass favored, right? At least on paper, they're the team coming in that are the lower seed, but or Pass is the team that is the higher seed, but. We'll have to see. Eloterus running all the way from round 1 to be able to make it towards this match. This does qualify you for top 16, so definitely a little bit more on the line this time. You know, you still got lower bracket waiting for you, but you could secure it right here, right now. Might as well.
Yeah, that'd be good. It'd probably feel good to just kind of to win and not have to make the hard losers run. Like losing early, it's just really, really punishing because you have to play so many more matches and with so much more pressure on them. But looking at this draft, actually, they finished up, and both melee goalies means it's like it's just weird. Because one team is Era X, so we might just see them scale out of control. They have the Atlas too, which kind of will help them from surviving this Kazan plus Vice combo. You can expect to see this Kazan on Oki and also on top of Atlas for probably the majority of this game. To anyone who doesn't know, maybe it's kind of with the Oki not playing as much, maybe people don't know that there's a very common Omega Strikers lingo term used called Okiing, which means standing on the opponent's goalie and just KOing them over and over again. And Oki is in this game himself, so look forward to watching a little bit of that this game. If they can get that KO on the goalie, then the Adrenaline Rush will proc, and it's pretty much a guaranteed goal. But Atlas will have the tools to defend against that with that ult. So we'll have to see.
Yep, definitely a little bit of a different team composition coming through from Pass. I mean, they're going for the Era X, of course, which we've gotten to see already today, but the Atlas as well. It's really been a throwback day when all is said and done as far as the compositions we've gotten to see. Going to be finding out how that's going to be able to do in their particular matchup up against the Elo Terrorists, who are going to have their own selections coming on through for too long. Expecting to see quite a bit of Adrenaline Rush, for sure, now that that one's back and available, and looking for KOs aplenty on both of these comps.
Yeah, we're seeing a tragic goalie and David. I didn't really pay attention to that when we joined lobby, but I don't think this is the normal starting lineup for Pass at all. So maybe I don't think I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just like, I'm getting two teams confused, but I don't think I am. But we'll have to see if Tragic, I'm pretty sure is a midfield main role, can perform on goalie.
Yeah, we'll have to find out here. So far, going to lose their first barrier pretty quickly. We'll see how Oki is going to be able to push for a little bit more. Good setup there from Somno, trying to send it on through. Elo Tourist going to be able to keep up on the defense. David coming on up to be able to help out, and two very low targets. It's going to be Oki who comes out with the KO. Tragic able to come out and finish him off, though. Showing maybe a little bit of that midfield as David's going to be able to come down. It's a double KO for Tragic. This Atlas is a brawler. He got a double barrier. He's popping off. He's going for the goal.
Oh my god! I mean, yeah. Tragic is definitely the midfielder. I'm pretty sure. Okay, Somno. What is going on?
I mean, now we know. If he wasn't a midfielder before, he's one now.
Yeah, okay. Iron Spear comes in, double KO, double barrier. No problem. Zero problems. I'm pretty sure, like, this is the team. Mangoes Are Yummy is usually the goalie. He's not even on the roster, so he probably wasn't available today unless there was some crazy, like, drama. But Tragic is usually the starting midfielder and is, like, the highlight of this team, in my opinion. Like, Tragic's a beast, as we just saw, but look at his Trick, just the primary into Elo Tour's Summer Assault to get the KO. They get all their cooldowns back, and now Oki just killing Tragic. It's a bloodbath.
This is an Omega Strikers game if I've ever seen one, as there's just channeling that Supernova in the enemy's face, not quite able to come up with it, but Trick setting up for the follow-up goal, not quite finding it there. Oki trying to scoop that core back in, not going to be able to find it with the crooked leverage, just trying to keep that damage out onto Tragic, and Tragic really playing far out on this goal arc. I mean, this is the most aggressive goalie play I think we've gotten to see so far today. Able to clear things back out. Yeah, just back into the midfield. Doesn't care. Just going where they're most comfortable. Finds a barrier. falling back now, going to be able to get back on that defense in time. And so far, it has looked like ET have kind of struggled to respond to that. Somno bouncing it off the bottom. Here comes that Maelstrom, not quite able to set up for it. Nice evasive from Somno, setting himself up to go in for the second attempt. Tries to send it forward. Good blocks from Elo Tourist. Going to be able to keep it standing. ET trying to hold on here. Don't want to give up a second point. The bell ringer's well placed. It's back behind the Pumpkins. And Tourist not going to be able to save it. Somno comes in with the goal.
Yeah, Elo Tourist making me nervous with those dribbles off of the inside of the Tofu Fortress. Maybe the Pumpkin Fortress this game. Yeah, not looking too good. It's just Era X might be good. It might just be good and easy to pilot. And good into Dubu, and we're seeing Era X into Dubu again, but Trick and Oki do have the damage and the scaling to kind of contest the Era X scaling. Like last game, they didn't really have much other than just like speed and their own hands to deal with it, but this time they're going to have some counterplay, which is going to be at least nice for ET. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to put those pieces together. Tragic waiting back at midfield. Of course he is, trying to go in for the astral projection out there. Not quite going to be able to set up for the play yet, but going to still be on the offensive side. And Somno just looking to slowly guide this core on into the goal. Nice flip out of David, going to set up for the open goal. Somno nearly able to push it through, back into the stealth zones, past Tragic, finds the first of the barriers for the squad. ET trying to fight their way back into this. Trick going to find himself staggered, though. Two members staggered. Somno just waiting in the goal. Looking to be able to push it forward. Waiting on the bottom. Has access to the core flip as well. Astral projection not quite sending it in the direction you wanted, but Tragic able to hold on towards that core for now. There's Somno pushing forward. Low on stagger. Goes into the staggered state. Nearly sent down, but David's still fighting it out on the bottom side. Somno gets taken down by the flip over the wall. And Oki now sets up a power play for the rest of the team. Goes in for the top spin. Blocked back away as Tragic goes in for the flip. Elo Tourist able to send it back up. They have a chance here to score while still in the power play, but Somno's back up, and Tragic manages to hold on to the defense. Able to get back towards it. Oki sends it in. The Expanse going to be able to send it back away. Bellringer back towards Davey. Davey back towards Somno. Somno looking for the Bellringer. Not able to push it past Elo Tourist, but there it goes into the bottom corner. David able to set up a nice and easy shot while Somno holds him still.
I mean, both Trick and Oki were staggered for like 60% of that point, and they are the ones playing the damage characters. Era X, along with the help of Atlas. Atlas being a pretty big deal and just kind of keeping the HP bars up, even if Oki and Trick are able to combine their damage onto someone. It just doesn't really matter because Atlas is able to out-heal just the damage at 2. Not having that ranged damage goalie just being a pretty big deal and not being able to out-damage Atlas and being an issue, but kind of moving in a different direction. Not that much damage on this draft. Rapid Fire going to Era means more shrinks, means more buffs for X. But stacks on Trick, if Trick can stay alive, could actually be a pretty big deal. I also just noticed Oki went Rampage instead of Adrenaline Rush, so I don't even know what's going on there. That's just Elo Taurus' second kill, by the way. Second kill from this debut. And Tragic's flying again. I
mean, it's KOs on both sides. It's a 2 versus 2, but it's Tragic coming out at midfield, going to be able to find the first of those barriers. David sending it back on over. They're going to return towards their normal roles as Somno tries to push it on forward. And a little bit of a strike war here with Elo Tourist. Elo Tourist able to hold on to the defense. Bellringer going to send it back away. David sets up for another play, and they're back in towards their old recipe. Tragic comes up with a KO up against the Brawler. How does that even happen? I was focused on the right side.
Okay, so he was giant, right? So he had bonus power from the middle thing. And then Oki went to go grab the orb and Tragic primary secondaries. And it just KOs into the own goal box.
Gorgeous.
I don't know. This is in, by the way. Yeah.
Yep. Elo Tourist in mid-strike animation, trying to save it. Can't do it. And will be another point going on over to pass.
Jeez Louise. Also, like, taking Rampage is psychotic! Why did all these people take Rampage? Like, you're supposed to get KO'd this game. Like, you're supposed to expect to get KO'd a little bit. Like, you lose all of your stacks when you get KO'd. So, like, also Rampage, I think just in general not that good, because you're never, like, guaranteed to be the ones to get the barriers. Like, if you can stack them up, especially if you get those, like, assists, that can be good. But, hey, there's your stacks gone, and there's Trick getting that adrenaline rush. Is now extremely fast, but if Elotaurus can get the core to Trick, then Trick can probably initiate some barriers being taken, hopefully. But instead, Somno's back online. He's going to be able to kind of take over that space, and now is back on that forward to deal more damage.
Absolutely here. There's going to be David resetting, sending it back in towards Somno, who wants to be able to find this barrier, but so far just battling back and forth. Neither really going to be able to get too much control over the core for it. Oki waiting to be able to keep up the aggression on the Kazan. Trick waiting in the bottom, going in for those power cores, wants to be able to push it in. Tragic sends it back on over. Somno fighting in the bottom. Sent back over to Tragic. Tragic can't use the core flip in time, going to lose his second barrier. Oki now waiting to receive. Elotaurus goes in for the flip, an attempted flip out of Oki, not going to find its mark, and there's the KO. Oki now off the map. Somno looking for a shot. Trick goes for the flip as well, can't find it. Now bouncing off the bottom, there's going to be the Supernova used, not finding its mark either. Tragic waiting to send it back over, goes in for the Expanse, and this Atlas coming in on the offense has been so valuable for them. This time not going to be able to convert. Somno waiting for it. David sends it back over. Now Bellringer not going to push it in the direction they wanted, and Oki able to sneak it past Tragic, finds a point for ET.
Yeah, I think Tragic actually had a great setup on that offense too, and it was just like one missed strike board from Somno away from winning that point. Just having that option to send your Atlas up when Atlas has cooldowns, the goalie swap, can be really, really strong. But now if Davey can finally get KO'd, and this team that can... Oh, never mind. Nope, Atlas ult. All right. Aerox Atlas, everyone. Gets the full heal, but gets taken a lot of damage in return. So kind of damage going a little bit even, which is something that keeps happening, and I don't truly understand. With Vice, Plush, Kazan, why they're not just dealing more damage. But this X being kind of a menace.
Yeah, really making things tough for Elotaurus here in the goal arc, and coming on down. Here's going to be that maddening descent out of Oki, looking for the KO, will be able to get it. Now power play available here for ET. Will they be able to push it through? Trick channeling the Supernova inside the goo. Nearly gonna get taken out for it, or not taken off the map, but taken out of the game entirely. We've all seen what happens if you get staggered and stuck in there for too long, but there's going to be the flip coming on across, an attempted Maelstrom. Not going to find its mark either due to the flip, but open goal found for ET. Somno trying to set up for the same on his side. Oki, the maddening descent, just trying to keep Tragic's health bar a little bit lower if possible. Goes in for the leverage, doesn't find it, and right in front of the barrier, they still can't push it through. David is so low now in the midst of several members of ET. Has to try to keep his distance while still keeping the control. Has to run away from that Supernova as well. Able to keep up with the defense. Sends it back over with the Bewitching Beam. Strike shot helping out for Tragic as well. Somno desperately trying to get this barrier. Finally will be able to do so. Pops the Maximus and is looking for the goal right now. Beaten onto Oki. David sends it back over with the Bewitching Beam, pushes it into Somno, dribbling off the top, gonna get the rollout back to clear it out, and going to still be Oki trying to fight his way out of this despite the staggered state, coming back in to that healthy mode. Will be able to keep it standing. Somno looking for the score, and still, he's just getting bullied around. There's been 3 members on top of him for so long. He will get saved just in time by Tragic. Great timing there on the Celestial Intervention.
Yeah, this point has been going on for a second. Somno has to set up, though, and it's going to go right in. Elotaurus doesn't have that evade strike technology unlocked yet, and not many people do, to be fair. That's not Flame. It's just that was probably the only way to clear that one out, which is really hard in that situation. But when the points go long, like, it usually means... Like I don't know what it even means. Like, I don't know what's happening. What is going on? Why did Tragic just get doing it to him, man? And he runs forward against the barrier. Like, he just used his adrenaline. He's like, okay, I have adrenaline rush. I'm running forward, guys.
He's a psychopath.
Yeah, this guy's a monster. And no goal found, but both barriers taken. Now David has all cooldowns up and just uses that speed to just completely dismantle the defense and win set 2.
I mean, I want to give a shout out to David here as well for being willing to support these shenanigans. I mean, the fact that he's willing to just fall back to play goalie era with forward equipment, to be able to let this Atlas just cook. I mean, props to him. This is nuts.
I mean, this is Demon's Raw-esque. Like, sometimes Gimme just gets bored and leaves the net and kind of has to just walk back. We're kind of seeing the same thing happen there, but...
That's why Gimme was my MVP for that reason, man. It's just he plays goalie like nobody else does. At least that's what I would have told you 20 minutes ago. But apparently Tragic also plays goalie like this.
Yeah, it's pretty real. And we see Might of the Colossus on Tragic, kind of more of a deny, I guess, from Oki, but I don't think it was really that big of a deal. There's probably been... Maybe Era is going to buff up Tragic now, and then Tragic will get 1000 power, and then KO Okiik for the 5th time or something. Maybe that's the plan, because that would go... Oh, here it is, here it is! Look at that! Strike Shot did a bunch of damage, extra damage because of the Era Beam. So,
huge.
Yeah, there they go.
Getting Oki working. Stuck in the zone, stuck in the sauce, KO'd by Tragic, of course! A 6-0 KO streak for the goalie coming out of pass!
And oh, hey, David holding it down, and another KO found. So Tragic didn't actually get an assist there, I don't think. So isn't going to get that bonus speed, but will get that last barrier. Is still playing midfield. Isn't really going to be able to heal though because of the purple, which means Oki is in prime position now to try to KO Tragic. Just kidding, got the orb. All right, they're chilling. It's
all right. We can calm down here for now. I mean, arguably the best user of Rampage in this game would have been Tragic, but he's the one who went for the adrenaline rush. It just be like that sometimes. As ooh, nice clear back away there by the Celestial Expanse, and Oki able to push it through. All 3 members getting their names on that one for ET.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, to be clear, the adrenaline rush is definitely going crazy this game on Tragic. I mean, the amount of KOs it converted into forward, like, barriers being taken is coming out of Tragic getting that speed from the KO from adrenaline rush, really. So even though, like, he's also been getting 1 billion barriers and never dying, so, like, the size, like, he definitely wants that speed, but he would also be huge right now from that size, from having Rampage in theory as well. But the energy advantage finally, like, kind of on ET. Maybe they can use that to help them out score this point on the bounce house, but nope. Somno's just gonna get that last barrier. The setup's gonna come in through from David. Tragic might just finally run up and, like, primary flip someone for a KO. Yeah, like, who knows?
I mean, he might. Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do at this point.
No one does.
Really feels like I don't even know if he does. He's coming back out to midfield. KO's found, and Tragic's pushing for it. Tragic wants to score. Doesn't go for the flip this time, but they've done it yet again. It's Tragic on the aggression going in, sets up with the astral projection. Samino ready to receive on the attempted clear, and it's another point over to pass. 2 more from being able to sweep the series and move themselves to top 16.
Yeah, like, this pass is expected to make it out. Despite them not having their starting lineup, I think, but this team might be looking better than their starting lineup. Tragic has been putting on a performance in the goalie position. Got an assist that last point on the KO to get the speed off of Adrenaline Rush. Didn't even need to get the actual KO. And great spine from Davey, too. Like you said, Davey's been also playing a great game on defense and on offense. Able to get that last barrier. And Tragic is once again giant. He wants to run up so bad. He just wants to use the side. Oh my god, almost KO'd.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Oki go? What is...
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah,
it's okay.
I don't know.
I'm still shocked here. I'm in the same boat.
Me too. I don't know.
All right,
I don't know.
Put it in.
Thank God. Something happened.
Okay, reset it in your brain. That was nearly KO off the astral projection. That was nuts. Tragic not quite able to convert there, but gets the goal for the team anyway, as in the extended play. Somno coming back out here, bewitching beam out of Davey. This is a quick one, as both barriers are already gone, and Somno's in a perfect position to send it through. Tragic sends it up with a strike shot. He's coming in on the aggressive plays, and Somno will close it out. Pass are moving on to top 16.
Love it or hate it, this might be perfect Omega Strikers. This is the goalie swap technology that's been in the labs for eons that Tragic has successfully piloted to a 3-0 win. I want to see the stats. Yeah, the 6 KOs, 4 assists, probably a ton of barriers, 21k damage on Atlas.
21k damage on Atlas. That's more than Oki did on the Kazan.
What? Like what stat other than goals does Tragic have Oki have over Tragic? Like, the answer is none.
Nothing. Not,
It's none.
not a single one, actually. No. Wow. Tragic topping the charts in orbs as well,
Yeah.
and in KOs. He's just running the map. He's everywhere.
I don't know what to say. That might be the best Atlas performance I've ever seen.
He has as many assists as Davies.
Yeah, it's the who's the midfielder? Look at this shot count. 41 shots on your goalie. This guy is just playing midfield. I mean, like the highlights are playing. Like I'm ready. I want to see these KOs again. If those were clipped or not. It's, like, even some of the goals are just like the setups Tragic had for Somno. Oh, there's a KO. Tragic just sends it backwards, and then yeah, there's the flip combo. But yeah, I don't. This team's playing really well together.
Doing fantastically here. Let's see what our next game is going to be. We'll find out before too long. I think we got at least one more in us, Fudgy. I'm not sure what the schedule looks like, but just making a guess.
Yeah, you know, 2 best-of-3s. That's like 4 games.
Yeah.
Normal time. So, we'll see. It looks like we're looking... Yeah, we're looking at some other teams. Let's look at the... I'm going to take a look at the bracket. Let's see what's been going on.
Yeah, I don't see anything else finishing for top 16 here. I mean, maybe we'll be able to hop in before too long in a lower round 2. See, like, Coup de Grace versus Seraphim Shiny Furret.
That'd be a pretty fun match.
That match is either about to start or just started. Maybe we can plug our way into that one.
Do you know?
Oh, okay. Maybe this is going to be the end of the block. Actually, maybe we don't have another one in us, Fudgy.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. But still, a lot of exciting matches to happen today. I'm excited.
I'm hyped too, especially after that last match. I mean, all right. We just want to give a shout out. Fool's Wands took down Desperados in another top 16 matchup that has been finished off. So there's 2 teams qualified to top 16 for you now. But I mean, I think that Pass has made fans out of all of us here in these last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I see them definitely qualifying today, but they still got a couple games to go. Or that 1 game to go, maybe at the least. If they win the next game, they're in. So, good luck to them if they can pull off what they did last time. Maybe get Adrenaline Rush start again. Go Atlas, KO, GG.
Absolutely here. Well, we will find out. We're going to throw it to a quick break here, get the next block of games started. There's plenty more liftoff, or Launchpad rather, to be checking on out for the day. So stay tuned. That's going to do it for Fudgy and I. Fudgy, thanks for hopping on with me, man. And see you guys again, hopefully, for Launchpad and Liftoff.
Yeah, see ya.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Launchpad number 2. We're going to be moving into top 16 here. Some teams in this tournament, some teams have disbanded, some have rebranded, and some are just completely brand new. But as we're going into this pick ban phase for the Ice Climbers versus Ball and Ballers, I'm joined here today by Tech. Tech, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, and I'm so happy to be alongside you, Dendar. I think we're going to have some interesting matches coming up here in this winners quarter final. Of course, as you mentioned, Ball and Ballers versus Ice Climbers, two teams with very familiar names to some people. Of course, Lola Mao XD tearing it up in the ranked queue, and also, Ball and Ballers having a good run in OSAS last season, although with a little bit of slightly different teammates. So we'll see if they're able to get the better of this other team here with this sort of new roster and see if the synergy is there.
That's true. Last Launchpad, we did see the Ball and Ballers with a Tokonoko as their midfielder, but today they've gone back to Lufoxdio, notably in that OSAS team where they really just crushed their way through. So we're going to have to see how that sort of familiarity that they have playing with that player who they've been with for so long, as opposed to a newer pickup who is a strong player, but they just don't have that same familiarity with as they go into these games. Here we do see the Estelle picked first by the Ice Climbers. I have to assume that's going to go to Jack Limestone. So as far as this pick 2 and 3, we have seen a lot of X era getting picked up as those duo picks that kind of just tear through the game when you give them time to scale. What do you think we might see here? What are you worried with these Aerials and Unstoppable start might come up?
Ooh, yeah, Aerials at Unstoppable would be a pretty big start to have happen. Of course, we do see a lot of teams on a map like Atlas's Lab opting for the Mako. We saw it earlier in the games, and Mako is just a very strong striker, but with that Estelle pick, of course, that ultimate, those Crystal Thorns can stuff the core so many times, and double barriers are just so easy with that. So I think that's very concerning if you're these two teams. Just looking out for the mobility. We see a lot of IME goalies on a map like this where having that aerials with eject button just causes so much pressure on the opposing side's defense. So we'll see if these two teams are able to take advantage of that. But Denda, are you expecting anything from these two teams with these two awakenings?
It's interesting because we do have that one team who they've been with each other for a long time, and with the Ice Climbers, I believe they were originally it was something along the lines of Pang Pang Ham Ham or something to that degree. So they are not exactly unfamiliar to each other either. So with these two teams going against each other, we'll just have to see what triple stack Ham Ham Pang Pang. There we go. With the two triple stacks going against each other, we'll just have to see where the familiarity lies with each other. And no X or Era picked this game. We did bring it up earlier, but unfortunately, it just hasn't shown up this game. Although you mentioned earlier that Aerials on the Estelle being a great pickup with that Unstoppable rework, that is also going to help these goalies sort of defend against that sort of terrorizing presence that she'll be able to have on the field. And with that Kazan pickup last, Kazan and Rasmus, that is a lot of core control potential, but also some sneaky kills could come through this way. Whereas Estelle and Zentaro, well, they also have their own mix-up potential. That also is a fair amount of damage, and both sides opting for that defensive goalie. What do you think about these two team comps that we're seeing here? And also, I believe that is a no ban from Ball and Ballers. Am I seeing that correctly?
I believe you are. I'm not sure if there's some sort of TO reasoning for that, but either way, no ban from the side of Ball and Ballers. Ice Climbers, I believe in this matchup, have just the better matchup. Although it looks like it will all be refreshed for the time being. But I mean, I think when you have an awakening like Unstoppable, one of the biggest counters to it is Zentaro. It is a striker with so many abilities that are able to just get rid of that shield and allow the rest of your team to just dump damage onto that character. So I think in terms of counterplay, Estelle or Zentaro rather is one of the stronger counters to that awakening. And I think we might see Ice Climbers putting out an insane amount of damage if they're able to take advantage of that.
I could definitely agree with that. That is a really great point of just the amount of hitboxes that he can throw out. They don't just always have to go at the core, and especially if we start seeing things like Stinger getting picked up, where you'll still apply that 10% siphon along with something like siphoning wand. That's so much damage that goes out just through chipping them down, and even with that shield, sometimes it's just not enough. And also, because there's so many hitboxes, maybe they just won't have the time to refresh that shield in the first place. So we'll kind of just have to see what comes out here, as now a new pick ban has shown up with missile propulsion and recovery drone, with an Asher ban, and potentially yet another no ban from Ball and Ballers. I don't know if this is a confidence thing or perhaps something has happened. It's a remake and the Ballers have lost their ban. Interesting. Okay, so this is not an egotistical thing of just saying, you know what, it doesn't matter what you go through. They just unfortunately do not have their ban for this game. And with this remake, you know, we're going to be looking at missile propulsion and that recovery drone. So I can understand why that Asher is banned with the size going up. However, with these picks coming out in the Dubu and now, that is a lot of defensive force. What do you think is going to happen here with the rest of these picks?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I mean, I think Recovery Drone is just one of those really strong awakenings. Extra size lets you not only win strike wars, but also you get that safety net. You almost get that Atlas Celestial Expanse for just a second, uh, one time per set, which I think is really big. I mean, we see a lot of times where that's not useful and you end up just getting KO'd again immediately after your Recovery Drone pops. But I think that is something that's really strong. And I'm not surprised that they banned Asher off that. Looks like we will see some more picks rolling in with the Estelle still going to the Ice Climbers. Makes sense given their team name and sort of the lore behind Estelle with all those frozen or crystal abilities there. But we will see Kazan, Estelle, and Atlas. A pretty strong team comp, especially with that recovery drone for that Kazan.
Yeah. You mentioned the Ice Climber's name coming through with that Estelle. We'll have to see if they can climb their way through this bracket with these picks. One thing I like to note, though, is that it's interesting because the pick 4 and 5 here definitely using that missile propulsion very well, but recovery drone's still on the table should they feel they need it against that Zentaro. But with a much wider map, now definitely can pump out a ton of damage, but it's not something like Demon Deus where you feel like you're constantly suffocated and she is just crushing you down. So we'll have to see. Size most likely going to the Kazan, and I would have to imagine the Dubu and the... Honestly, most of the red team here, I think, can really utilize size well. Even just in the midfield, like, the missile propulsion could be good for setting up plays from another lane. But at the same time, just having that extra size in the midfield can help you win some strike wars that otherwise might be a little more difficult. So we'll just have to see what they pick up here. But I do like the team comp here from Ball and Ballers because you do sort of get a mix of everything. But I think with that Estelle and the Kazan, you have a lot of mix-up potential. And that Atlas just holding down the fort saying, you guys go crazy. If something goes wrong, I'm here to keep it going. So we will just have to see how that works out.
Yeah, that is a lot of stuffing potential for the side of Ice Climbers. Ball and Ballers are going to have a lot to deal with, which is a good thing that they have that Dubu goalie, I imagine, because being able to just use a log and simply hit it right past all of the abilities trying to stuff you, like that piercing shot from Estelle, like that Kazan hook and everything else. It's just so useful to be able to deal with that. But hopefully we'll be starting this match very soon and we'll be able to see how these two teams are going to duke it out with these awakenings. Is there anyone you think is going to win this match with this new set, just solely speculative off of these striker picks?
I think one thing to definitely look out for here is the Ice Climbers having that forward combination that really allows them to sort of go around this Dubu at times, where Dubu very good at stopping sort of a train coming at him, but should they go around him with things like that crooked leverage, the rose warp, they may really be able to get around sort of that defensive prowess that you mentioned him having. But the Atlas on the other side of this, Zentaro also has a lot of potential for that mix-up, you know. The named Borg flick is just one of those things that if we can see it, that would be a great thing to see, just get around that Atlas. But the speed from now definitely can help you out. But it looks like we're going to be going straight into this game here on this Atlas lab. So we will just have to see how these things work out. Are you excited for this one?
Absolutely, I am. Winners quarterfinal. We've seen the run that these teams have been doing throughout the day. And now we get to see them lock in and put the pedal to the metal. Atlas's lab, here comes the draft. We know what's happening. They just have to lock it in, but we will see how many KOs are going to come through on this map, potentially for the Ice Climbers with the Now. They'll at least be able to save their teammates a little bit. Of course, Now did receive that slight nerf in HP from this last balancing patch, so that is going to be an interesting thing to witness. But two teams locking it in now in this winners quarterfinal match.
That is true. And with this Estelle being picked up, you know, we are just kind of waiting for the draft to play itself out because we do that outside drafting phase just because there is no hero swaps in this. So it allows for a little bit more creativity with how you approach the draft. So now as we're going into this game, you did mention that Now healing, helping them out, and the Atlas here healing on the other side. We'll just have to see if they can either keep the pressure up using that black hole to either apply more damage or keep the pressure going in the pocket, or whether or not that's going to turn into a damage tool like we mentioned. But here, now we're just waiting for this first round to go off. How do you think this kickoff is going to go for the side of either team?
I think Wolomau XD is always a menace on the kickoff, and right away we see the map being taken advantage of, getting rid of that center. so much to deal with if you're a goalie, and the midfielder is able to pass it around. Now XD already stuffing the core once, and there's Winter Freezer using that strike shot to push it through, and there's the quick goal off the piercing shot from Jack. Ice Climbers up 1-0 and very quickly.
We do see the Ball and Ballers' famous dance there as we go into this next point. We mentioned Willamette XD on that kickoff. Having that enhanced strike range definitely helpful here, but Jack Limestone actually going aggressive on the kickoff there, using the ultimate there to try to get something going, but unfortunately, with Dr. Bebop on the other side, you can't just sneak one under on him. Right now, Willamette XD with some great angles takes the second barrier here, and the gate almost making that go in, but fortunately it was managed to save it for them. Big Anime Milkies, though, need some saving as they are low HP here, and with Kazan coming through, that recovery drone might get popped very soon.
Ooh, and barely surviving, using that ult to dance around before Blue Fox Dio heals them up. Here we go, Wolamau XD off the dribble. The now projectile saving things a little bit, and now Winter Freezer finds a nice save off the bottom, able to keep this goal alive for a little bit, and the Crystal Thorns from Jack Limestone will secure that goal. And the Ice Climbers are looking pretty solid right now with this team comp.
Absolutely. That was some great awareness by Wolamau XD to shoot up there to get the Crystal Thorns to go around the Dubu. And now with that Dubu having flip alongside Blue Foxdio, we should see this defensive side really be able to hold it down here. But just like that, one goes down from Blue Foxdio, one goes down from Bebop. They're trying to score something quickly here with these flips so that they can start getting that energy back. But right now it is back on their half. Wolamau XD with Jack Limestone. Jack Limestone having a flip of their own. With this Tofu Fortress holding it down, it's a little difficult to get through. And just like that, Wolamau gets it through anyways, gets that first barrier. Recovery drone still available for him. No fear of any damage whatsoever. But a great top spin is cleared out by Dr. Bebop. Great defense there. As right now, this is back and forth. Both teams looking for that top side defense, bottom side, depending on which side, if you're the red team. But it is Big Anime Milkies who's almost going down here. Speaking of bottom side, we'll just have to see if Wolamau is next to go or if they'll be able to hold on until they can use this core flip.
The Kazan has so much core control, and of course, part of that is that elongated strike box. Able to win, and you'll see so many times Kazans, top-level Kazans, passing it into the top and bottom just to self-pass themselves. But now, in a good dribble, a nice save, though, from Winter Freezer, and using that strike shot to perfection, Jack Limestone times it perfectly, but Dr. Bebop catches Wolamau XD with the ego challenge. But Anime putting on so much pressure, and there's the pass back and forth, the piercing shot into the strike. Ice Climbers take set number 1.
What a great performance by them. We did mention earlier that ability to get around the Dubu, but there they just go straight through with just a plethora of hitboxes. Nothing left to save them. And while the previous draft did have aerials as a starter, it is now available here for Jack Limestone. But there's also that deadly stinger that, should it fall into the wrong hands, could turn this into a KO game very quickly.
Yeah, these are some huge awakenings. These have potential to change the entire game. Stacks on Dubu is going to be so helpful for Dr. Bebop if he can stay alive against this Kazan Stinger. Look at this twin drive and aerials, of course, 2 huge momentum shifting ones. Thankfully, the denial is able to go off, so Winter Freezer is not going to be able to play with that twin drive, denied away by Big Anime Milkies, who is going to be able to put a lot of damage onto this. Of course, you have to focus Jack Limestone because of that recovery drone on Wolamau XD. And there's the first barrier being taken away, almost stuffing it through, but look at how low HP this Centauro is, and a nice clear away from Winter Freezer. Ice Climbers just seems like they're able to get out of these situations more often than not, but finally the second barrier falls, and look at the distance on those Crystal Thorns.
Oh,
And
but it is
not-
a distance into the top side.
Yeah, that may have been a little MOBA moment there. Blue Fox Dio credited with that goal, but I think Wolamau XD got the last touch on that. So a little bit of an interesting interaction there, but Ball and Ballers is going to take it any way they can get it during the second set. And there's another quick barrier once again from Ice Climbers. The pressure is so strong.
Absolutely. Not able to get that confirmed there, but the net is now open. And this is one of those difficult things with that recovery drone start we saw earlier where a point did go over to Blue Foxdio, like you mentioned. But at the same time, when you have these recovery drone starts, sometimes it's good value to get it out in the first round so that you have the rest of the set to play around that kill potential. Just like right there, 2 players go down. The Atlas ult is for the wrong team. Can't save those guys. As known as Dr. Bebop holding it down in the 1v3. Excellent job by them. So far, so good. But with the with the Crystal Thorns coming out, it's just so difficult. You have so many things you have to play around, and eventually something's going to crack.
Yeah, there's not enough Awakenings on the board quite yet for Dr. Bebop to be able to save that one. Maybe Quick Strike would have been useful against that, but still, doing a great job using these abilities. And a huge mention, of course, is Winter Freezer. You'll see them using their strike shots so proactively to help out their offense. It's almost like they have a third striker, almost like a second Estelle on the board every time they use this. Really, Atlas goalie is such a difficult goalie to play sometimes when you have to deal with these characters that are stuffing it because your cooldowns take so long. And look at this, once again, locking it down. Jack Limestone shoots it past and forces the core flip out. Ice Climbers are looking so good right now.
Absolutely. Even though the defense is immaculate, there's just so much pressure from Lolamau XD and Jack Limestone. And even when the pressure is just a one-on-one situation, it can feel so impossible just like that. Sends it through Dr. Bebop with the secondary into ultimate. It's just so difficult to deal with this offense, especially with that size, helping Kazan out so much. But we'll have to see if they can turn this around or if this is going to continue to just be sort of a slugfest.
That's right. Look at this. Jack Limestone just winning all of the strike wars, but somehow it goes around that barrier before finally being taken. And speaking of taken, Jack Limestone off the map from that core flip. Now isn't someone you usually see KOing, especially without Monumentalist, but a nice little change of pace. You never know what is going to happen in Launchpad.
Absolutely. The players in this tournament are immaculate. Every play feels like one that could be made at a high level, just as that flip goes through two people, threading the needle there into the top side, bringing this to a 2-2. They're doing some sort of variation of their dance with this black hole here, but we'll have to see if they can take this to potentially a set 5, or if this is going to turn into a 2-0 lead that could be catastrophic for the side of Ball and Ballers.
Oh, absolutely. And Ball and Ballers need to try to take this set right now if they want any priority in the Awakening draft. They risk giving Estelle another #1 pick. Jack Limestone looking for the strike war through. Passes it right to Big Anime Milky's, though, who takes that one barrier. Able to get healed up by Lufoxio, but still low HP in this corner. The core flip from Lolamau almost killing. Bam is being tossed around the map and somehow lives with 1 HP, but denied away by Winter Freezer, who's able to hold it for a little bit longer, but the core flip again denied. This Atlas cooldown feels like he has prime time with how often these primaries are coming back up.
You say that, but just a patch ago, it really felt like he had infinite numbers of them with that strike resetting your cooldowns. But thankfully, we are out of that nightmare scenario, and we are just playing some good old-fashioned Omega Strikers. As right now, they are trying to take this top barrier, but they're also trying to take the life of Anime here. No Zentaros allowed. You know, it's just so difficult where they did get that recovery drone early, and now that it's 0.5, you have no defensive layer to protect you. You just have extra size, which at the moment is extra hitbox, bleeding to their death as they get hooked into that black hole. But Dr. Bebop with a hook shot into the top side around Winter Freezer. In the face of death, they conquer.
That they do, and a beautiful core flip into that corner. Those stacks helping out, catching Winter Freezer off guard. We haven't seen Dr. Bebop able to push up that much just because of all the forward pressure from the two forwards on the Ice Climbers. But we see the now Monumentalist as the first Awakening. This is going to be huge. This has the potential to change the entire game, now picking up Biss.
This is so difficult because the tides look like they're about to turn. This Monumentalist pickup is fantastic. And even though you get the 1-2-1 draft, your pickups are peak performance and reverb. When you're comparing that to something like now getting Monumentalist, and even something like Knife's Edge giving that extra speed on Kazan, like it just feels like you just haven't really won that draft when the other things are Spec Training Dubu. Okay, let's be real, that's not the craziest thing in the world. And Castle Centauro is a little tough. But honestly, the power of Monumentalist now really feels like no matter what his teammates had gotten, this draft is just so in their favor now that they have that power.
Oh, absolutely. And a huge roll. Thankfully, a missed strike shot from Winter Freezer. If you are a fan of the Ball and Ballers, and Lolamau XD able to stuff that through with the help of Jack. There's one barrier left, but now it's traded for both sides, and a nice strike shot once again to clear things out. Ball and Ballers at a slight disadvantage here with the Stell, with the piercing shot, puts it through too. A beautiful stuff from Jack Limestone.
Absolutely. The evade available there for Dr. Bebop, but just not ready for it, as you've got to be ready for that piercing shot. It is so difficult to play against Estelle if you don't have those evades on deck. She will just run through you in that 1v1. And right now, Jack Limestone from back court gets those Crystal Thorns to get the barrier, but Anime getting a barrier of their own. Jack Limestone not quite able to save it with that Rose Warp, as now Winter Freezer tries to hold down this second one. And they do manage to, as Lolamau now has a flip to match Lufoxdio's flip on this offense, but Dr. Bebop about to get their own as soon as they pick up this orb, or another couple interactions with the core, as now they do have it. They've left the orb available for all of this damage that's coming through. We mentioned that Stinger earlier on the Kazan. Great source of damage, and Lolamau recognizes that that's one of the ways they're going to keep their team alive and goes and steals it. After now stealing this barrier, Jack Limestone looks for the piercing shot there, not quite able to find it, but it's Anime with a core flip in front of the goalie with a core flip of their own. How this will play out, who can tell?
Yeah, has that passive strike and the core flip. Of course, Dr. Bebop also has energy to be able to save this. Both the forwards from Ice Climbers burned it earlier. Now trying to get through that Tofu Fortress, not working out. There's the flip, and finally the last barrier falls, looking for the slice and dice, but it's not coming through, and a piercing shot saved away by Lufoxdio, as Bam is on such low HP, but the hook saved away by the core flip. An excellent attempt there from Lolamau XD, but even better defense from Dr. Bebop. Now things are scary. Lufoxdio still has the core flip, but is stuck in this midfield. Is stuck defending, but there it is, blocked away in the Rose Warp. Not good enough, but the shot is top corner, and Jack puts it away once again.
There have just been some beautiful shots left and right from both teams into these top sides of the net. As honestly, this game has been really back and forth, but it is a solid lead right now for the Ice Climbers, as honestly, Lolamau XD on that initial onslaught previous round, that was a beautiful setup, but Dr. Bebop on this beautiful defense, it's just so difficult to tell which team is going to win at any moment when both teams have players playing so excellently, as right now both barriers are down, and even though it's a 2-0 lead, right now it's looking like a point is potentially going to the Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, Winter Freezer has been doing an amazing job on this defense. It's hard to give them enough credit, but time after time, they've been mixing up their defenses and recoveries. We see this Zentaro trying to strike it through, trying to stuff, and with a character like Zentaro that has so many abilities, even with that twin drive, you'd expect them to get it more often than not. But Winter Freezer just doing an amazing job here for Ice Climbers, and there's the core flip to save things once again. Dr. Bebop now in a 1 versus 1, and a beautiful mix-up from Lolamau, able to strike it around. The Ice Climbers just need one more point this set, and a core flip off the board. That is huge for Ice Climbers.
That is certainly a huge kill, as the energy economy is looking a little tough. Lufoxdio with a flip available, but unfortunate angle there, not quite able to sink it in, but Jack Limestone says, let me show you how it's done, sent it straight into the net, giving them a 3-0 in this round and a 2-1 lead going into this draft.
Yeah, that is a devastating goal there, especially with that player with the core flip being taken off the map. It's so hard to generate any pressure. And again, Jack Limestone, the only person on level 10 in this lobby, following by level 8. It just shows how well Jack Limestone is playing. And there's a reason why Estelle was the #1 pick during that pick and ban phase. Rapid fire on the Estelle, an explosive entrance on Bam, which I think is pretty big, all things considered, but we haven't seen them killing much.
That is a tough draft for the side of Ice Climbers, though, because you have Zentaro looking at both heavy impact and explosive entrance. You can't deny both. So Jack Limestone says, you know what, I can't deny him, so I'm just going to take what's really good for me and keep applying my pressure that I've been doing that's been leading us to success here. As now Lolamau XD successfully taking that top barrier, it's back to the hands of Winter Freezer, saving it. As honestly, now, even though there's 2 people around Lolamau XD, they're trying to keep this offense alive, but it's just so difficult with that now Dorito out there. Jack Limestone going for that piercing shot to try to get it out, but this pocket offense is fantastic. But Winter Freezer with a great angle gets it out. The recovery drones are available, but Lufoxdio's almost goes down, as now that piercing shot almost taking out of the hands of his teammate, but they do get a good dribble into that top side. But right now it is Anime trying to keep up the pressure on this barrier. It's just so difficult. Jack Limestone looking for a play here. We'll just have to see if they can get it into this open net.
Jack Limestone is just playing his game right now, and Lolamau XD is just helping Winter Freezer clear it out every time. We see Lolamau on the low HP, might see a KO soon, but instead the pass into the bottom corner rolls off both of them. A little unintentional Soren angle there on the offense. as the pass is moving quickly as we head into overtime. Somehow not able to find it, and the core flip does take away that recovery drone for the set, which is huge. And there it is, the Crystal Thorns stuffing it once again. Jack Limestone is a menace in the forward position right now.
Absolutely. Hitboxes layered left and right there. Jack Limestone being the final touch on that core. As now we go up 1-0 in this set. But it's looking like they're trying to get this black hole out of here so that they can get this offense up with the open field, really abusing that space control that their team has. But right now it's in the pocket. We'll have to see if Anime can keep it alive with this core flip available, or if the pressure's going to start getting to them. But right now the pressure's on Dr. Bebop to save this barrier. The Tofu Fortress does come out. Flip still available for Anime, and now Lufoxio having one of their own. We'll have to see if they can keep it on the board this time, or whether or not that core flip's going to go down with them.
I just counted 12 abilities and the barrier finally dropped. This defense is looking immaculate as the core finally goes down, and a nice save from Winter Freezer predicts the lead, the shot into the bottom corner. That passive shot just not working well, and Wolomau XD now on the low HP after Jack is taken out. Finally gives the Ball and Ballers time to play their game, but not for long, as in 3 seconds Jack will be back to deal damage. Hitting it in, a nice clear away with that primary. Winter Freezer forced to clear it into the Tofu Fortress, but that strike shot will make the core red. And the shot in the bottom corner is not good. Again, Ball and Ballers slightly missing their accuracy. We saw it earlier from Lufoxio with that core flip, and now again with Anime.
Ooh. What a redirect on that flick there with the primary. A great goal scored by them. You know, we mentioned that experience earlier where we were talking about how this team has played with each other for so long through OSAS, but maybe that experience is just outmatched by the experience of the top level play that these guys have been playing at consistently. So we'll have to see whether or not that experience can come out to help them. But right now, Wolomau XD is experiencing this offense as he tries to get it through, but Lufoxio and Anime just holding it down on the enemy side. They finally get it through with 2 flips available. We'll have to see what Anime can do with this. Keep it in the pocket, but where do we go from here?
Well, into the net answers that question. Ball and Ballers secure another one, and it looks like they want to take it to a set 5. It's so hard to get it past Wolomau XD with that recovery drone and Might of Colossus. Except Lufoxio, similarly, double size awakenings and is sort of able to keep up with Jack Limestone a little bit. We see now the forward pressure surmounting to so much. Wolomau XD taken off the map. No more recovery drones, and there's the flip. Here comes the pressure mounting. Ball and Ballers need to take advantage of this as they do lose a barrier. But we see the pass back or the stuff, and there it is. The Tofu Fortress, they're stuck clearing it into it, but it fades away too quickly. And a Rose Warp to save things. Somehow, Jack Limestone keeps it alive for a little bit longer, and Winter Freezer might have enough time to come back as another save from Jack proves they can do it offensively and defensive with the passive strike from Big Anime Milky's takes it. And we're going to set number 5.
They may be French, but I see no signs of surrender here as we do go into this set 5. They are really pulling it in and saying, you know what, we can stand on this field, and that is why we are here. Zentara with this first pick available. Lots of options here. We'll have to see what they are looking at, but it is going to be the prime time, that extra pressure on the primary, more mix-up potential. But that does give Quick Strike to Jack Limestone, somebody who's really been running this midfield, and now they have Quick Strike to hold it down even further, generate more energy. Some good picks going. The extra special going to Winter Freezer to try to keep this team glued together. But honestly, this last set is going to be so huge.
It sure is. And there's the Rampage pickup too. Even more size awakenings if they're able to take these barriers. We'll see if there's enough time to properly use it. As this Tofu Fortress coming out with that Siege Machine now clears out to midfield. That's going to generate a lot of pressure, and a nice dash there from Big Anime Milky's, able to take that top barrier. And we see now this now Monumentalist is causing a lot more pressure than it was earlier in the game. I think they've figured out what the strategy is, and that's keep it in the corner for as long as they can.
That may be true, but Jack Limestone looking a little low. Maybe the operation here is kill the midfielder. Doesn't matter if they have quick strikes if they don't live to tell the tale. But right now, that mine from Lufoxtio sending it back into their hat, but Anime managing to get that barrier, even still flip available, passive, getting a flip from Winter Freezer, but they have 2 barriers still available. Dr. Bebop is going to have free reign to do whatever he wants at the moment, but just as I say that, one goes down, Tofu Fortress comes to block for the other one. Anime looking for a read there, but not quite finding it, using that secondary almost like an Estelle beam. But now with them being so far up, they have to come back and find their way into this offense. As Dr. Bebop, the flip does come out, but a little late. Doesn't save the barrier, but a great barrier by Winter Freezer to save that point. Flip comes out from Jack Limestone, a parry with the ultimate by Anime. And this is just so back and forth, and it goes through with Anime getting the point here in an amazing round.
Yeah, Anime putting on huge pressure with the Centauro. We see Jack forced to use this piercing shot just to keep the core on the half of Ball and Ballers, something we haven't seen throughout the game. And this is so difficult now. Once again, a barrier being taken away by Lufoxtio, and LoLMAOXD does have the core flip, able to get 1 barrier, and there's the defensive core flip used by Lufoxtio. As that center is able to be cleared away, there's a stun, but not enough. Is it stuck in the corner now? Once again, Ice Climbers losing both their barriers early. But Anime is on such low HP, just trying to stay alive, trying to do any amount of damage. But stuck into the corner now is LoLMAOXD almost taken off the map and losing that recovery drone and trading blows back and forth, none of which are fatal. Is Dr. Bebop able to hold it down? Not a whole lot of pressure on this side, and they still have that 1 barrier up. Things are scary for Ice Climbers.
Looking like we're in the barber shop right now because these cuts are clean by Anime, but they're just not clean enough to get the point. As right now, LoLMAO with Jack Limestone backing up with the flip. Lufoxtio, a flip of their own. The Tofu Fortress comes out, but a missed flip by Lufoxtio. This could be catastrophic for this point, but it's the secondary by Winter Freezer that speaks catastrophe for this team as it hits the back end straight into their own net.
Oh no, the panic so late into the game. Missed that strike shot clear, and the core was moving so quickly. Burns the core flip too after just a slight misplay. That's so difficult. As right now, Ice Climbers need to get back in this. The double barrier will help out though. But Jack has the core flip, looking to strike it through. Burns it early. I think mistimed when that Rose Warp would come out. Did him in just the wrong order. A beautiful roll, but the top spin by LoLMAOXD able to put that one through. And Ice Climbers still have a chance.
This is a close set here. LoLMAO, that umbrella, the size of it, you can see it on the field. Just so much pressure that he is able to emit with all of these abilities. But right now, it is the Ball and Ballers who are trying to emit the pressure into this pocket, but they managed to get it out even without the goalie being there. Just Jack Limestone, a quick clear to get it out, but the barrier goes down. A flip available, but so many hitboxes come out there. A great defense. Jack Limestone looking for that topside barrier, not able to sneak it through. Oh, but a great redirect using the passive by Big Anime. As right now their ultimate comes out. They're looking for this last point. 2 barriers available. Dr. Bebop, a lot of freedom to play here. We have to see if they can get it to him. This Dorito available. Lufoxtio has a flip available. LoLMAOXD hitting the sorry emote, but nothing to be sorry for with this performance. As right now, Winter Freezer saving it. This is so back and forth. Even though they have a barrier available, it feels like this could go to either side.
That was the opportunity, but LoLMAOXD is so big, has those 7 rampage stacks. Just has to keep things alive, and Winter Freezer getting close to the core flip will be able to defend Lufoxtio. And there's the Tofu Fortress, takes out Jack. This is the opportunity for Ball and Ballers to win this. All you have to do is get it up there. And the strike wars are going in favor of Ice Climbers as now Jack comes back online. That passive strike not available yet for Zentaro. And Dr. Bebop close to a core flip. The piercing shot saved away by the log. And there's the shot. It's good from Big Anime Milkies. Ball and Ballers secure this game 3-2 in this set 5. And what an excellent performance for both of these teams.
What an absolutely phenomenal read there on the EI dash. A great play, but that was just such an intense game. That was so back and forth. These teams really showing that, yeah, this is top 16. We're here for a reason, but man, it's just so hard to keep up in a game like that where even though you see everything happening, you know what their win cons are and what they want to do. All the information is available, but at the same time, there's just so much happening. These players are fantastic, and the Ball and Ballers have won that without a ban.
That's right. I was about to say that ego play you were talking about earlier, although not intentional, still Ball and Ballers secured the game. They figured it out. They knew what to do, and that play was keep it in that top corner. We saw time after time Ball and Ballers tossed it in there. And although there were so many abilities, being able to pass it back and forth and all the size awakenings that were going between these two teams means that Big Anime Milky's was able to score 7 goals, which is ridiculous.
No. Haters in the chat will say the thing they figured out was picking Monumentalist on now first pick, but I'm here to say that that team play was fantastic and that honestly, that game, even though they did lose, the Ice Climbers put on such an amazing performance there. Just so much back and forth and really putting on just infinite pressure with Lil Mal XD and Jack Limestone up top. But honestly, there just wasn't quite enough, as we do see Ball and Ballers take that game. Their ball not deflated, their hopes neither, as we'll have to see how they do in their next games.
That's right, indeed. There's still plenty of opportunities for them to come back. And if they're playing like that, I mean, that was pretty solid from these two teams. I mean, game 5 or 0.5 rather, able to lock it down. But I do believe we will be getting into our next match very shortly here. Just waiting on the team names. Fool's Wands versus Second Wind. This is going to be a good match with, of course, some names that are very recognizable. A few that come to mind are Tomo Taco on the goalie, and of course, Spooked Altar, who we've seen casting prior on the BestieInSlot Twitch channel, as well as some other tournaments like Westy Wednesday. So we'll see if they can lock in or if they'll be joining us on the desk anytime soon.
This is an interesting game because we do have Second Wind versus the Fool's Wands. Like you said, Fool's Wands putting on a great performance in the previous Launchpad, but now they are here playing against Second Wind. Notable players, named Chaotic. You know him as the Kazan guy in Q. If you ban as Kazan, what are we looking at? We saw Rasmus get picked, and we also saw Juliet pick the previous round. That worked out really well for them. But we'll have to see what comes out here as far as the bans, but I have a feeling a Kazan ban is coming. But Light Sky, a great notable midfield there. I see them a lot on the Kai, at least when I play with them and against them, and that is a lot of pressure. Spooked Altar, like you said, commentator here, but Color Craze and Potato Player, no slouches, as their performance last time was fantastic, but now they are here looking to take out Second Wind. We'll have to see. It looks like the map hovered as Imi's app. We'll have to see if that's finaled. We'll just have to see what the picks are here.
Yeah, it looks like we will see it in game, so we won't see the little draft pop up, but starting awakenings are Recovery Drone and Timeless Creator. So fairly similar to what we were seeing last game with that Recovery Drone, but Timeless Creator on those creation goalies, on those creation characters means you can generate a lot of pressure, especially on characters like Rune or Dubu, who are, very strong on a map like this.
It's tough because Rune is one of those characters where, as a fan of Rune myself, obviously, he's not something that I would expect to see here, even with the Timeless start. But what I am interested to see, we do see the Atlas hovered, but we see a potential Drakkar ban hovered here. That's an interesting one. I wonder how what we're gonna be cooking up with that.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I imagine that's a target ban, surely, right? I don't think either of the awakenings necessarily benefit Drakkar, rather. They need to stop adding R's in this game. More cars, more vehicles. Look at the damage comp from that team on the right. Fool's Wand. Yeah, this is going to hurt.
This is going to be a slugfest of a game. Atlas here to help out with this healing and recovery, but, I mean, that ultimate has a long cooldown, and if you don't have a way to get it going, maybe like an extra special or something, it's going to be so hard to keep your team alive, even with this recovery drone, when every single hit could spell death for your team. As right now, we are trying to spell out the barrier taking game, but we are just not able to get it here, as now Light Sky in possession of the ball, Color Craze covering that top side with that portal, as now the offense is coming through from Spooked Altar, the first barrier going down. Do you think that first barrier is perhaps a sign of how this game is going to go, or just a quick barrier to start this game off?
I think it might just be a quick barrier if we're able to see this offense from Second Wind come alive. I think we have two sort of different kill comps, right? We almost have our environmental kill comp coming out from Second Wind, where Kazan and Rasmus are able to utilize that hole in the center just to kill, to do a lot of damage. Except from the other team, we just see a traditional damage comp. Luna, Vice, X. Absolute brass knuckles on this team, able to just kill no matter what. So it'll be interesting to see which side is able to sort of not out gimmick the other, but really just play the comp to the best of their ability.
Absolutely. No gimmicks here, just raw damage as they try to go into this top side. But great clear out by Light Sky and Tomotaka, able to get it to Chaotic here. Chaotic, somebody who I'm surprised was allowed to play Kazan here. But I guess when you have someone like Light Sky who is versed on that Rasmus, you can't let Rasmus and Juliet go through, so you just pick your poison. And like you said, with those environmental kills, we have to look out for that. But right now the hook is being used to keep the pressure up, as a great strike shot sent it back in, but they aren't able to convert here. As now Light Sky is looking to survive. The recovery drone popped pretty early into this set. We'll have to see if Name Chaotic can hold this up while the Light Sky gets back into the action. And right now it's looking like Spooked Altar is looking for some punches into that middle side.
Yeah, Light Sky low on energy after that, and now the full damage can be sunk on them. Name Chaotic looking for it, but not able to find it. There's the core flip from Color Crave to clear things out. I like the positioning and the play from there as Potato Player just moving around, able to avoid all of these Kazan abilities, and perfect clears right now, finally dunked away. One of the pitfalls of Luna. There's not enough abilities that can stay out for that long, and look at that Atlas primary. Here's the dribble. The ult coming out from Luna will keep things alive for that much longer. And Potato Player right now locking it down as finally the barrier for a second wind falls, but there's Name Chaotic, the top spin into the strike. Not enough you can do about that one.
Certainly not. Luna, not the most defensive goalie without that dash. So Name Chaotic really abusing that fact and looking for new angles to get around them. Maybe a dribble or two into a setup. But right there, that was a great swap by them to get that point. But it's Spooked Altar getting the barrier here, trying to get a point for their team, sending it to Color Craze, but unfortunately surrounded by 3 people forming the Bermuda Triangle on him. It's a little difficult to get that power going, as right now Name Chaotic has that flip available, looking for a play here, but is being swapped by abilities, has to survive in this situation where an X is ulting you. X Maximus, not something you can play around against, and slightly goes into the barrier there, losing their recovery drone. Atlas ult not quite available yet, I don't believe, or maybe just holding on to it. We'll have to see. Name Chaotic with a flip available still, though. We'll have to see what's happening here, but it's Color Craze looking to take the energy off of Light Sky with a kill there, but not quite able to find it.
Yeah, that was close, though. Almost on the edge, using that sort of environmental factor like we mentioned earlier. And there's the flip. Will Color Craze time it right? Yes, he will. A beautiful 50-50 there. Guessing perfect and able to secure a goal. A much needed one at that for the Fool's Wand. And we'll see if they're able to outplay Tomotaka like that in the future. That's not something that we see very frequently. But the ego check from Tomotaka, just trying to burn that core flip, does such a good job at it. Now with almost no awakenings, or no abilities rather, left, Tomotaka has to make some good clears right now. Finally, it's back up, and there's the core flip. Doesn't even need it. Through there, and the dunk into the flip. Perfect timing once again, blocked away. This time, the goalie is able to secure it, and the dash just enough to keep things alive for the Fool's Wand.
Oh, and a quick point by Name Chaotic there. One touch is all he needs. No dribbles there. Just sinks it in. Recognizes that there's no dash to worry about. Just takes the quick point as we go into this draft. This is an important set to win if you're second wind, I feel, because damage comp, once they start scaling, it's going to get much harder for you to play this game. So if you lose that first set, it could be so difficult to win. But with a quick win on that first point, 3-1, Might of the Colossus is the pickup here. Size, great on Kazan. That power could come through to fight back with some of the damage. Primetime, though, is going to be a bit more core control, as well as more chances to get that Chain Lightning stun with that Siphoning Wand, I believe they have. No, they have the Slick Kicks. It is the peak performance pickup by Atlas, a little more health, 1-2 punch, and then health across the table for the rest of the draft. That 1-2 punch could be so scary with that dash rocket, or even just if you get clipped by the ultimate after being clipped by something else, that's just so much damage you're taking. But right now, damage is not what we are worried about. As this barrier goes down, it is knockback as Name Chaotic loses that recovery drone. We'll have to see if they can survive without it, or whether or not we're going to have to see an Atlas ult soon, but it's a Light Sky on the offense here. The Whiplash not able to convert. They even recognize that they made a little bit of an error there, but that's all right, as they have more chances thanks to Tomotaka walking up and getting it back to them. Almost an insane kill there by Name Chaotic, but a good evade to keep that recovery drone up. You really need it against these characters. And right now, with this net open, they aren't faltering, though. They're making good choices to keep possession. It just feels like they can't get it out of their own half.
You're absolutely right, Dendar. There's not much you can do unless you just win all your strike wars. And doing that against these caliber players is so difficult, especially ones with size. We saw Name Chaotic pick up yet another size awakening on this last draft, and it was just devastating. Look at that. The power chord puts it through right away from Color Craze. A great strike war nonetheless, but it's so hard to get it past these two teams. And we saw how far Tomotaco was pushing up that last round. They were confident. They had trust in their forwards that they were able to run up and win those strike wars.
We will have to see if that confidence becomes hubris, as right now, Name Chaotic, no recovery drone available, has to pick up that orb, dodging the ultimate from Vice. Not quite getting killed there, but more chances on the way, as Spooked Altar is getting a chance at this barrier, but not quite able to take it. A great evade to avoid the Thunderstruck portal there, as right now the barrier does go down. Flip available, the Bull Rush gets stuffed out by the Pendulum Swing, knocking them just out of range, not able to confirm that setup. But right now with the dash from Luna, it's so difficult to get it through. Potato Player with that strike will send it back through. There was just so much space covered there. Potato Player with a great dive in to be the third man on that offense.
Yeah, and that's what's scary about Luna. That's what you have to look out for if you are a second win player, is when you have that pressure, when you're winning in the forward position. Luna is such a fun character to play. Just shoot your missiles, just fly over and abuse the enemy goalie. Except you'll see in times like this where you're about to be on the back foot, it's so hard to defend.
It definitely is hard to defend here, but with a flip available from Color Craze, one available for Tomotaco, looks like the flips will be traded here, but the strike trade is in the favor of Color, but just not able to confirm that barrier. Potato Player putting themselves in a risky situation, almost in a killing position. With a great eject button back there, A-OK, Chaotic getting some health back, but Kazan having that low base stagger can really have that pressure applied to them. But right now, it is them applying the pressure into the net with the help of Light Sky, getting that point. That whistle came out early, so we'll have to see, with it not available for this .5, at least not for a long time, if they can abuse that fact with Name Chaotic having almost no energy to survive, or whether with this barrier going down, this is going to be yet another quick point.
Ooh, oh no, Potato Player gets stuck in that flight, not able to find a wall quick enough. Just can't teleport back to that eject button. And that's a huge win from second win there, as Light Sky will get this first draft and some big awakenings coming up here. Extra special on the Rasmus, we might see able to deal so much damage and KO people off the center. We've seen countless recovery drones taken off the pitch already, and sure enough, locked in. We also see the explosive entrance on Spooked Altar, who already has a lot of stagger and now size, and is now going to be able to fly in and just deal so much damage.
Yep, X, looking at that last Luna play, said, hey, I want to fly around too, picking up that explosive entrance. Definitely could be deadly if they get the setups here. But with heavy impact going to Vice, that's a lot of power that the KO side now has access to get these setups. And right there, they get that barrier. Maybe they're not looking at the kills as much. Like, they haven't really gotten these recovery drones, but they are getting these points. Color Craze with a great shot into the top side, getting it past 2. We'll have to see if they can keep that up, or whether they're going to move on to that more KO style, put the damage down now that they have access to it.
Yeah, and this is what's worrying, right? A team with X on it, of course, is bound to scaling the longer and longer the game goes on. Although not as much as X era, it's still able to do a lot. It's terrifying. So if you're second win right now, you want to close this game out. You don't want to risk X getting an even bigger awakening, dealing more power, larger size, better everything.
Definitely could be scary if he gets larger than life, but right now it's the barrier that's looking awful large and looking like a prime target. We'll have to see if they can take this here. Tomotaco holding it down, but with few abilities available here to defend this, it could turn into the side of Fool's Wands going on this offense, but it's just so difficult when the defense is this good.
I think that one was actually Color Craze's secondary, who stunned that core a pixel away from taking that barrier. Although Color Craze does have the core flip, we'll see if they're able to get it past Light Sky. And Name Chaotic has the flip, the hook not coming out just in time, but there's the ult forced to burn that core flip, but the core off an unfortunate angle. Tomotaco at risk of losing this barrier despite being seemingly dominant throughout this entire point.
Ooh, it's so difficult to have that strike war advantage not quite used, but Name Chaotic using a couple abilities to score that point. into the bottom side. A great dash into primary. You see that a lot with players like Scyther, who have really shown just how powerful a setup like that can be, and their Name Chaotic using it excellently. The top spin, getting a situation where Spooked Altar now gets hooked, and so we have to see with Spooked Altar having no energy, no recovery drone, and potentially 3 more set rounds to play in this game. It's so difficult if you want to stay alive here, but right now it's the barrier that's staying alive, and Name Chaotic that's potentially not.
That's right, and there's the flip, burned on instant. Ends up burning Potato Player's ult, which is pretty good, and Name Chaotic is just being a menace in the goal box right now. Immediately taken off the map, punished for their sins, as Spooked Altar looking to just punch away and deal damage. There's the Strike War win, and that's huge. Potato Player here to help, and there's not enough time on that strike cooldown for Tomotaco, and Spooked Altar just punches that one in.
Yeah, Spooked Altar looking like one of the X-Men. He's got that strike second gene really showing it off there. Just sinking in those points where sometimes you don't need an ability, you just have to have some well-placed strikes, and there we see it. Potato Player sending it back to them for another opportunity, but the pendulum swing keeps the pressure up. But there it's a Light Sky who goes down. No recovery drone, but the Atlas ult saving them. That's going to be another cooldown that's down for this round, as if there is another point that they get, they now have to play through that. Potato Player almost getting yanked out of the eject button. Name Chaotic not quite able to set anything up here, but Name Chaotic with such low energy, playing a little bit of League of Legends here, having to survive until Light Sky can come help them. And with the space covered, they get their 1v1 and win it, but right now they are about to be 1v1'd into the blast zone if things keep up this way. The flip and the emote come out, but it is a death for the hands of Spooked Altar, taking that life, and the flip being taken as well. Both Color Craze having theirs. Oh, this is a difficult situation, and they do get it in.
Yeah, almost the ace there. That combo is just too much to handle, and you can see how little energy Light Sky has. Spooked Altar gets the MVP for this set, and this is going to be a potentially important draft. We see Quick Strike coming up, but also Stinger. Those are some deadly awakenings if put into the wrong hands, and we'll have to see. Knife's Edge instead being opted makes sense given almost this entire map is near the edge, as Atlas rather forced to deny that Stinger.
That's so difficult because that Stinger, the Knife's Edge pickup is good from X, but the problem here is now the Unstoppable was picked up by Name Chaotic, denying it, so those Rasmus hooks are still just as deadly, even though they do have that recovery drone available. With Unstoppable not being another layer of defense for them, that's just one more thing that they have to worry about, and potentially giving Name Chaotic some of that survivability that he's been showing that he might need. But right now they get that barrier with the rocket from Luna. A quick snap there. Color Craze charging up this ultimate, but not quite able to convert it. The core not quite going in, but it's the goalie going into the net. Wait a second, Light Sky's looking like he's about to be next, as Potato Player looking to get this barrier saved. But with a kill, the barrier goes down. This is still a 2v3 situation that could turn into a 1v3 very soon, but with Tomotaco back, Light Sky getting some health back. We're back in a 3v3, but with Spooked Altar having this flip available, and there it goes, just as I say it. But it's Potato Player on this onslaught here, really just trying to make something happen. The hook not quite connecting there. Color Craze not quite connecting their strikes, as now this top side is just so difficult against Kazan with size. Like you mentioned earlier, he is getting rather big, but the core is getting rather fast as it goes into that topside past Tomotaco, not quite able to react, as that is another point for the Fool's Wands.
Yeah, it's a hard save, and the core is moving that fast. You have to almost pre-fire it. And trying to read it perpendicular to the core, so difficult for anyone. Tomotaco forced to use that secondary. Stuck in the corner, but Spooked Altar is flying. He is pushing it through. And look at all of the pressure mounting in this top corner. Potato Player able to go back, and the core cleared away for a slight bit of respite. We have to see Light Sky using these hooks defensively to try to stop Spooked Altar and Color Craze from either KOing their entire team or scoring the core.
Name Chaotic getting a quick barrier there. We'll have to see if this core does get scored. Tomotaco has flip available. The ultimate comes down from Luna. Oh, unfortunate death touch there. You get the death touch, but lose the strike war against Spooked Altar. Your goalie not quite ready for that angle, not able to cover it in time as it does get sunk in. A tad unfortunate. Could have been a great setup there, but right now it is Color Craze getting set into the middle of the arena. That recovery drone is going to go down. That's one less defensive layer that they have. Name Chaotic trying to take out the barrier just as they took out Color Craze earlier. but just not quite able to convert it. As right now, Spooked Altar, the energy farm by Tomotaco, but at the cost of your barrier. I can't really say that's worth it, honestly. Right now, with the barrier taken by their own, both nets open, but it is the bell ringer. Ding, ding, ding. Point for the team. As now that we go into a set 5.
Man, with that bell ringer being a perfect circle, there's infinite angles, and they're all into the top corner of the net. We've seen Spooked Altar just abuse these X abilities in these last 2 sets, and this might be the reverse sweep that second, or the Fool's Wand is looking for, rather, now getting rewarded with extra size. The double size awakening from Spooked Altar is going to be huge. And of course, once again, Tomotaco forced to deny a damage ability from the side of the Fool's Wand.
It's a little bit of an interesting draft because the Specializer training was available for the X. The size is fantastic. Maybe they've recognized that with these defensive layers, that just getting that extra size, that extra pressure is going to be what works out for them there. And Rampage not quite as good on this map with only 1 barrier, so they take the next best thing, being that Demolitionist. The point just going like that. As I'm just checking the awakenings, we see, you know, that Chrono Boost could lead to more slows, more setup potential, but that Deadeye from Luna could be quite deadly here. It seems like there's some mixed opinions on how to go about this draft. Some of them are saying, okay, well, we'll just kill them with that Deadeye. And Spooked Altar saying, I'm just going to take the size and try to go for more environmental things and just applying pressure. But right now it is Potato Player who has eject button back. Their pressure is now over. It's going to Color Craze. Spooked Altar ready for a pass, but it's hard to get it through all of these people. Light Sky looking a little low. There's just so much happening, so much damage. Light Sky, even with the recovery drone, punch out Mike Tyson, as now we go into this bottom side, not quite able to convert. The Bull Rush is coming through, out of my way, slams the goalie into the net along with the core.
And there's that X scaling we were talking about earlier. The explosive entrance, putting in work against this team, able to fly across the entire map, and now they just have to deal with the Deadeye Luna ult at the start of every round. That takes so much damage. This time, Spooked Altar gets that core taken away, and a beautiful angle finds it. Color Craze has this core flip, might be able to secure the game if Potato Player can clear this one out. A nice strike there. That Death Touch not quite finding its mark, as there comes the rocket. Color Craze has the core flip. Here comes the pass for Spooked Altar. The flip into the ult again and punches it through. The synergy is there, and the Fool's Wand take this game.
Absolutely a great performance by them. You know, that was a little bit misleading of a game, I feel, because you see that comp and you think, oh yeah, there's going to be murder left and right. And while there were definitely some kills, there were a lot of times where they just used things like that Vice Ultimate to just lock down in space and say, you are not allowed to exist here. Things like the Bull Rush off the flip, just pushing the goalie aside, saying, this is my space. This is just so difficult of a team to deal with on that offense. Named Chaotic, though, on their offense, making some great plays with the help of Light Sky. Tomotaco having some great walk-ups, some great pressure on that defense. But it is the side of the Fool's Wands who has made a fool out of the enemy team as they advance in this series.
Yeah, the scaling was just too much. We see Spooked Altar credited with 6 of the goals. Color Craze also with 5. So a pretty even performance there. But of course, Spooked Altar 5 KOs. Unfortunately, Second Wind not able to find any during the entire game, just constantly popping those recovery drones over and over and over again, even with that extra special from Rasmus, making it just so much harder. That X being able to strike reset, able to take advantage of the defense, and honestly, the combination in play between those two forwards. There's so many times where Color Craze able to completely stop the core. Ults, Spooked Altar just punches it through. And, you know, a fitting end to the game, seeing them close it out that way. But a beautiful performance from both teams in a reverse sweep. Nothing to write, well, a lot to write home about.
Absolutely. You know, there were some bodies that needed to be swept under the rug that game. But with the Fool's Wands taking that win, I believe we are just waiting on our next game. But there is an upset, though, we've been alerted about. Coup de Grace taking the game over the Champions. A little bit of a seeding discrepancy there, but they do take it. Coup de Grace being one of those newer teams, I believe. So we'll just have to see what our next game we have available is.
Absolutely. I'm glad you read that out because I was about to say Coup de Grace. So I'm very glad you took that one from me, Dendar. But yeah, big upset. And it looks like we will be moving on as well to Fluffy Fiesta versus PASS or Pass, whichever one you want to say. Well, I wonder what that stands for. I really hope they put that on their page so I'm able to see.
I'm definitely curious too. But right now, I'm curious about some of these picks, as we do see Drakkar picked up in this pick 6. Not something I was expecting, but we do see this Vice pick. That Vice character is just a little disturbing right now, as they pump out a ton of damage with this Awakening rotation. And with Estelle and Kazan as your other picks, that's a lot of just incidental damage that will pick up until either the Kazan decides, hey, you're mine, or the Vice says, I'm just going to pop in, say hi, take a kill, and get out. But with the Atlas, Rasmus, and Drakkar pickups here, the Atlas, that little extra defense, that's going to be really nice. We saw it where a couple of ults came through last game. But with Primetime and Extra Special available, maybe that Extra Special will lead to more survivability. But I feel like, realistically, you would be taking Primetime here if you're the Atlas player. Era and Aimee as the bans. How do you feel about those bans? I know I can understand Era because, I mean, Era X, let's be real. But this Aimee ban, how are you feeling about that one in particular? Do you think it's just because of the extra special, or do you think there's another reason?
I think it's because of the extra special. That's just so dangerous. It's such an easy way to take a goal or to take a barrier and just cause so much pressure. I mean, we see a lot of Aimee goalies that simply all they do is they blink up, they use their ult, and then they just strike the core into the corner and they say go wild to their forwards, and it just generates so much pressure. It's so much damage if you stand in front of it. And it's one of the easiest ways, in my opinion, to win a kickoff like that, because you just can't clear it away. Plus, Timeless Creator, Monumentalist comes out, it's over. You just lose kickoff every single time. So I think that's a valid ban coming out from past there. Of course, that Era being banned, not too surprising given just the speed is so good, and the prime time being infinitely small, able to just completely devastate one person's game. I think that Fluffy Fiesta might actually have an advantage with this draft, because we saw earlier on Atlas's lab that Kazan Estelle forward appears to be unstoppable.
Here's unstoppable, but they certainly were stopped. We'll have to see if that comes up again this game. But right now, I believe we're just waiting on the game to go off. Atlas Lab, though, being the pick here. We do have, like you said earlier, that Estelle Kazan looking great on this offense. But maybe that's why we're seeing this Drakkar picked up, is because we do have those pockets in Atlas Lab that are just so happen to be perfectly shotgun sized. And with Atlas and Rasmus giving that opportunity to Rasmus getting the core around wherever it needs to go, and Atlas just holding it down no matter seemingly what, maybe that offensive duo will be able to match up the core control that Estelle and Kazan have. But I feel like, just looking at this draft, I got to give it to the side of Fluffy Fiesta. But how are you feeling about this draft looking at it?
I think this draft is pretty strong. I mean, as a honorary Westie, or just as a Westie in general, I love people picking Drakkar. It's one of my favorite strikers in the game. And of course, we see Dilly with even the business Drakkar profile picture, which means surely they got something in stock for us. But yeah, Drakkar, one of my favorite strikers, one of my favorite designs. And that shotgun blast is able to do so much. That lock and load, stuff the core, you name it. So we'll see if they're able to take advantage of that Vice goalie and are able to just simply stuff the core with these two abilities, or if the damage and passing from Fluffy Fiesta are going to get the better of this team.
Yeah, but it looks like we're lock and loading into this game, as we will have to see. One thing of note is with that Xenocloak change, giving them that little bit of extra power on the next ability, being able to spark the core in overtime could lead to another situation where you do have that little bit of extra pressure that your team needs. Whether or not that's going to be enough is a different story. We just wait for the picks to come out here. But honestly, Atlas Lab, kind of a crowd favorite, it feels like. You don't have to worry about, okay, well, there's some horrible gimmick that I now have to deal with. It's Atlas Lab. We all know what's going on. We've been playing this map for as long as this game has been out, it feels like. So we'll just have to see how that works out for the teams, if maybe one's a bit more experienced on it, or maybe if there's some plays that one team has and another does not. But right now, as we load into this game, how are you feeling knowing that with extra special and primetime available, abilities are going to be flying left and right? It's going to be tough for us to keep up with what's going on.
That's right. Primetime Kazan is nothing to scoff at. Of course, having an extra set of abilities on both sides with the umbrella up and the umbrella down, that's going to be scary. And I think that, of course, Tempo Melon, a player to look out for this match, will just have those infinite abilities, as you mentioned. And yeah, I'm a little bit scared if I was the other team.
One thing I'd like to note, though, is a bit of a roster swap here. Here we see Tragic with the Greatest Meme and Dilly. Previously, we saw them with different teammates, where Tragic played almost like this half midfield, half goalie game, where they would walk up, apply some pressure, kill a guy named Oki on the way out. But at the same time, now with a different roster, we have to see if that changes their game plan. It doesn't seem to change the game plan Tragic has of trying to kill the Kazan that's in his net.
Yeah, Tempo Melon just finally taken off the map by Atlas. The savior now turns into the strikers. There's the ult coming out. Almost takes Tragic off the map from that center barrier. Also a little bit scary there, because now Cat Kupo has to navigate the Greatest Meme with all of these abilities. The pendulum swing looking good. The Tempo Melon using that elongated Kazan hitbox to try to keep things out. And there's the shotgun blast coming out from Dilly, just unexpected. And that's one sort of explosive momentum shifting thing, is just shoot your shotgun into the net with that prime time and it might find its mark.
You could say that was an explosive entrance to our game, as right now Greatest Meme wanting to make an entrance against these barriers, but it's a barrier of their own that goes down here. Cat Kupo with a flip available, but will back out, not trying to test that eject button timer. Dilly trying to look for a quick barrier, looking like the bottom lane is open, but Cat Kupo with a great primary to save it. We'll have to see whether or not that flip will get burned from them soon. But right now, Dilly is having to burn some energy just to stay alive, but it's the Greatest Meme that looks like they're on their way out with 2 flips burned. We'll have to see whether or not they can get this kill, or whether or not Greatest Meme is going to walk out, memeing on the enemy team.
Wow, I mean, Greatest Meme has insane movement right now. Finally saved away with this Atlas and is able to stay alive. Comes the Molten Bull, but mixing with the Power Core, the Rose Warp able to toss it forward. And the Greatest Meme is doing a great job reading the forwards right now, as Tragic forced to run around, and sort of makes you question what their role is. Is it goalie or is it midfielder? As Tempo Melon is just absolutely wailing on Tragic right now.
Oh, they tried to turn Tragic's role into that of a corpse, but it is the enemy team's Tempo Melon that is going to be the one going down there, as that's very difficult to deal with, as Kazan really just not having that base health to survive some of these things. We saw it last time Tragic was on the screen, really just bullying these Kazan players with all of this damage. But right now, the damage is on the team trying to get it into this net, but just not quite able to find it. As even with Tragic's great positioning, and with Dilly almost feeling like they're chained to Tragic, always perfectly in sync with where they are, always in a line together, ready to help each other out on this offense, they just aren't able to get it past Cat Kupo here, as right now it's their barrier that goes down. We'll have to see if Cat Kupo can get it out and get an opportunity to Tempo Melon.
Oh, Tempo Melon had some great strikes there. But we see the Greatest Meme just winning strike war after strike war, get into a battle with the goalie, and that's what's going to happen. The pendulum swing, the nail in the coffin for the second point. And right now, Pass is 1 goal away from taking this first set with a clear level advantage between the two teams.
A clear level advantage, but I'm not convinced there's a clear skill advantage yet, as that flip does go down. I do feel like the pendulum could swing for the enemy team here. They could make this comeback. As they get this barrier, 1 barrier each side, we'll have to see if Tempo Melon can get it through, but a great defense by Tragic and Dilly, covering a ton of space. That secondary from Atlas doing the same here, but it is Dilly who would go down if it were not for the great reflexes of that Atlas ult. And now Greatest Meme with a flip available. Unfortunate, Cat Kupo not quite striking in time, and with the flip available, you gotta be ready for it, and there it is, Expo Chan with some great defense. Greatest Meme picking their 1v1 battle of choice, and Expo Chan having the reflexes to save it there. As right now Dilly going invisible, trying to make an opportunity to mix up, but there it is, going to Greatest Meme and not quite able to convert there. As Tempo Melon low on life, but not low on opportunities here, as the goalie goes down. Expo Chan into an open net. Dilly using that shotgun to create some space, but so many hitboxes, and a great decision by Dilly saving that core. Could have been catastrophic if they sent it another way, but they do find an excellent clear. And now Rasmus with this 1v1 in the net, not quite able to find it. The dribble is not quite there, not quite the angle. The shotgun, not quite it either. This is so back and forth. The hook goes through, but the angle is not it. Cat Kupo able to save that. And right now, recognizing the eject button is there, picks the top or bottom side and sinks it in.
Yeah, that's a big win. The Greatest Meme doing a good job there earlier. We saw them fishing for the demon angle, but just not at the right position to find it. Instead, later on, finding the bottom corner, and now there's some big awakenings here. We see Hotshot, we see Quick Strike, of course, 2 very large potential awakenings. And of course, Hotshot picked by Tragic. Going to be very useful with cooldowns and just getting that core red way prior to overtime. Of course, those two being first, and Rasmus does get size, which is pretty important, of course, on a character like Rasmus, is what you should be scaling for.
The Among Titans coming out, doubling down with that Might of the Colossus, giving a little bit more power through that extra size. We'll have to see if Dilly can keep up with the size reduction, if they can keep those Strike Wars alive, or if that change in size is going to cause them to have a couple mishaps. We'll just have to see. But right now, they get that barrier. Tragic is walking up. The pressure's alive. The secondary's out. But everybody gets out alive as that primary saving this bottom barrier. This defense just is able to hold it seemingly against anything, but Greatest Beam with a quick hook. Oh, a good dribble. I love that dribble into the black hole to set themselves up. Fantastic play by them, creating a 1v1 where they have strike advantage. Dilly throwing a couple emotes for them. A great offensive play by the Greatest Meme.
Wow, put that in the highlight books. That was a gorgeous play from the Greatest Meme there. That is absolute textbook Omega Strikers. And, you know, on a map, like you mentioned, these teams are comfortable. This is Atlas's lab. This is like the bread and butter of Omega Strikers, right next to maybe a map like Oni Village. Putting that knowledge to good use as now Cat Kupo trying to clear it away, almost taken out by the pendulum swing of Greatest Meme. And Tragic is just reading this game very well.
Tragic, traditionally a midfielder in my experience, but using that midfield knowledge to help them in the goalie net, that decision making and knowledge of where the open space is and where things need to go. So even though they aren't traditionally a goalie, they're putting on an excellent performance here as they seemingly hold down against anything. The hook comes out, does not quite connect with the core, but instead connects with Expo Chan, not able to get a kill there. The ultimate by Vice. Oh, a good pass. Great Speed doesn't even have to touch it. Recognizes that they have the Strike War advantage. And as long as they don't accidentally touch it too early, there's no way they don't get that point. It goes great past Cat Kupo, and they do sink it in. A great flip by Dilly, and great awareness to pass it where their teammate is.
Yeah, well, Tragic could have fooled me with potentially having been a midfielder. We see so many saves, and, you know, maybe that's something that helps out. We see a lot of times some of the best goalies end up coming from being a forward role and vice versa. You know what the forwards are going to do. You know how to read it and just outplay it. Just win the strike core. Just get a gorgeous pass. And now, I mean, Tempo Melon is on such low HP. They've been killed by Tragic many times. And look at that pendulum swing once again from the Greatest Meme, just putting all of them to good use and taking a second set now, looking for the perfect sweep.
This is looking a tad dominant, but like you said, these players familiar on this map. I feel like that earlier pop was very reminiscent of something like Taiko Temple. You mentioned Oni Village, but it's looking like this team is the one that's being the demons in this game as pass. We don't know what the pass stands for, but they're certainly doing it as they get this connection back and forth to each other, able to just dominate this midfield. And even on defense, it feels like there's just this brick wall you can't get past. The team player is going to make things exponentially harder, where if you weren't getting it past Tragic before, now it's going to be even more difficult as they are going to be sending it Mach 9 to their teammates. We'll have to see what they can do. The aerials, though, a great pickup here at the end of the draft. Missile prop for Cat Kupo as well, and the twin drive for Tempo Melon. All fantastic awakenings for these characters. Not a bad draft for them, but when you're facing down another size awakening on that Might of the Colossus, the Unstoppable to help against the Estelle, and the team player just speeding things up, it's just going to be so difficult as Cat Kupo, unfortunately, not able to save that one. Greatest Meme gets out with no health and no energy, but what they do have is a point for their team with the help of Dilly sinking it in.
This is one of your worst fears if you are a vice goalie, or even a goalie just like Luna, who doesn't have a ton of stopping potential. When one team picks up team player and both of your gates are gone, you almost have no defense whatsoever. All you have is that secondary where you have to hope you can strike the core. The primary, you have to try to guess quick enough and react where it is. And of course, you're using all of this to... Death's Touch just finds its mark again. Demon angles off the bottom and yet just finds another goal. They are just on top of things this game.
Yep. They're named the Greatest Meme, but no jokes here. All business, business or car, and business plays as they get nothing but barriers and goals here. Both down already. That Unstoppable helping with the positioning. The Greatest Meme not able to connect that hook into themselves. Expo Chan with a great block, but the pendulum swing blocking their hopes of a comeback in this game as they do win this 3-0. And honestly, that was a bit brutal of a match.
Yeah, that was much quicker than I expected, especially after the sweep we saw from the last series. The reverse sweep from the prior game, and now just a perfect 3-0. I mean, look at that. A full perfect game. All 9 goals scored by the side of Pass, and Fluffy Fiesta not even able to find one. Pass just on top of things that game, and an amazing performance from the greatest meme, and of course, Tragic with 24 saves. Cat Kupo has 45, but the forward pressure just not there for their team. So difficult to defend against, and an excellent performance from the side of Pass.
You know, Tragic spelling tragedy for the enemy team. Just that defense was so much, and with the offensive Dilly and greatest meme, it's just so difficult. But honestly, a great performance by Pass and Fluffy Fiesta. They didn't. I wouldn't say that they played poorly. It just felt like there was just an overwhelming difference in both the pressure offensively and defensively. Like, they are by no means bad players. They just fought against a bit of a titan.
Absolutely, and I think there may have been some sort of network issues at play, potentially server locations, which is why some of the strike wars maybe went in favor of Pass. But, you know, a difficult performance. You got to make do with what you can. It seems like if Pass moving forward is able to play like that against these other teams, that's something that we know is going to be scary for these other teams. But I believe that might be the last of us two. And I think we will be passing it over shortly to Liari and Lego Master for our next series here. But we're going to hop into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. And when we return, Launchpad number 2 will have yet another game. So we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. We are back with day 2 of Launchpad, going into our final few matches here. We're going to be starting off the night as well with Dubu Party versus Woe Chills in their winners quarterfinals match. Looking for a chance to get to the qualifications along with Pass here. So, sorry, I had to look at the other screen for a second.
Oh, you're good. Well, I can start talking about Woe Chills, I guess. They're kind of like coming back after an unfortunate loss last week. They were seeded to get in. I think they were like 8th seed, maybe 6th seed. Well, if they were 8th seed, they weren't technically expected to get in. But anyways, they had a lot of expectations for themselves to make it through Launchpad 1. This week, unfortunately, they don't have their main midfielder, Everlasting Taco, who kind of like the shot caller for this team in a lot of ways. He does draft for them. He creates game plans for them. Instead, they have Lazin. He's kind of known in solo queue as a Jakar one trick, and I saw him on Era earlier. They've obviously made it all the way through here. And they're up against a team, Dubu Party, that has a lot of history. Bertram, considered probably the best goalie in this entire tournament. Swaghaver, notable Asher player, kind of hasn't played much lately, but was in NASL last season. And Doxy, who's kind of like this up-and-coming midfielder who has been grinding a lot, and I think has been playing the best she's ever played lately. And I'm really excited to see how she performs right now in this matchup, when this feels like a potential statement game from Dubu Party. They're definitely not expected to win this, but Bertram can like hold a lot, and Doxy and Swaghaver can definitely, like, on Cakes, who is known as like a Juno and Kai player, find some scoring opportunities, I think.
Yeah, definitely, I think, pretty solid matchup here. Woe Chills, we saw them last week as well. I think it was Second Wind that ended up taking them out potentially. So, I mean, they're back trying to kind of redeem that. But we see the Drakkar and Now Band come out on the Timeless Creator start here. Monumentalist, of course, still in the draft available. But interesting comp coming out here from the side of Woe Chills. We got the Era, Cakes, of course, on the Juno, and ZZZ on the Luna. So a lot of kind of hyper mobility map repositioning tools, as well as projectiles. Over on the side of Woe Chills, ZZZ, of course, taking Prize Fighter. Everyone else going for that Timeless over there. But more of a little bit more melee-focused side on the side of Dubu Party, other than Doxy, who is unfortunately no longer on the field right here. How do you think that that's going to end up playing out?
So ZZZ, kind of known as this player who, even on the Luna, will be focused a lot on damage and killing people. I think this is kind of an interesting matchup. First, the most important thing I want to highlight is that Doxy died like frame 1, which loses her Prize Fighter stack, which is huge in this kind of a matchup. ZZZ gets his second stack. And then additionally, like, Vice is kind of this midfielder who has less core control tools than other midfielders. Doxy wants Slick Kicks to kind of supplement this, and Chain Lightning does let you do a lot of little unique things. But this like triple core control team could find ways to get the core around. Swaghaver, though, getting a quick confirmation goal there. Pretty nice score.
Yeah, and Cakes with the classic momentum boots Juno as well. It does limit a few things that you can do with that jump, but here we see again Doxy getting taken out almost frame 1 for a second round in a row, as Woe Chills are able to get a barrier off of that and continue to push his power play. ZZZ going to bring down that second one here as well, and still has a core flip up to potentially score, but finds a KO on to Bertram instead, continuing the power plays. Already Woe Chills is looking like they could be a scary kill comp, just despite their comp. Like you said earlier, ZZZ, definitely a player who's focusing on finding these kind of fringe edge KOs, and it really seems to be playing off as they have an open goal now, but it is Dubu Party who's going to find a KO in return. Cakes trying to clear it out of here, get it over to ZZ, but Swaghaver bringing it back into this bottom corner. Cakes going to jump out in the midfield, core flip to the middle, a shot. Bertram with the sword angle and wins a strike war against ZZZ. Will be able to clear it out until Doxy is back online now. And Swaghaver can maybe try and clear it out of this midfield, but Laz and ZZZ push it up way too hard, and another KO, a 4 KO streak now for ZZZ as they're looking to put a point on the board, but so far they just need to get this core back up onto Dubu Party's side of the field.
Yeah, this is look, to me, okay, they get the goal. This is huge. But the bad thing is, right as they get the goal, Laz dies. So Swaghaver was at 1 Prize Fighter stack, now he's at 2. Doxy has one prizefighter stack from the KO they got last round. The most important thing to watch this game is the prizefighter stacks, basically. Whichever team is able to get more should win, and if neither team has any, I think it just favored the blue side because they have like an actual ability to score. And like it's pretty hard for the Luna era comp to find a way to score on Asher outside of like just killing the enemy team.
Yeah, that's definitely true. There's not a lot of stuffing power over on the side of Woe Chills, but they're kind of having to rely on these kind of stray projectiles, or like we see right there, ZZZ just kind of winning the strike wars when Bertram doesn't have any big cooldowns to spend here. And with both sides now having an open goal, Cake's looking to send it back in here. A KO coming out, Doxy just not allowed to play the game, and ZZZ going for a nice little mix-up there, but Bertram able to read that, and now pushing to the bottom side. Laz looking for the shot. Bertram does not have the dash up, and that will be Woe Chills, bringing it to set point now. And looking pretty good in the energy economy as well.
Yeah, that is an insane round for Woe Chills. ZZ with a really nice pass there off the bumper, setting up Laz perfectly. They're looking for a lot warmer than when they started this game. I think what like Dubu Party really needs to do is just pay attention to how ZZZ is setting up these dash rockets. Luna's a character that like she will hover you and kind of stare at you for a bit and then just dash right at you. And if you can play around that, you'll win the game. But they keep on stacking all of this damage up. They have 3 prizefighter stacks on the Luna. Meanwhile, only 1 prizefighter stack on the X. And it's just really hard to just compete in this game because Vice does not offer like the ability to keep the core as well as you would like, especially into a team like this that just has so many different hitboxes and ways to touch the core. And Doxy dead again, Swaghaver looking not long for this world. This could easily be a Woe Chills point and a first set, which would be really important here because there's so many good scaling power awakenings that they can get.
Yeah, absolutely. And another KO there, looks like for ZZZ. As this Luna is just become an absolute menace with more prizefighter stacks than, I was going to say, the rest of the enemy team combined, but they're totally out of prizefighter stacks at this point, and now they're just kind of looking for the point. The core kind of going through Bertram's dash there a little bit, but it will result in Woe Chills taking that first set, and like you said, now getting into this first draft, ZZZ going to be the MVP, so we'll have their pick of the lot. Spec Training on the board, Extra Special on the board, Knife's Edge as well, even Adrenaline Rush. There's a lot of potentially nice things here for a Luna to pick up.
I'm leaning towards him going Extra Special. I think burning the evades on round start would be pretty good. However, you could argue that denying Spec from X is probably better. He goes Adrenaline Rush. I think this is a mistake because I feel like it is difficult for them to find KOs at a certain point. However, they've been finding a lot of ledge KOs, so maybe it just kind of happens anyway. Doxy getting the Demolitionist over Aerials, kind of like, I kind of like the choice because if she gets barriers, she's able to kind of snowball around really quickly with a lot of damage. I do think Aerials arguably helps a little bit more this game, but finding that crucial KO on ZZZ on round start takes away his prizefighter stack, gives her 2 stacks. And that's kind of like the win con for Woe Chills gone, unless they manage to find an edge KO on ZZZ's respawn.
Yeah, now 2 prizefighter stacks as well for Swaghaver is also going to be pretty nice for that X and be able to deal a bit more damage. So looking like a much better start to this set than the first one here for Dubu Party. We'll see if they're able to kind of capitalize on it, because this is Spec Training X now on Swaghaver, which does have a pretty significant amount of knockback. So they kind of have a little bit more contest when it comes to getting these ledge KOs. That being said, Swaghaver taking a lot of damage there. ZZZ picking up the KO and triggering the Adrenaline Rush as well. Going to get a lot of cooldown back on that dash, as now they're just begin harassing Bertram, but the core going to slip away, and a barrier is going to go down on the side of Woe Chills as Swaghaver back online to aid this defense a little bit, try and clear this core out of here, but Laz will be able to get the core behind that barrier and bring it down. That second one, open up the goal here. The side of Woe Chills are looking to push this top corner, but Swaghaver with the Spec Training X Maximus is going to knock Laz off the field here, and core flip coming out from Cakes into the top side, but Bertram is going to be able to just clear that one out. Try and get it back down to this X here. The slime's coming out from Cakes, but Doxy pushing right up alongside Swaghaver. Nice jump from the Juno. Keep that one cleared, but the offense is still going here to the side of Dubu Party, and a shot from Swaghaver right in between Laz and Cakes. It's going to put Dubu Party 2-0 on set point.
Definitely like a good set from Dubu Party. It's playing out exactly how they want, more or less. ZZZ was able to get the 1 prizefighter stack, but it's so hard for this red team to contest Dubu Party here when They just don't have the power. And CZZ barely dying to the Astral ult there, walks a little bit into it. And that cost him the only stack he was able to get. And now Laz has no evade. He's very close to dying, and it's just Juno up against this entire team. Somehow managed to hold. Insane hold by Cakes there. Kind of like round changing. Gives them a way back into this set. But it's still really hard, and the barrier ends up falling.
Yeah, not a position you want to be in right now if you're Woe Chills. Open goal, they still have a barrier up, and Bertram has a core flip to defend any crazy pushes. Swaghaver picking up a KO as well onto Laz is going to start the power play here for Dubu Party as Doxy in this top side against ZZZ and Cakes. Send out the primary. Swaghaver just trying to keep this core up. It's going to slip away here, but Bertram able to send it right back in. Swaghaver looking for the bull rush, but Laz respawns in time to clear it out of there. The nuke coming out from ZZZ is going to take out Doxy once again as the barrier falls. Bertram still has a core flip at the overtime hit. So does Swaghaver as well, but is it 2v3? And ZZZ going to make it a 1v3. Burns the core flip. It trades the core flips actually, which is pretty huge with Cakes just getting back in time, able to stop that core from sinking right in, get it back over to Laz and ZZZ to try and capitalize on Swaghaver being down, but the defense is holding. Doxy is holding against Laz in that bottom side. It's now Cakes, dribble out the black hole. Back down to Laz. Bertram, the strike shot it. Gets it back over to Swaghaver, but Cakes able to clear it back out to ZZZ, goes for the head, but Bertram with the primary going to stop it, but Laz trying to send it right back in here as they're both teams looking for this point. Beam trying to find it in the bottom side. Just can't get it over to ZZZ. Great dash from Bertram to save that one, but the passing plays continues, and it's going to be able to get past the path splitter. ZZZ will put Woe Chills on the board.
I like how ZZ is trying to find these goals. It's really hard for him to stuff the Asher, especially with Unstoppable. I think something Laz should start looking for doing is just beaming the enemy team more. He keeps trying to get these like cheeky little core strings, which you just need to create space for your Luna to score here. Otherwise, like, it's just never gonna go in. Sometimes like the little core beam thing works out, but a lot of the time you just want those safe, consistent beams on the enemy team, and I think he's going a little bit too hard on trying to go for those cheeky little plays.
Yeah, but now Cakes with a core flip up. Still has both barriers here as well as they're trying to bring down the final barrier to put Woe Chills to try and tie it up. But Swaghaver with the KO onto ZZZ is going to keep the power play going here for Dubu Party. One barrier going down. Doxy in the top side trying to push for more, but Laz and Cakes will manage to keep it up in this corner. However, Swaghaver going to win the strike war and open up that goal as ZZZ just barely back on the line. Swaghaver with the bullet to the top is going to force Cakes' core flip as well. Getting it back over to this Luna. Bertram down to Swaghaver. The nuke comes out. They're looking for the angle here. Laz with the shrink onto the core. Will be trying to get it up, but ZZZ goes down once again as overtime hits. Cakes just going to hold onto the core, send it up to the top side, and get the bull rush out of Swaghaver as they're looking to stall for a bit of time here. But Laz with a great strike war. It doesn't matter. Going to bring down a barrier regardless in the 2v3, and Cakes can't find the angle. Unfortunate bounce there. Couldn't quite land it. That will be Dubu Party taking the set.
A little like underrated thing about 3 prize fighter stacks in overtime, the core goes fast when you hit it, and that was basically the effect of that there. And now Doxy able to get the Deadeye, going to be doing a lot of damage. X looking at Might of the Colossus too. Era probably ends up going quick strike here. Yeah, I think that's correct. People also like Manu a lot on Era, but quick strike will give them the ability to control midfield more and hopefully like find ways around the enemy team that can't really move around the map as much. Meanwhile, Astra getting prime time is going to make it. She has prime time unstoppable timeless. If she gets speed from any of these upcoming drafts, she's basically just going to be an iron wall that like there's no way for Woe Chills to like find their way past unless they find like a really good sequence.
Yeah, Primetime is very, very good on Asher. Like, they're kind of the whole thing that ZZZ's kind of banking on is waiting for those cross clears to come out where they can just kind of snipe it in with the Lunar Rockets. But Bertram has done a very good job so far of not getting into that situation, just kind of holding the core in the corners where Asher likes it to be. I think just be like this immovable wall. And with that Primetime now and Unstoppable, it's going to be kind of difficult for Woe Chills to find these points. They really are going to have to rely on the power plays coming out, but with the round reset and the prize fighter stacks all evened out now, Laz is actually the one who's going to be taking kind of the brunt of that force, getting KO'd here, allowing Swaghaver to push right up, find the strike war against Cakes, and take the first point here for Dubu Party as they're off to another solid set, seeing if they can continue this into the next rounds and maybe take another one here.
Yeah, this set looks hard to me for Wo Chills to win. I think the team of Dubu Party has just gotten all of these really good awakenings that it's gonna make this set really hard for Wo Chills. But ZZZ has bulk up. I think like every single stagger awakening is still in the game, and bulk up is really strong on its own, and it's only gonna get stronger. These edge KOs that he's been finding all game are going to become easier. Which does give Wo Chills a way back into the game, especially if you can find a KO on Bertram, you just kind of get the goal. Maybe not. But Cakes has meter, ZZZ about to have flip. It's still a really good situation. Doxy using the ultimate there builds up some evade meter, which gives her something to play with at least. And yeah, we're back into this lull state, but Swaghaver's really low, and Doxy also is really low with only one evade meter. Tanks the Juno Slimes. Basically dead, yeah. And the goal goes in. That is kind of exactly how Wo Chills wanted that round to end. They almost have every flip still. ZZZ has 3 prize fighter stacks. Doxy has none. Obviously Swaghaver has 2. It's not over. Blue team still has like ways into the round and to win the game. Especially, they almost found that kill on ZZZ. And on Laz. Everyone almost dying. Very unfortunate sequence for Dubu Party. And Wo Chills finding the barrier. Yeah, a lot of things is happening.
Yeah, great kickoff as well here from Wo Chills. ZZZ really just like exploded out of nowhere to grab that barrier and opened up the goals pretty quickly. That being said, Dubu Party has now taken down some barriers of their own. Doxy with the Supernova backwards, but Bertram, of course, right there. However, Doxy getting hit with the Luna Rocket as ZZZ picking up yet another KO. Swaghaver trying to hold it down in the midfield, taking so much damage. ZZZ, another dash into Rocket is going to get another KO. Now it's a 3v1. It's just Bertram. It's not going to be enough. Not enough mobility on the Asher, unfortunately, to totally hold it down as Wo Chills can bring themselves to another set point as once ZZZ gets those prize fighter stacks, utilizes the cooldown on the Adrenaline Rush, it really shifts the momentum of any given set as it's 3 prize fighter stacks over to Swaghaver's 1. The KO favor, like we've been seeing, the power difference is now in the side of Wo Chills once again. Of course, I say that, Swaghaver immediately gonna change that just a little bit and start a power play for Dubu Party. But these prize fighter stacks have just been such a huge player in this round, or in this entire game.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you get on prize fighter start, really. Tracking that matters so much, and I think a player like ZZZ thrives in these kinds of high kill games. He's really good at looking for them, and especially when you're in these like tense qualifying games, it can be so hard to know like, hey, that Luna Dash rocket, that's just gonna kill you halfway across the map. You have to evade or play around it. And that's kind of like the skill check that Dubu Party is kind of failing throughout this game. Not all the time, but enough of the time for it to matter. ZZZ failing the skill check there, pressing the evade button, dying. Pretty big death there. He's back down to 2 stacks. Technically, like, Dubu Party has 1 more stack combined, but not really the most meaningful difference. Doxy is about to get flipped here, and Bertram already has it. I'm really curious how they use these flips on the open net against Juno. But great Luna ult there by ZZZ, countered by Doxy's amazing Vice ult that kills him. And wow, Bertram gets the flip and great return, and Swaghaver slots it in, barely getting around Cakes' jump.
Great shot there from Bertram. And he said, wondering how they were going to use that the flips on the open net. Well, that's how they're going to use it. They're going to use it to save the goal and then score the goal. But going into the last round of the set, ZZZ on the kickoff brings down a barrier as the NATO comes out, going to take out Doxy. Once again, Bertram now on the defense versus Laz, who has a core flip, but Swaghaver, Maximus is going to find the KO. Absolutely massive. But ZZZ with the dash into nuke takes out Bertram. The core goes around the backside of the barrier, though, as it will stay up. Doxy back online. ZZZ and Cakes versus Doxy and Swaghaver. Laz are going to respawn, bring down the barrier as they're looking to make this push. The air NATO coming out. Swaghaver eats it up, but will manage to survive here. Dane taken out shortly after clearing it out, though. ZZZ dashing in with the rocket, but Bertram saves it with the primary. It's now passed up to ZZZ, back down to Laz, up to the top side. Doxy able to teleport, and Bertram holding it down. ZZZ, though, is going to find the pass to Laz, who will get the shot in the bottom, as Wo Chills will take their second set. What an explosive round from both teams there, though.
Yeah, that was really good. Really good round from Wo Chills. I think like, you could tell they kind of got a little excited there, didn't just take the barrier when they could have. But ZZZ now getting the missile prop. he's going to be killing from so far on the map, and he's going to be able to land these rockets from basically anywhere. The explosive entrance deny from the Vice, I think that's fine. I do think like rapid fire era is really strong, and you can just kind of take that and be happy. Juno gets peak performance. I actually like this. Asher gets reverb, which with primetime reverb is really annoying, but I think like they weren't winning through stuffing the Asher anyway. They were winning through getting it around the Asher, and she's not able to get speed here. Or killing the Asher, but yeah, anyways. Able to get the quick kill on Doxy, 1 prize fighter stack on, and this is basically the exact start to the first set that WoChills had, and exactly what they want.
Yeah, I mean, they have the power play now. They have that extra prize fighter stack, and stuffing this corner, Doxy can be able to respawn just in time to help out on this defense a bit, but taking so much damage. The forwards from Dubu Party are not looking healthy right now as the barrier will fall. Swaghammer trying to survive on WoChill's side of the field as the passing plays from ZZZ and Laz come out. They're looking for the angle here. Laz up to ZZZ in the top. Can't find the dash, though. They'll be able to clear it out here. Swaghammer looking for the bell ringer, but Cake's going to be able to get it out of there. Back down to Laz. Bertram going to send in the pass splitter to keep the offense coming, but the slimes from Cakes on the defense are going to be enough to clear it out of there. As now Laz in the midfield, up to Cakes, over to ZZZ, who has a core flip. The slime coming out as Bertram holding the corner, but a pass down to Laz is going to find it as WoChills first on the board in set 4.
Yeah, just a really good round from WoChills. Doxy died early on. They were able to keep damage stacked. When someone dies, right, especially if it's only to like a few abilities, your team gets so much pressure if you're the KO team because you're able to spend more abilities on the rest of the enemy team. And that's kind of the dynamic that we're seeing a lot of the time here. When someone dies to like just something small that's off the ledge, the rest of their team takes so much damage. ZZZ with the core flip just quickly stopped by Bertram's primary. Unfortunately, Asher moment. She's always going to win those flips if she has primary. And this round is starting to look a little scarier. Laz is getting built. His damage is stacking. Dubu Party has way more meter on their side, and I can definitely see like this is how they can get back into the game. We'll see what happens.
Doxy has a core flip up as well. In fact, Dubu Party has energy advantage, but it doesn't matter because Bertram is going to get taken out once again. ZZZ has been absolutely lethal as a storm coming in is going to take out Swaghammer as well, and a nuke to find the goal. WoChills going to bring it to match point, as it seems like once those big KOs start coming out, it just tends to all fall apart. Bertram getting taken out there was absolutely massive as ZZZ finding these rocket into dash KOs. Every time Bertram's forced to go onto that bottom corner to clear it out there has just been so consistent so far. It's just allowed, it's really allowed big power plays to come out from WoChills. This being said, Doxy with the core flip pass to Swaghammer will open up their side of the net first. ZZZ has a core flip up as well as they're looking to potentially trade barriers here, but Bertram gonna be on the defense here, sending out the pass splitter, gets it past the nuke, over to Doxy and Swaghammer fighting for the point, but Laz and Cakes gonna hold that one down. Now Bertram, once again, forced on a little bit of a defense here. Doxy dribbling on the top side, pass to Swaghammer, trying to dribble down the field, but Cakes is slime, getting her up that core flip coming out from ZZZ, but Swaghammer actually finds a KO over onto Laz. It's Bertram now pushing up into the midfield, but Cakes for the slime, you're gonna punish that and send it around, but it goes around the back of the barrier once again, and they're able to clear it out. Core flip coming out from Cakes, but Doxy Supernova is going to shut that down and get it over to Swaghammer, looking for the point into the top side. They're going to find it as Dubu Party going to put themselves on the board. They're not out of this match just yet.
A huge round there for Dubu Party that they need to reverse sweep the set to be able to qualify and get cleared for liftoff. Something that like keeps on happening is that like they just overstep a tiny bit. The round is going well, everything is like happening that they kind of need to have happen, but then they overstep. ZZ finds that dash rocket, and if they're able to just position around ZZ's cooldowns, he doesn't have like any CDR except for when he gets KOs. You should be able to know his ability CDs and play around them. It's just really hard in this kind of environment when you're playing for your life in a qualification game.
Yeah, there can definitely be some big pressure, especially when the head of the team is on match point like this. This being said, there is energy economy over in the side of Dubu Party, but the barrier going down is not particularly great. One slip up here, and this could be the end of the winner's bracket run for them. as the core in Cakes and ZZZ's hands, pushing it into the top side. The Nado coming out as well, but getting it over back to Swaghaver. Dubu Party will be able to bring down the barrier, and a shot right into the bottom where Cakes can't catch up to it. It's going to see Dubu Party tie it up on set point now with a chance of taking this set and a chance to bring it to a set 5. They have Doxy's core flip. They have Bertram's core flip. As long as this kickoff goes decently well for them, they should be able to just power play their way to getting a goal here.
Yeah, and Doxy with the Chain Lightning basically game-changing there, able to confirm the goal without them having to use too many resources. And now they're in this really strong position where they have a barrier down. Bertram has core flip. The core shouldn't really get past him in this stuff, and now it does get past Cake. So Swaghaver dies and doesn't get the barrier. That's huge. ZZZ gets his reset. Swaghaver has 0 prizefighter sacks now. They're about to all have flip. Laz is very close to death. He has to be careful. If he dies, it's like a huge momentum shift in this round.
Yeah, especially with the core flip up right now. But it's actually Swaghaver who's beating up ZZZ in this top corner. The evade has to come out there to stay alive, but he will still stay alive as Cake's up to Laz now. But it looks like Doxy able to snipe that one and bring down the barriers. Laz core flip pass down to ZZZ, but can't find the dash though. Bertram's going to be able to hold it down right now. Storm coming out, but not enough pressure to capitalize as the overtime kicks in here as well. Bertram still holding on to this core flip, doesn't need to use it yet, gets it over to Doxy, sends it to the top side, the primary comes out, forces out Cakes' core flip. Back down to the bottom side, Bertram, the passport coming out with a nuke from ZZZ, is going to take out Swaghaver. Doxy not looking so healthy, ZZZ going to find the dash for the KO, it is just Bertram in the 1v3, Laz and ZZZ pushing up hard, still with the core flip, has the nuke, burns the core flip, kills ZZZ, and keeps the barrier up. Bertram is an absolute beast. Swaghaver back online, Doxy back online, the power has totally shifted as Laz almost gets taken out as well now. There it goes, Swaghaver going to find the KO as Doxy, Bertram, and Swaghaver now looking for the point. Swaghaver getting taken out as soon as ZZZ respawns though. Bertram just trying to keep it held down. Doxy once again staggered as ZZZ is looking for the point. Laz back online. The favor once again back to the side of Whoa Chills. The Storm to push up on the bottom side. The barrier finally falling down on the side of Dubu Party. They're going to send it to the top side. Cakes now in control with the slime down to ZZZ. He doesn't even need to hit it. Cakes is just going to find the point in the overtime slime, and that's Whoa Chills beating Dubu Party and taking that qualification spot.
I mean, shout out to ZZZ. I think that game was the story of him just finding a bunch of these insane dash rockets and ults, and he made some mistakes, right? I think that last round you can argue he probably should have killed Doxy a little bit earlier, especially when she evaded and he missed his ult. But he had so many good plays and he smurfed. He had how many KOs? Like 22? Yeah. Bit of a Luna performance for sure. Sorry, that's an insane number to see. Yeah, I think like the rest of Ochil's also played really well. I think Laz was able to find a lot of these really nice moments where like he found good beams, he found good nados, he killed a few times even with those nados. Also like ZZ found some really nice passes to him on like on their corner stuffs where like they just wouldn't stuff and then they would pass to Laz and he would find it around the Asher. And finally like Cakes, I don't think that was like his most pop-off game ever, but like the Juno provided a lot of like presence with the Blobos, did 27,000 damage, and also like there were a few barriers where like they were just able to find the way around Asher because of the Blobos being there and because of Cakes getting a good redirect. I think Dubu Party, like they looked really good. That was a really scary game for them. I think the biggest thing was just that they would get exploded a little bit too often. It's really easy against prizefighter teams to just kind of die for free. And that kind of happened. And when that happens, it's really bad. Bertram, insane game. Doxy, some really great moments and some really like heads up plays. Swaghaver, also some really nice moments. I do think like there were a few times there where like you kind of have to be willing to let your team eat damage for you so you don't die. Like there's like this one rocket I remember where like Doxy was like pressing her supernova and was like kind of body blocking the rocket for Swaghaver, but he tried to dodge the rocket instead and died. And like those like little micro decisions are really important in a prizefighter game when you're against the Luna with Adrenaline Rush. But I think this team, like they looked really strong and they can definitely make the losers run. I'm excited to see if they do.
Yeah, I think Dubu Party has a pretty good chance over in that losers bracket. Last week, it was a really, like the losers bracket looked a lot scarier than the winners bracket, funny enough, but I think it's a little bit more reasonable this time around. There's still a lot of really good teams down there, but it's not like last time where it was some of the best teams who got upset. So I think they have a pretty good chance of finding that qualification spot. But I mean, yeah, that was a really, really solid game from Woe Chills. ZZZ played that so well, capitalized on every single ability on that Luna, and I mean Bertram as well. That 1v3 hold is become a core memory for me. That was absolutely wild to watch. So I think if they can just pull off something like that against whoever it is they're fighting down there, I think it's I don't know.
The winner of Dragon Fight and Team Arc. That
okay.
could be
That is actually
matchup.
that is a scary match actually, but I'm sure that they're gonna have a real fighting chance down there. That being said, though, we are gonna be actually moving down to the losers bracket for our next match in just a bit as well, which is gonna be Second Wind versus Coup de Grace.
Yeah. We saw Second Wind last week. They actually took Woe Chills to set 5.5 and kind of like heavily overperformed their seed. I think coming into last week, Launchpad 1, people were like, okay, this is the name Chaotic team. You ban his Kazan and like they can't do anything. Last week we saw a game on stream where Name Chaotic went Juliet on Night Market, Tomo Taco went Dubu, and Light Sky went Era, and like Name Chaotic just popped off, almost like solo carried with the help of his team, who kind of was built around him, to winning against Woe Chills, who we just saw qualify. Obviously a pretty good team. Coup de Grace, they I think got upset pretty early on in Launchpad 2, like earlier today. And they've clawed their way back from the losers bracket. This team, they have MNN Mouse, Vega, and I believe Beepo subbing in today for Orion Calypso. MNN Mouse, Vega, Beepo, they're all kind of like these collegiate players who have been around for a while. MNN Mouse notably has won multiple CCLs and placed second in the previous. I think he won one CCL. There's only been two CCLs. He won one, placed second in the other one, and then in the other like major collegiate tournaments, usually has either won or placed top 3. Vega, little bit more of like, he's been steadily with GMU for a while in the collegiate scene, and they've had some really good performances. I think they got third in the latest CCL tournament. But definitely like not as like known of a quantity as MNN Mouse. And Beepo too, kind of a player since Alpha, hasn't like, I think he popped off a lot early on, but like kind of stopped playing the game for a while and has recently gotten back into it. Hit Omega recently. Coming in as like a clutch sub for this team, and I'm really excited to see how they do. I think like this team is more well-rounded than Second Wind. They don't really have like one star player. They just have like 3 players who are good. Versus like Name Chaotic, who is like this guy who's like been top 10 on the ladder, is like a really good solo queue player, and Tomo Taco and Light Sky, they're not bad players, but I think they're definitely more playing their role in this team than like trying to like pop off and like solo carry or anything like that. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how this game goes, because I also think like Vega, known as a Rasmus player, Name Chaotic, known as a Kazan player, they don't really have much overlap in their pools. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well how the map pick and bans and all the character pick and bans go, because I think when you do have players like Name Chaotic who can be so terrifying on a specific character, there can be this like temptation to maybe we just ban it versus maybe we ban something else and we know how to play against this thing because we see it so much. So like you said, Coup de Grace, a little bit more kind of a less volatile team, I guess, a little bit more well-rounded when it comes to kind of just what they're playing and doing. Are they willing to risk, letting Light Sky kind of take their big explosive kind of gambit? And it looks like actually the bans coming out right now, Coup de Grace is going to be banning off that Kazan on Name Chaotic. Second Wind banning out the X here, as it is a night market match. You don't want to see X kind of ever at this point, at this stage of the game. But not going to see that X era combo coming out there from Coup de Grace.
I am curious here. I don't think I've really seen Vega on the X much. I tried to look him up on Core Strike, and he doesn't seem to have any games played this season. So I can't check that. But as far as I know, he's really mostly a Rasmus player. I think like banning the XAR is fine here, especially like if you're not able to pick it. But it's questionable to me. I think I would lean to like banning out Vega's Rasmus because that's just what he's comfortable on. Name Chaotic, I think, has a Rasmus, so they might be looking to pick that away. We'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, I do think is there anything like super notable to talk about here? I think Eminent Mouse, like he has a rune. We haven't really seen any rune today. Kind of excited to like potentially see that. I think he's also like a pretty strong Estelle player. And like his matchup against Light Sky will be pretty interesting because I think Light Sky is like this player that not many people know. He's a flex player. He also plays goalie. I played against him on goalie in Musty Draft League. I think I'm very curious to see how he matches up against someone who is more seasoned in the midfield position and just has a lot of tournament experience. And like honestly, I think if there is a player who would step up on coup de grace and be the carry, it's going to be Eminent Mouse. I like him. I think he's a pretty cool guy. We chatted a bit. I coached LU a little bit technically during the last CCL run, so I'm a little biased here. But name Chaotic, like I've been saying his name a lot. This guy's like kind of insane. He plays strike indicators on, ability indicators on, and like still pops off and like does these plays where you would think he's not on ability indicators. Pretty neat.
That's pretty wild, but it is actually they did first pick Juliet, so it very likely could just be named Chaotic on the Juliet with Kai and Dubu to round out the team of Second Wind, whereas Coup de Grace went for the Asher era first pick, and pick 6 was in fact the Rasmus, like you're saying. So it's gonna be one of those games. I imagine this is gonna be an Asher goalie, but if it was an era goalie, I wouldn't like be surprised. But I imagine he's going to be Orion on the Asher goalie here. So we'll have that era speed boost in the midfield to kind of try and contest this Kai that most likely Light Sky is going to be playing here. So and it is a demo prize fighter start once again. So 2 prize fighter starts in a row here. I feel like most people are going for demo here. Maybe Name Chaotic picks up the prize fighter. But I don't feel like this is going to be a big KO match necessarily. I think the size might be a little bit more interesting. I think having to fight the core control of Coup de Grace might take precedence with the Rasmus and the Era running around. And of course, Asher is just going to be like kind of this iron wall. So I think this is going to be a little bit less of a kill match than what we saw last time.
Yeah, I think there is an argument for taking prize fighter here, at least for name Chaotic, like you mentioned. Especially like I say this a lot, but I think like in these kinds of environments, it's really easy to die. This is like a do or die game. You're not going to be paying attention. You're going to die to Dash Punch. And you're bigger with Demolitionist, so you die easier. I do think like Demo is obviously a really strong awakening, and if name Chaotic goes that, I wouldn't really blame him. Especially when you have like a Kai Kai can do damage, but he's a little bit better at just kind of running at the enemy and getting barriers. We'll see how this ends up going. I'm sorry, who did you say Tomotako picked?
Dubu.
Dubu, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a core control game, but like the big difference maker is going to be if Name Chaotic finds those windows to get his dash punches in, because Rasmus, like he can kill you with primary on the edge, but unless he gets like explosive entrance or heavy impact, you shouldn't really be dying to that. And even if he does, you probably still shouldn't be dying to it. But we get into the loading screen. Night Market, kind of one of those maps where the middle speed matters a lot. Seeing which team is able to get that more and use the speed effectively to like actually like get goals or get kills will be really impactful. And I don't think I haven't really seen Light Sky on the Kai. I know he plays it in net quite a bit as goalie. I haven't been able to see him on it in midfield. I think Kai, especially there was like a period at the beginning of like the new season where like Kai was really OP because like you got CD resets on strike and you could get his dash like basically infinite. But this isn't that Kai, and he got nerfed. So I think Era kind of stronger here in the matchup. And Era really good into this second win team that's kind of like built for Name Chaotic to pop off. If Emin and Mouse, all he really needs to do this game is perma beam Name Chaotic. If like he does that and he's effective at it, I think it'll go well. Also, Orion Calypso in, not Beepo, my fault. I do think Orion Calypso has been with this team a lot longer and is probably like is a little better for this team, even though Beepo did a good job earlier today in getting them here. Excited to see how Orion Calypso does. Also a notable rune player.
Yeah, and it is in fact a 6 Demolitionist start. Everyone opting for that Size Awakening, and both goalies as well with the strike shot here. So it's looking to definitely be, kind of like we were saying earlier, a very heavily core control based game here. As both sides trading barriers as well. Vega pushing up, looking to bring down a second one here. But so far the defense holding pretty well on the side of second wind here. Emin and Mouse going to bring out the soup from Tomotaco on this top side as both teams just kind of doing typical round one things. I think like you were mentioning earlier with the speed gate, I see Name Chaotic really has been playing around it this first round, kind of just standing in the middle waiting for it to come up, as it looks like they're kind of they're trying to capitalize on it a little bit more, but I think Coup de Grace has a little bit of an advantage when it comes to that, just because they have the Era speed boost, so they'll kind of be able to get more people over there if they need to. But it hasn't been like a major factor yet. We'll have to see, because when you have like the Juliet and the Rasmus who don't have necessarily as much mobility, especially on the Juliet, that can be a huge factor, as well as just denying that from Name Chaotic, keeping him trapped in that midfield.
Yeah, and I really like that score there from Name Chaotic. He doesn't flip. Orion was playing around the fact that like Name Chaotic would flip, because most brawlers just flip in that situation and try and score. But Name Chaotic goes for the dash punch. He just runs in and scores. And Orion Calypso doesn't do anything, and it looks like he's griefing. But it's because Name Chaotic played that really well and had like a smart decision there that kind of made Orion Calypso not be ready for the play. Now, Vega kind of using Flip for fun there, but it leads to a kill on Light Sky. He gets a little bit of damage on Light Sky, and then on the NATO plus his primary finishes it off. I think even if you waste Flip, as long as you like do some damage with it and like do something, it's better than like, it's not a complete waste. You're doing something. But Emin and Mouse, now with this flip, can't find anything. I really don't like these midfield flips. I think like they're kind of doing it early. It's hard, but you want to like be able to bring the core up and find some value like it with it, or not even use flip and just use like the threat of it, like Name Chaotic did in the previous round. But yeah, open barrier now for Coup de Grace. And second win is just kind of slowly playing this game. Name Chaotic probably going to play his life for a bit, and just they're going to try and not have the core go too fast, and they're going to be chill while they regain stagger. And Name Chaotic almost has flip, which he can probably score with.
Yeah, but it's now Vega on the top side with the pendulum swing, who actually finds the pendulum swing in with a hook. Yoinks it away from Tomotaco. Great Rasmus play there from Vega, as Coup de Grace are going to tie it up 1-1. They're gonna have to definitely watch out for that. Dubu especially is going to get kind of mixed by those Rasmus hooks as not having any like big mobility or big like long range projectiles to deal with it. You're kind of forced to follow the core wherever it goes. So if Vega decides to do, you know, a little hook play like that, it's gonna be really tough for Tomotaco to kind of deal with that. Like you can stop the the frontal assault really well, but when it comes to plays like that, Tomotaco is going to have a little bit more trouble dealing with it. If that's anything to go by, Vega is definitely like looking out for those and hitting those tight windows like we saw there. But 2 core flips are up for the side of second wind. Light Sky burning those right there. Gets the barrier, but pays for it as Eminem Mouse with the NATO. He's going to find the KO there. Now pushing this barrier. Eminem Mouse going to open up this goal here. Core flip getting burned here from Name Chaotic. Gets stalled out. It gets cleared, but Vega going to find another KO, and a strike shot from Orion is going to clear it as Coup de Grace going to bring it to set point.
And you mentioned this earlier. These plays where Rasmus is able to find the core around Dubu, they're really important. Dubu has strike shot. He doesn't have momentum boost. If the strike shot is wasted, he just can't really break those kinds of plays, and the game gets really hard. Vega, I think you can really see here how comfortable he is on the Rasmus. He's gonna go for those hooks. He's gonna get them, and a pretty solid like. This is a decent corner stuff. He kind of wasted the primary there. Otherwise, he would have actually got the second barrier too. But we're seeing like this team is just very much able to play to their win con of like shrinking Name Chaotic and doing things. And I think like they currently have a lot of energy advantage. Name Chaotic is getting damaged. They have like all the tools they need to win this round. I want to see if they can close it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now for the side of Coup de Grace. Core flip coming out from Orion over to MN Mouse, burning another core flip immediately, but no one over there to capitalize it. His name Chaotic's actually getting quite beat up right now. Pendulum's been coming out from Vega. Will find the KO. Is now Light Sky and Tomotaco in the 2v3 in overtime. Core flip has to come out from Tomotaco. Nice patience to stall out Vega's abilities and get it over to Light Sky, but they're looking for the barrier. Not going to be able to find it, though. Orion going to find a nice little clear up to the top side. Is now Vega looking for the corner stuff again, but Tomotaco going to hold it down quite well. Eminem Mouse pushing it up to the top side, but Tomotaco able to get over to Name Chaotic. The flurries come out, and the barrier finally goes down on the side of Coup de Grace. Now Name Chaotic dribbling up the field once again, but Coup de Grace able to clear it out, get back over to Vega. He's going to open up that second barrier. And now pushing down to this bottom side, MN Mouse pushing up to this out clear. Name Chaotic kind of taken out of the play here. Very staggered over in this midfield. It's not going to be able to do too much. Light Sky does have a core flip up, but Vega with the hook goes for the bottom. Tomotaco able to find the save, though. Core flip comes out from Light Sky to push it over into the top side of this corner. Can't do too much with it, though, as the storm now from MN Mouse going to push it back once again. Vega on the bottom has a core flip up, just pushing up the field. Tomotaco goes to the top, 2 core flips getting burned. MN Mouse manages to catch it, though, and keep the stuffing going, but so far it's not going in. Hook coming out from Vega, but Tomotaco far enough up to be able to save it. Soup coming out once again is just going to shut that play down. Great defense so far from Second Wind on that, but they're not quite able to convert over to the offense, it looks like.
Yeah, I wish, like, I think Coup de Grace is playing this game really well, but their core flip usage is extremely sus. You have to be able to, like, hold the flip for better opportunities than what they're doing it on. Tomotaco there with a decent flip, getting the core out. I think, like, yeah, I don't mind if the goalie is flipping in their net. I kind of mind, like, if the forward is for no reason. Besides that, though, like, again, they're playing this game well, and they're playing to their win con well, which I think is really good. And now they're in this state where Asher still has a barrier up and Dubu doesn't. And this is just the scariest spot to be in, especially when you're on set point and there's just so many awakenings still. Like, the Rasmus can win by size. The Asher can get some speed and, like, just get really scary and hard to deal with, or like prime time or anything like that. They get the barrier though. And Second Wind kind of looking back in this round, but this is a really good offense for Coup de Grace, and we'll see if they score.
Tomotaco holding it down still. Neither team letting these points go in. It took them so long to bring out the barrier. Core flip from Name Chaotic is finally going to find it, though. The Second Wind going to tie it up. Tomotaco, applause to this Dubu who held out for like 8 minutes on that round against an onslaught of offense to finally allow Second Wind to score that. And already the levels are getting pretty out of hand. MN Mouse and Tomotaco both level 6, and it is still set 1. These rounds are kind of fated to go on for a long time as the defense is just holding really, really solidly for both teams. Light Sky has a core flip up, though. Maybe we have to use it on the defense, though. They're fighting against Vega right now on this top side. Tomotaco able to clear it out, though. Giga Blast coming out and right into Name Chaotic's dash punch to bring down the barrier. A Second Wind potentially looking to end this set here. Name Chaotic brings it up to the top side, dribbling it around. Pass splitter comes out from Orion. Still looking to hold on to this core flip, though. But Light Sky burnt the core flip. Sends it in a punch from Name Chaotic to get the hit stun. And that's going to be Light Sky taking the set for Second Wind. And I think the MVP goes to Tomotaco. Yeah.
A really clean punch timing there from Name Chaotic. And I do want to shout out Vega real quick because he did like hook Light Sky out of the middle suite and was able to get the barrier because of it. Really cute play. Dubu getting stacks on stacks is really big here. He's able to get the speed that I mentioned, like, he lacks right now because of strike shot, and now because he has speed, he's able to play around the Rasmus more, a lot more. Meanwhile, Era taking aerials here. I think some people like dash speed on Era. I don't think this was the optimal pick here. I would have rathered him go like reverb or something, because then you get like a lot of beam CD and you can stack that with other stagger awakenings and just kind of threaten a lot of beams and like control midfield that way. Aerial's not the worst. Vega, though, getting heavy impact is going to enable him to get a few more edge KOs with his primary, especially if he can get like one more primary awakening. But it's pretty scary for like coup de grace because Name Chaotic has the peak performance like scaling win con. They have Tomotaco with the stacks, and as these rounds last longer and longer, he's going to get the stacks up, and he's probably not going to lose them because like I don't know how you kill the Dubu here unless he messes up. And when he gets that speed, it's just going to be really hard for Vega to find these plays that he's going for where he's like looking to play around the Dubu. He does get a really good primary stuff there and like might just get the goal here because he's playing really well, but they have to work for it. And like Tomotaco's only getting more stacks.
And a big KO coming out, it looks like from, I think Name Chaotic hit it with the flurries. Turns it into a 2v3 as Tomotaco just looking to find a way out of this little corner here. The Soup coming out as well. Gonna have to clear it down to this bottom side, though. Eminent Mouse holding it down in the midfield against the power play here until Vega respawns. Core flip getting burnt by Tomotaco as well. Pretty good for the side of Coup de Grace. They still have a barrier up. Vega with a dribble to the bottom side, though. Can't quite find the point in overtime here. Strike shot from Tomotaco, send it back up to Name Chaotic's going to find the punch and bring down that barrier now. Open up the goal here for second win. Name Chaotic has a core flip up as well. It's just up to Light Sky and Tomotaco to hold it down. What a strike for from Tomotaco. Keep it all down. Name Chaotic going to find another dash punch KO. Burnt the core flip, but the pass splitter is in the way. Tomotaco goes for the roll, but Vega will find the pendulum swing past it. And Coup de Grace can be first on the board now in set 2.
Yeah, and vital goal there. The big thing is though, Tomotaco 4 stacks away from having his stacks on stacks completely stacked. That was hard to say. And Light Sky has flip here. They have a good power play going. I think like Coup de Grace needed that goal. That was really important to get. You don't want to go a point down to the stacks team, but it's just a scary spot to be in. And I think Coup de Grace is making some good adjustments. They're starting to like play a little slower and patiently. Eminent Mouse with the kind of joke beam there, but ends up getting a kill with the NATO, which is huge. And yeah, they almost have flip. They're kind of just slowly getting the core up. And I just want to see like Eminent Mouse get like a good shrink on the Dubu, because now that Dubu has stacks, it's going to be a lot harder to score if he's like just running around doing everything. Name Chaotic, vital KO there, along with I think the specialized High Giga. This is a hard game. Like I think you're seeing like it's difficult to find a way to score on Dubu, even if like they're able to get the core up a lot.
Yeah, and well, you say that right as Vega is able to find the classic pendulum swing. Tomotaco not gonna burn the core flip right there, and I mean no energy to do the evade other than using the core flip there. So it will put Coup de Grace on set point here. It'll be a bit of a dangerous situation for second win. They're gonna get the first barrier. But, I mean, it's the pattern that we've been seeing here is both teams have been getting the barriers kind of consistently. Coup de Grace getting them a little bit quicker than second wind, but they've both had a bit of a difficult time scoring on the open nets. Both Orion and Tomotaco have been holding it down really, really well as Iron Walls against the open nets in this match so far. And trading barriers now is going to set up this bottom barrier once again that Vega has been pretty good at pushing so far. Of course, they got to clear it off their side of the field first. Eminent Mouse back over in the midfield, but Name Chaotic and Light Sky are still controlling pretty well. The Soup going to come out from Tomotaco there to shut down Vega's little push. As a backwards storm from Eminent Mouse tries to get it away from Name Chaotic, but just kind of forces the barrier instead. And now with the goal open, Light Sky pushing the bottom side, burns the core flip, but doesn't grab the core, unfortunately. Now Tomotaco going to have to clear it out once again. Vega with the pendulum swing, though, brings it back down to the bottom side. Looking for this barrier, but Eminent Mouse not quite up in that corner just yet to be able to push down. And now Name Chaotic with a dash punch KO, turning into another 2v3 here as Vega going to have to run back on the defense. Light Sky trying to push up. Vega wins to strike war to buy a little bit more time here. Tomotaco looking to send it back in. Orion dashing up, able to win the gambit and get it back over as Eminent Mouse comes back online here. Now they're pushing this bottom side. Light Sky and Tomotaco on the defense, but Vega finds a pendulum swing and brings down the barrier. The Soup comes out from Tomotaco and takes out Vega for his crimes, though. Is now Name Chaotic with the flurries. Orion able to save it once, but not twice. Light Sky gonna find the point. Name Chaotic still with the core flip up. Tomotaco as well going into the next one as Second Wind put themselves on the board.
A good goal there from Second Win. And I think something I really want to see Light Sky start doing a little bit more is like taking the core away from stuffing plays when they're in like these midfield situations, because they keep trying to just kind of like strike the core in barrage, but that's like pretty fake. I think a lot of these times you can just let the core kind of float to the middle thing and then like the middle speed, and then like take the speed yourself and run up with the core into the opposite lane. Especially when you're Kai with like this dash ability that gives him a lot of speed, and like the entire enemy team is like in one corridor. going for like those little breakaway plays can be really strong. However, this round they're just kind of stuffing through and winning all their interactions. So maybe I'm wrong.
And the soup up in the midfield as well is just going to allow even more pressure to come out from second win. A barrage from Light Sky to seal the deal. A second win looking to bring this set back. They were down 2, but now they've tied it up on set point. The energy is a bit in the favor of Coup de Grace here, but with the momentum the second win has generated, they might be able to just force it. Everyone also very high level, almost max out. Tomotaku already at Omega, and we're only in set 2 as these rounds just go on for such a long period of time. It could just become a test of endurance here that so far Second Wind has been able to win in these longer ones. As now the battle over midfield is just going to ensue here. A strike shot from Tomotaku, going to save it once here and get it back down to Light Sky versus Vega now. The Giga Blast coming out. The dash push coming out, but the storm from Eminem Mouse is going to take out Name Chaotic in return, as now Light Sky and Tomotaku forced to fight without a forward and trying to hold it down. Barriers still managing to stay up though. Eminem Mouse pushing up, has the core flip. It's going to get one barrier, but the rebound is going to see their own barrier fall down as well. They're still looking to push for a second one. A pendulum from Vega is going to find it. It's now Name Chaotic versus a pass splitter, though. They're going to get around to the bottom side and off the bumper, looking for the dash punch, but Orion going to hold. Core flip comes out, but the flurries from Name Chaotic are going to catch it and seal the deal as Second Wind takes set 2.
Yeah, just a costly mistime there on the flip. You just needed to strike it either a little bit before the ult comes out for the Julie or afterwards. Unfortunately, Orion Calypso getting the timing where like the Julie ult just kind of stuffs it. And now the Julie able to deny rapid fire from the Era. Unfortunately, Era still going to get Monumentalist. Now, Monumentalist, pretty good awakening on Era, helps him stuff a lot. The big thing is, Era Nado's like a 30-second cooldown. You're not always going to be able to make use of it. And Vega going cast to last here, I think like kind of a weird pick to me. I don't think you really needed a nice cast to last from the Kai. I would have preferred to see him get like Hot Shot to kind of like get the core around the Dubu a little bit easier, or like Knife's Edge. But finds a quick KO on Light Sky using the heavy impact that he got last round. To basically make that primary KO, and that kind of blows this round wide open. And if Coup de Grace can find this goal quickly, it's really good for them, because Dubu doesn't get much time to build the stacks that he needs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's what we've been seeing kind of through this match. The long sets seem to go over to Second Wind, but if they're able to kind of make these big momentum plays, Coup de Grace could just kind of overwhelm Tomotaku. No time for these cooldowns to come up, no time to get stacks up, and they could just be able to kind of run away with it. That being said, the soup getting burned here, so that's going to be out for a bit. They just need to work their way back up the field. Nice strike shot from Tomotaku as well. Keep it in. It's going to allow Name Chaotic to fight Orion over it. Sends it right around the Asher to get the point on the board for Second Wind. That was a really nice shot there from Name Chaotic, and they're going to be rewarded with a fair bit of energy as well. Going into this round, Name Chaotic and Tomotaku both going to have their core flips up pretty early, potentially bring down some barriers and maybe even find a point.
Yeah, and what Name Chaotic, not even like just the shot that he had there, but the spacing to threaten MNN Mouse and Orion so much was like really scary. Orion Calypso basically burned his primary on air because he saw MNN Mouse whiff a strike, but Name Chaotic played the sequence really slowly, which like made that a primary whiff and like made all of those plays kind of happen. I really like respect the the ability to be patient in these kinds of scenarios, especially when like you're the player on your team who's like expected to pop off. Being able to like actually take the second and like build a good play is what lets you pop off, and not just like always going to pop off going for the pop off play every 5 seconds. But Vega having a pop off play, getting the hook, and just kind of slotting it in, it looks like a weird shot, but like Tomotaku was expecting it to go up and he just got mind gamed. It happens.
Yeah, it was a great call out by Vega, who kind of saw the down clear eventually coming out, got in Tomotaku's head there a bit, and you know, those are kind of hook plays I think that we were talking about in the beginning, where those are kind of guaranteed to find a point there. And right there, once again, he just yoinks it right away from Tomotaku, gets it up to MNN Mouse, who's going to immediately find the point right after. It's Coup de Grace going to bring it to a quick set point. So far, yeah, those hooks have just been really, really good from Vega. And I imagine that's that's kind of what they're going to have to start like really playing around to get stuff off of this Dubu, because it seems like when they try and force the corners, Tomotaco just ends up winning those and clearing it back out, and the rounds tend to go on for a very, very long time, and then Second Wind will eventually take it.
Yeah, basically, like, Rasmus Hook is really good. You can find, like, cute little KOs on the edge with it, but more importantly, you can get those, like, really good, like you're saying, just, like, sequences around the Dubu that lets you find the core around him, whereas, like, Dubu's really good at dealing with corner stuffing, especially when, like, you're playing against Erasmus, who, like, only really has, like, very linear ways to stuff. But he's very, like, he has a lot of different ways to hit the core around you. And this round is getting a little scary for Coup de Grace because they're down a barrier, everyone on blue side is getting flipped, and they just lose the barrier to that. It can get scary here, especially when Vega has no evade. And when you have no evade and you're, like, trying to score, it gets scary if you're playing against a Juliet. They do find the barrier, and, like, basically every time I start saying something in a round, something else happens. The Chaotic finds a clean little goal there, right past Orion Calypso, and they're in this set, possibly match point. It's tournament lives on the line for Coup de Grace, and the only one with meter is Orion Calypso. And if both of your forwards have no meter against a Juliet, you're in a scary spot.
Yeah, and Name Chaotic with that core flip up as well is just going to be really, potentially devastating as, Ryan going for the dash core flip, but unfortunately it's going to hit the barrier regardless. Now 1 barrier to 1 barrier on this top side. The soup coming out from Tomotaco as well, blocking off that top lane could potentially be huge here. Hook from Vega is going to get it through, but Tomotaco back in control, just going to send it right back in. His Name Chaotic with the dash punch is going to find it and open up the goal, and now pushing this bottom corner. Name Chaotic almost had a flip angle there, but they were just barely able to clear it out in time. Now Tomotaco and Lightsky just working to get it over to their Juliet here, who's going to find the flip into the top side with the punch, is going to secure it as that Second Wind taking the W and moving on to the losers round 3 match.
Yeah, Name Chaotic, I've said his name so much. He's a player who lives in the clutch, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like every single time we've seen him on stream, he's just able to find these really patient plays in the moments that matter. There, he just calmly core flip, punches it in. And like, being able to do that is just really cool. Especially when, like I've said, like, he's the player who's expected to pop off. And his team is kind of built around getting him the core and helping him find ways to pop off. This game, Coup de Grace, they did really well. I think, like, they had a solid plan. They got the era from, like, I think Light Sky would probably have won era here if Eminem Mouse didn't pick it. And I just think, like, they needed to be a little more patient, and they needed to take their time setting up more guaranteed plays. When you have era on your team, you're able to get, like, these really effective beams that shrink the enemy team and stop them from really being able to play the game. But a lot of the time, when they did these offensive plays, they weren't able to, like, find those really important shrinks, which is kind of, like, made it a lot harder for them to find ways around the Dubu and around the Kai. And then also, like, Name Chaotic was, I don't think he found, like, he only had 4 KOs that game, and a lot of them, like, I think half of them weren't from dash punches, but he was constantly threatening the dash punch. And even if you don't get KOs as Julie, just threatening the dash punch does a lot for your team. And it was just, like, a really heads-up play from Name Chaotic to, like, still give that threat, even though it wasn't always working out for him.
Yeah, it can definitely be scary, especially on, like, stuff like Night Market or really a lot of maps that just have some center obstacle. Having a Juliet in the same lane as you, it can be a real mind game of, like, okay, if I walk too close to this edge, I'm gonna get knocked off, and just it's gonna look so bad. It's gonna, give them a power play and stuff. But when that threat is there, it allows the team with Juliet to just have that kind of space toward the edge as a way to clear the core. Because it's like, if you walk over there, you're kind of falling into the trap that Juliet wants you to be in. So just even having that threat, like you say, just ends up being so huge in winning out certain midfield interactions. And you have the speed gate as well. Like Name Chaotic was playing around for a lot of that game. You're able to reposition quite well, and they were just able to, they were able to really hold it down on the defense, but also control the midfield just with that presence, and then make it go when it happened. And like you said a little while ago, Coup de Grace was sometimes rushing. They weren't like really, really setting up the plays, whereas Second Wind was dragging those rounds on for so long. And when they eventually did find the angle, it was like pretty much guaranteed that was going in. They had a way around the goalie, they had a way through the goalie, or they had something just set up that was not savable, and they just ended up kind of winning that war of attrition.
Yeah, and like even if like it was savable, it was so hard to save because like the right call you had to make, there were like 4 different options, and like you just had to guess which one Name Chaotic went for. And every single time he kind of had their number. Very impressive play.
Yeah, and with that though, we're going to be cutting to a bit of a break here while some of these other losers games finish up before going into our final 2 of the day. It's just going to be Second Wind versus either Ice Climbers or Diamond Inclusive. Meanwhile, Fluffy Fiesta, really powerful guys, Dubu Party and Dragon Bite are going to be doing their games as well. So we'll see the winner of those series fight it as well for these last 2 liftoff spots, the final ones here. So we'll be back in just a bit. Stick around for our final games up in however many minutes, probably like 10 minutes.
Yeah, and a lot of these games are being streamed on some of the players' streams, like Alalira, Expo Chan, and Doxy. All of these players in different games are all streaming their POVs. So feel free to go check it out.
Yep. See you when we're back. And we are back with our losers round 3 qualification match for Liftoff 2 or Launchpad 2, my bad. But we're going to be going right into it in just a minute. It's going to be Ice Climbers versus Second Wind, who we just saw. Ice Climbers just got off a really crazy game against Diamond Inclusive as well, coming into this one. So this is certainly going to be a pretty good match, hotly contested match, as this is the last chance for these two teams to take one of the last 2 qualification spots.
Yeah, very excited to see both of these games, honestly. Second Wind and Ice Climbers both having like pretty fun runs to watch. Ice Climbers kind of had a bit of a heartbreaker against Ball Ballers. I think they went to set 5.5 or at least set 5, and they ended up barely losing that one. Ball Ballers putting on a really good performance themselves at this tournament. They were seated a bit lower, and that was a huge upset. I think Ice Climbers, they're coming off the back of a disappointing Launchpad 1 result. And in Launchpad 2 so far, I think they've shown like, hey, like that was a disappointing result. They are a real team and they're here to qualify. And they're running up against the Second Wind team, who kind of the opposite story, honestly. In the first Launchpad, they were seated fairly low, and then they made a bunch of huge upsets, honestly, to get into a qualifying match, or not a qualifying match, but like right before the qualifying match, and then they barely lost it at 5.5. And now they're here. They made another losers run. They lost to the Fool's Wands earlier today, actually. I forgot about that. They got reverse 3-0'd. So kind of like both of these teams on the back of heartbreakers in winners qual, looking at their last chance here. I'm really excited to see if like we see another pop-off named Chaotic performance. I feel like every single time I've seen this guy on stream, he's been popping off. And meanwhile, Ice Climbers, I haven't really watched many of their games. I did manage to catch the winners qualification one earlier, and I think Lola Mao XDDD is looking really strong today. I saw him on Kazan actually in their last game against Diamond Inclusive, and I think he had a really strong performance in that game. And just made these like really clutch moments. Like there was this one point where Winter Freezer lagged and like lost the barrier on like 0.5 of set 3, but then like the core went right to Lola Mao. He instantly scored and just like closed that. It was really cool to see. Very interested in how this game ends up going.
Yeah, this can definitely be a pretty good one, as it looks like it's actually Ice Climbers who are going to be picking up the Kazan here, taking that away from Name Chaotic. And with the Rasmus and Estelle bands coming out as well as a hotshot unstoppable start. So pretty, I would expect something like that to get potentially cut out. Unstoppable is pretty good versus them, but it's going to be a Era Dubu lock-in once again for the side of Second Wind, and it actually looks like that's like pretty much the same team that they were running earlier, the Julie Dubu, except this time they had the Era instead of the Kai over in the midfield. So since it's on the same map as the game we saw them play earlier, I imagine the plan is kind of relatively the same. But Kazan now, Asher over on the other side for blue team there. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly how to like say how this is going to go. I think it's just going to be another one of those ones where it's really just going to come down to the core control and not a lot of KOs. We could see some longer rounds, maybe not as much with the hot shot on the board, but I think Second Wind, if they play it kind of like they did last one, I think they have a pretty good chance going into this.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Second Wind on Night Market. We saw them last week, actually, with his exact comp against Chills, the game they went set 5.5 on, and Name Chaotic popped off on the Julie there, and the Era, I felt like, worked a lot better with the team than the Kai did in the previous game we watched. Obviously, Second Wind won that game, but I still think the Era fit the comp way better, and something that's vital here, though, is the Now on the side of Ice Climbers now has a really insane matchup in the Era. I kind of found this out last night myself. So Era can like compete with Now a little bit like early on in the game, but the problem is as the game gets later, the Now just scales really, really hard, and it's extremely difficult for the Era to find ways through the Now, and she just kind of like there's too many awakenings that Now can get that like blow the game wide open. Yeah, and so I think like we'll see this dynamic shape up throughout the game, and I do think like there's still the fact like there's a lot to be said for the fact that Second Wind is all on comfort characters that they've played in these situations before, but I do really like this comp that Ice Climbers has found in denying the Kazan from Name Chaotic, and also like with how I saw Lolamao playing it earlier, I think they'll be able to find a lot of good windows, especially like we saw, like, I can talk about last game a lot actually, because last game we kind of saw a similar thing where Vega was on the Erasmus and he was able to hook the core and find these ways around the Dubu. And that's kind of a lot of the time what Lola Mao is going to be looking for, but also when you're on Kazan, you have a little bit more stuffing power. And you have a little bit more KO power. So excited to see how that dynamic shapes out.
Yeah, true. Kazan definitely has a lot of ways of getting it around those, those turtle goalies. You have a built-in mini Rasmus ult. Obviously not as long of a range, but there's a lot more fancy things that you can do and a lot of things you have to watch out for if you are the goalie. I mean, Dubu has a few ways of just shutting stuff down, but with the speed coming out from Jack Limestone and support in that midfield, they have a lot more ways of setting up kind of, preemptive kind of trick plays, workarounds to get the core around the defenses of Second Wind, more so than if they were just trying to stuff it right through. So yeah, like you said, it's a very interesting, very neat comp coming out from the side of Ice Climbers. I'm curious to see how they manage to play it here, as it looks like they've all taken Unstoppable on the side of Ice Climbers, and everyone on Second Wind went for the hot shot, went for the cooldown, and the core speed there. Notably, Lolamao, XDDD not going for the hot shot. Kazan just going to rely on that long strike in overtime for all the core speed here. And this being said, both barriers going to be going down pretty quickly there for the side of Ice Climbers. They're looking to keep pushing it. Some people hitting level 2 here, but Kazan still on level 1, so not going to have too much to work with when it comes to the offense here. But Second Wind going to be losing their barriers now, as well as both sides opened up.
Yeah, I think the Unstoppable versus Hotshot dynamic is really funny here. I think like there's definitely some questionable decisions here. I think like Era doesn't see much benefit from Hotshot. Like, you don't hit the core that often, and like you don't get the core speed going that fast. Like, you don't hit the core that often with your abilities, except for like NATO. And then also like Jack Limestone probably should have gone Hotshot, because now like always hits the core with his abilities. But I still think like there's a lot of things these teams can do with their awakenings, and Name Chaotic actually, like we saw in the last game from him, he's just really good at like doing these slow plays that like you see Kazan players do, and he is a Kazan player, so it makes sense. Where he just kind of dribbles the core around and like takes this really fast shot. And now that he has Hot Shot, he can do that a lot easier with his punch, because it's gonna just send the core so fast. Now Second Wind, they got the first point. They have meter advantage on Tomotako and Light Sky. They lose the first barrier. That's like fine. They really don't want to lose the second one though, and thankfully Tomotako uses the flip, somehow gets the barrier from it. And now you're in a state where Light Sky has core flip. If they're able to safely get the core out, and Light Sky uses his beam smartly on Lolamao there to like help aid getting the core out, unfortunately it doesn't really cut the pass there, so the play goes back, but like they're still working their way up and finding this like the core up. Finally uses the flip, but it's like a pretty solid flip where Name Chaotic is ready in front of the Asher with abilities up, and he just like finds that stuffing play. So pretty clean play from Second Wind, and almost a really nice play off the Arenado there too. Light Sky kind of like walks up a little bit too much, trying to play like brawling stuffing roll for fun, which he probably should have just stayed back and made sure the core stayed in the NATO, but that's fine. Yeah, like a lot of like series of defenses where at the very least, like even if they lose the barrier, they get the core out, and like they give Name Chaotic another chance. And Name Chaotic has flip, he just wants the core, messes up the play that he was trying to go for, which is like strike, flip, and then strike again. We saw him do that all last game. But now it's a scary spot for Second Wind. Jack Limestone's about to have flip, and they're probably going to get like the next real attempt on the barrier. This Dubu has strike shot, he doesn't have the speed that he kind of needs to protect core flips. And yeah, it's a scary spot.
And a nice hook from Lolamao to bring it down the bottom side. He's able to get it through the strike shot as well. Jack Limestone with the flip right to Lolamao. The top spin forced Tomotako to the top side. A great teamwork play there coming out from Ice Climbers to tie it up 1-1. Tomotako is going to have a core flip going into this round here, but so far Ice Climbers been holding it down pretty solidly as they're looking to take this first barrier off of kickoff as well. Nice spot to be in. Then NATO coming out from Light Sky, but Winter Freezer with the strike shot, able to fend it off. Keep both barriers up here. Soup coming out for Tomotaco to shut down the offense. Light Sky up to Name Chaotic to try and get something going, but Lalamao just going to dash right in and try and interrupt that as the play moves now over to this top side. Tomotaco bringing it back down to the bottom here. Light Sky looking for that bottom barrier. Dash punch from Name Chaotic. Going to find it through Jack Limestone there as they're now looking to push the top side barrier and try and potentially open up a goal. Luckily, Ice Climbers defense able to hold it down. Winter Freezer, both goalies actually have their core flips up should things get dicey, as we're going to potentially be devolving into a bit of a slugfest here. I say that, but Lalamao is going to find the hook into the barrier, open that up, and set something up potentially for Ice Climbers. The Storm coming out, core flip from Winter Freezer, going to clear it over to Jack Limestone, trying to get up to Lalamao, but Light Sky in the midfield is too much, and 3 core flips up for the side of Red Team here. One gets burnt, but the pass splitter from Winter Freezer is going to block it and get the KO onto Name Chaotic. It's just a 2v3 now. The core back in Lolamao's hands. Core flip comes out from Tomotaco, able to clear it out, but Winter Freezer is going to send it right back in. Light Sky trying to run around, do everything he can, but it doesn't matter because Lolamao and Jack Limestone just covering every angle there. Going to find the point and put Ice Climbers on set point.
Yeah, and this set matters a lot. Second win kind of needs this. I feel like Era is disadvantaged in the now at every state of the game, but it's most prevalent during the later stages of the game. Right now is when like the now hasn't found that awakening scaling that she kind of really likes. And unfortunately for second win though, they lose both barriers. They're in a really disadvantaged state right now, and Lalamao still has flip. And honestly, the core could go in without it. This is like such a good spot for second win for Ice Climbers to be in. And Winter Freezer using the flip basically just to keep the core up. And now Lalamao, I really like that. So he strikes, the enemy team strikes, he flips, he hooks, he gets his strike back. Like he walks up to do the hook, and then it's like really hard at that point to lose the strike war, especially when like Dubu had just used log and like you're against an Era who doesn't have like instant hits except for her NATO, which she can kind of pop really fast. It's really hard for second win to defend that, and it's a really smart heads-up play from Lalamao that I've seen him going for a lot today. Here he goes for the stinger over the quick strike. I think this is a mistake. I think yes, like it'll probably still end up working out. Stinger's really good on Kazan, but Stinger's not really good for anyone on Red Team, and quick strikes to kick Kazan is extremely difficult to deal with if you can pilot it well. However, like Era's kind of like both teams didn't really get like the biggest draft in the world, but Winter Freezer got bulk up, which every single Stagger Awakening is still in the game, I'm pretty sure. And when you're in that position where you can get reverb or peak performance on your Asher, you're in a really good spot. But Name Chaotic finds a really vital KO there. Unfortunately, not really able to get anything out of it because Lalamao is just putting on a clinic with the core control Kazan here. And yeah, now we're kind of devolved into a state where Jack Limestone is back, and they can probably keep the core up with Jack Limestone alive.
Yeah, both teams just going to have to kind of fight over this top lane right now. A lot of big empty space in there. Hook from Lalamao is going to bring it down to the bottom, though. Jack Limestone tries to bring it back in there, but in this top corner, they're looking for this corner pressure to come through. Corfluff comes out from Tomotaco, though, to clear it out of there, which is nice as they get the energy advantage, and they'll be able to bring down the barrier here as well. Winter Freezer and Jack Limestone both going to have their core flips up as well, so they could potentially get something big going here. Winter Freezer pushed up on this bottom side. His name Chaotic in the midfield here. Jack Limestone with the secondary, able to get it through. The Soup coming out from Tomotaco, gets it past the members of Ice Climbers, though, and brings down that barrier. Both sides open in overtime. Core flip from Jack Limestone sends it right through Tomotaco and Name Chaotic. Great shot from Jack Limestone. Is going to put Ice Climbers first on the board as they're looking pretty solid here. They have a core flip on their goalie. They're going to have a core flip on the forward in just a moment as well. Light Sky going to have their core flip up shortly, but they're looking pretty decent going into this round, and with kind of earning the pressure off of kickoff as well as that barrier, this could be looking to be in their favor. Put it on a quick set point maybe.
And I do want to point out, like, Jack Limestone with that core flip, he had 1-2 punch. That's why the core went so fast. Tomotaco barely rolled too late. And Jack Limestone putting on a clinic this round, honestly, just keeping the core up, using these really, like, nice forward ultimates. Now doesn't need to, like, really keep his team unstaggered this game. You're only really dying to edge KOs. So it enables Jack to kind of find these more aggressive ultimates that, like, really just... It's really scary because... You're Dubu, who like really, unfortunate. He's got kind of walking into the now primary there, but when you're Dubu and you're dealing with a character who can like literally teleport in front of you and like hit the core in, it's a little hard to like get a good setup that lets you defend. Unfortunately, Ice Climbers taking both of their own barriers there, but a good defense on that flip forces the play to go a little longer at least and burns Chaotic's flip, name Chaotic's flip, and now definitely like second wind back in the game a bit. They got a really important round. Name Chaotic has 2 prize fighter stacks, so his dash punch will kill from that a little bit further. But it's still a pretty advantaged state for Ice Climbers, and unless like Lolamao doesn't respect the dash punch and dies because he has no evade, it's a scary spot to be in if you're second wind.
Yeah, and I mean, they kind of got that point. A lot of the damage there, Ice Climbers kind of just did to themselves by getting their own barriers and forcing that position, which, I mean, making mistakes and capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes, that's part of the game, but it's not something that you can rely on as a team to consistently happen. And I think, like, getting, you know, a double barrier like that, kind of a bit of a freak accident here. So Second Wind is going to have to find some kind of win condition here to be able to really bring this one back, because I think if Ice Climbers run away with another set and get a really good draft off of it, if Jack Limestone gets Monumentalist or Lolamao gets like a Primetime or Rapid Fire or something like that, it could just kind of be all over, as they're not going to have any type of, they don't really have anything to, you know, counter scale against a scaling now in Kazan. And I just got a massive lag spike there for a second, so I couldn't see what was happening, but it seems like they are trying to push down this second barrier here in the midfield. The strike shot from Winter Freezer, though, is going to cut off the pass. Looks like they'll have another shot here. The soup coming out from Temotako, but Core is going to get stuck on the wrong side. You're trying to race down to the bottom, but it's going a little bit too fast. Jack Limestone's now primary. Sent it just fast enough that Temotako couldn't reach it in time, and that's you know, that's the punishment for bringing strike shot over Boots. Is you have a little bit more midfield presence, a little bit more you know, cross clear attempts, but when you don't have the strike shot up, you just don't have the speed to get down to where you need to be in time. And there's the Monumentalist pickup for Jack Limestone, which is absolutely massive. Peak performance is going to go over to Temotako. Good deny against Winter Freezer, who's going to pick up the Castellas instead. Rampage pickup on the Juliet is not bad, but Kazan's going to get size with Demolitionist regardless. And it looks like Aerials is going to be the pickup for the Era here.
Okay, so this draft annoys me, I'm not gonna lie. The Asher Mind Virus isn't denying Castellas instead of just taking bulk up reverb, and then Light Sky doesn't go reverb and gets beam and doesn't get beam CDR because of it. A little could have been like, I think that draft was like literally like game winning for Ice Climbers if they get reverb on the Asher and then they also get Monu on now. Like, that was like literally the perfect draft that you could ever, like the best draft you could ever ask for, because like they can't even deny you stagger because there's 2 stagger awakenings. But anyways, I talked about draft for like 30 seconds because that made me really upset. But really like good round start here for Ice Climbers. They're able to get both barriers, and like when they're in this state, it's just so hard to get the core out. And even if they do get the core out, like, you're now with Monumentalist against an Era who has Nice Edge Aerials, and it's really difficult for the Era to like do anything by this point.
Yeah, the midfield battle has kind of gone over to the side of Ice Climbers here, and with all the abilities that Lolamao has as well, there's a huge advantage over in that goal box to be able to score against this Dubu. So it's really Second Wind's kind of hope is that they get the core up to Name Chaotic as quickly as possible and hope that he can do something. But with an Asher standing in the goal box and Winter Freezer having a core flip up as well, especially with the Unstoppable pickup on the start, it's really difficult for them to do much of anything here. They're kind of just relying on Ice Climbers messing something up really, really badly and then being able to capitalize on it. But left to their own devices, Ice Climbers are kind of just in a way better state at the moment. And even with core flips up, I don't know that it matters too much. They're going to burn both of them here, and they still don't get the barrier. Winter Freezer able to hold it down with the pass splitter. Just make it 1 barrier to 1 barrier here, as Lolamao and Jack Limestone going to be pushing up, potentially looking for more here down at the bottom. Temotako able to clear out of there right as we go into overtime as well. Name Chaotic going to be out of the play for a little bit staggered play for his life for just a moment, but not too much going off of there. Temotako on the bottom, back over to Light Sky. They're trying to get something, but Jack Limestone takes up so much space with that now secondary Monumentalist, and Lolamao going to bring down this barrier as well. Jack Limestone with the core flip, sends it up. Soup comes out from Tomotaco, shut that down. Forced to run the core flip here. And from Mao gets stalled out and just yoinks it right in to put Ice Climbers on match point. Quick kickoff as well. Jack Limestone on the bottom side. Second one's able to hold it off just a bit here, but it's going to be tough with now pushing up on this bottom side as well. They get over to Name Chaotic, but Winter Freezer able to just kind of clear it right back out. Lolamau with the top spin. Bring down the first barrier here. Going to have another chance as well, potentially. But Light Sky in the midfield. So far holding it down. It goes back to Tomotaco, though. Jack Limestone pushes back up on the offense for Ice Climbers. Able to clear it out once, but Lolamau walking in for the strike board. Tomotaco able to win that, though. Get over to Name Chaotic. Dash push comes out. Winter Freezer with the primary. He's going to shut that down, though. With the core flip up, it's a pretty good defensive situation here for Ice Climbers. Burns it there. Bounces off the Soup, though. Gets back to Name Chaotic, but Jack Limestone wins a strike wherever on the bottom side. Name Chaotic able to get control. Bring down the barrier once again. Tie it back up in terms of barriers. As Name Chaotic looking pretty hurt here. Core flip from Lolamau on the dash is going to find the KO. Leaving it up to Tomotaco and Light Sky to hold out to their forward respawn to the power play coming out from Ice Climbers, getting it back up to Lolamau. The roll coming out, but the strike shot keeps it in play. Can't find too much, though. Name Chaotic back online. 2 core flips coming out from the side of second win. They do get a barrier off of it, though. It's pretty good. They have the goal open. Dash punch comes out. Jack Limestone able to deflect that with the secondary, though. Tomotaco dribbling the top side. Soup comes out, getting it over to Name Chaotic, looking for the flurries. Hits the bumper, and Jack Limestone able to come back in time and make the save. Get it back over to Lolamau in the midfield now. Looking for it. Light Sky sends it over to the top. Jack Limestone coming back on the defense. Has a core flip. Burns it here. Sends it down to Lolamau XEDD. Strike shot going to come out to interrupt that play, though. They could be having another chance here. They're looking to push up. A Light Sky is going to receive the core. Pass splitter comes out. Name Chaotic looking pretty hurt here. Doesn't have an opportunity to find a scoring place. He's just kind of forced to play his life. They've been doing a really good job of keeping Name Chaotic out of these big offensive plays for the most part. When he is able to find a dash punch, it usually gets blocked by Winter Freezer or Jack Limestone, who have had pretty clutch defense so far, especially with the unstoppable start. Now pushing up in the bottom. Tomotaco able to get it out over to Name Chaotic, who will find the dash punch this time through Winter Freezer's Asher primary and put Ice Climber, or Second Wind, back on the board. Tomotaco has a core flip up going into this round. It's going to be tough, though, on set point, or well, not just set point, but match point like this. Going to have to burn it here early as well, just to save the double barrier, which is not necessarily what you want to have happen here. They do earn a barrier off of the play, though, which is pretty nice, but it's going to be a minute before Tomotaco can have that, that big defensive button up again. Storm coming out from Light Sky. Doesn't get the barrier, though. Core flip comes out as well, but Winter Freezer holds it down. Name Chaotic has the core flip, burns it here. Does find the barrier finally, but so much was just spent to open up Ice Climber side of the goal. Name Chaotic goes for the dash punch, but doesn't find the core. Now Winter Freezer in the top side. Burns the core flip just to get Name Chaotic out of there. And back into the midfield now as they're looking to hold it down, but Light Sky with the beam gets it past Jack Limestone. The Storm as well there just for assurance. But Second Wind on set point, able to tie it up and hopefully drag it out for a little bit longer, but one mistake and it's all over here. Lolamau is going to have a core flip. This could just be Ice Climber's moment to really solidify this for Second Wind. They need to be patient and just not mess this up, and they could maybe try and keep this game going for a little bit longer. Both goal barriers down, though. Winter Freezer trying to get it back up, as this could be the end here. Ice Climber's looking to make this push. The pass splitter comes out. Juliet goes down as well. Core flip from Jack Limestone. Pass over to Winter Freezer. Hook from Lolamau. The Soup gets burnt here as Jack Limestone in the bottom. Pass down to Winter Freezer through the middle. Lolamau goes for the shot. Tomotaco saves it with the roll. Burns the core flip here as well. Can't get past Jack Limestone, and Lolamau with the strike war is going to find it and take the match. As that's Ice Climbers going to be taking out Second Wind. 3-0. Really solid game there, and they're going to be taking that qualification spot. All right. And with that, we're going to be cutting to a short break here while we figure out what happened to my co-caster. And we'll be right back in just a bit with the Fluffy Fiesta versus Dubu Party match, which is definitely going to go really, really hard. So stick around for that in just a couple minutes. final match of the day. Leori's back as well. We've resolved the technical issues, but we're gonna be going in to our final match of Launchpad. The last spot available is either gonna go over to Fluffy Fiesta or Dubu Party, and we may have just saved the best game for last here. As not only are these teams loaded with really, really solid players, but there's also some lore here apparently that I think you were talking about. You wanted to share.
Yeah, okay, like both of these teams, right? This is the only game today I think that will be like predominantly women on the cast, or like on the core strike field. And like so Cat Kupo, Tempo Melon, Exo Chan, Doxy, all like she, her, she, they pronouns. They like and Doxy like actually like the owner of the like woman or like my gender minority server. So like it's like kind of like a cool lore matchup. Bertram Swaghaver guys, both really good players. And I think like there's not only like that interesting dynamic here, but a lot more seriously, like Bertram and Cat Koopa are kind of like the opposite when it comes to being goalies. Bertram is a very like melee defensive goalie who plays like Dubu. He has a Luna. I don't think I've seen him play it much lately. Cat Koopa, meanwhile, like a Finny Vice player. That is what she's known for. And both of them are like kind of probably seen as like the best players on their team, or at least the ones with the most tournament results. I played versus Cat Kupo, Expo Chan. Was it? Yeah, it was. I think it was Cat Kupo, Expo Chan, and Tempo Melon yesterday. In Autumn City Underground, and Expo Chan was honestly playing like some of the best games I've ever seen her play. She had some really great moments and some really like pop off plays and really smart strikes. Not just on the IME that she's always traditionally known for. Tempo Melon also like bit of a grinder. I see them a lot in solo queue. She has like a really like diverse character pool, a lot of different characters she feels confident on. Mako forward, one of the more notable ones, Kazan forward, also Rasmus. Meanwhile, like Swaghaver, kind of known as this Asher Erasmus player, who, like I said previously when we saw them on stream, hasn't really been playing that much lately, and I'm really curious, like, how this dynamic between Swaghaver and Tempo Melon will unfold, because I think they're both players that, like, Tempo Melon has a lot to prove. Swaghaver has proven that he can like tussle with like folks near the top before, but he's not currently like at the level of practice that you would expect him to be at to be able to do that. And Tempo Melon was to show that like she plays the game a lot. She can win against Swaghaver. And then finally, there's like Doxy and Expo Chan, who are two really like lesser known players, I think, who have been grinding a lot lately and trying a lot to improve. I was looking at Expo Chan's stream after their last match in the losers rounds, and I saw Pyruni coaching them, like actively talking about this play that I saw them make that I didn't like. And Pyruni had noticed that and was talking to them on Tactic Strikers about the play and telling them how to like what to think about next time. It was like good coaching from Pyruni. It was good like a good observation from him, and they were all taking the information well and like responding to it. And like I like seeing that from that team. It was really cool. But yeah, and Doxy has a lot to prove for herself here. She really wants to show like, hey, I'm a midfielder who can tussle with the best. We're getting an early like end match here. They may be on the wrong server or something. It is on Denver, probably the right server. There were no awakenings selected. That was the issue, I think.
Yeah, I think that that seems to be the thing. It's supposed to be Titans. Among Titans, hot shot start on Taiko Temple, which is kind of an interesting start as well. Both generally good, but things that you do need to like kind of play around as a team with the Titans start. You don't want to have that solo queue moment of, okay, guys, we're all taking Titans, so we get the speed boost, right? And then someone just randomly switches off of it, and you end up getting small when you don't want to be. But obviously, a tournament setting, you're not going to get that. I'm not gonna have that happen, but it does, think, because there is the hot shot on the board. Juno did get selected here on the side of Dubu Party, so Doxy's gonna be picking that up, which is interesting that they ended up letting that get through. I think they banned, I don't remember who they banned. They banned Dubu against Bertram, which I mean, it does make sense. Dubu is really, really good on Taiko Tempo. All the turtle goalies tend to be pretty strong on this map. They just hold that one corner for the most part. So it is kind of a tough pick here, but Estelle, Vice, Asher is the lineup for Fluffy Fiesta, which can be pretty scary as well. Hot shot on Estelle, hot shot on even anyone else, but it is actually hot shot just on Tempo Melon's Asher and Expo and Cat Kupo going for the Among Titans, just pouring all the resources into Tempo Melon's Asher here, whereas it's a triple hot shot start on the side of Dubu Party. So we'll have to see if this pans out. Tempo Melon can definitely solo carry games before. The Mayan tablet lore that knowers know is has it can change games. And I think it's a gamble, but it's a gamble worth taking if it's kind of an all or nothing game like it is right now. Losers bracket, last chance to qualify spot for Fluffy Fiesta. So we'll have to see if it pays off.
Yeah, and so the Dubu ban, right? Bertram is like this major Dubu goalie player, and I think this is actually like on this start on Among Titans hotshot. I kind of wanted to see them bait Bertram into the Dubu pick, and then Tempo Melon just plays Mako and wins the game because Dubu has Mako has a great matchup into Dubu. Swaghaver there, really clean hook strike goal. That's actually hotshot on Rasmus, kind of an underrated awakening. It's what enables that goal. He keeps the core speed because of the angle the core was going at, and he just makes the core that little bit faster. That makes it a little bit harder for Cat Kupo to defend.
Yeah, now everyone hitting level 2. More abilities going to be coming on for this second round here. Cat Kupo has a core flip up as both sides are opened up. Tempo Melon just kind of standing right on top of Bertram, just waiting to receive the rock here, but luckily they're able to clear it out that once. Going to receive it one more time, but Bertram able to make the clear through the Asher primary there. Get it back over to Swaghaver and Doxy now. Cat Kupo going to teleport up on the defense, looking for a way out of this situation, but Swaghaver with the hook doesn't quite find the pendulum swing, though. It's going to allow Expo to clear it out of there. But getting back down now, Doxy able to win the strike war in the midfield. Try and go for the shot to the bottom. Cat Kupo having to make some risky saves here. Swaghaver with the whiplash almost finds the point, but Expo Chan and Cat Kupo able to hold it down and get it out of there. Bertram going to put Tempo in the cage and just casually kind of clear it out. As with no barriers, this map becomes a lot bigger. Swaghaver going for the hook. The Slime's almost making it in from Doxy, but the defense will hold. Whiplash coming out from Swaghaver. Doesn't get it, but finds the pendulum swing regardless through Expo Chan. And when the pressure comes out, I mean, they're holding it down really well, but there's only so much an Estelle can do against Erasmus.
Yeah, I think Expo Chan played insane that round. Like, she had so many smart plays. She waited out the Erasmus primary. She somehow won that strike war on the top side. It's just when you're down 2 barriers against this kind of a team with Junos has hotshot, it's gonna be hard to keep the goal out. And it's kind of difficult if you're Fluffy Fiesta, I think, especially in this first round, because you're kind of at the point where them having triple hotshot on a map like Taiko Temple, where the core is moving really fast, and you have 2 people who took Among Titans to buff up that Asher, the core is gonna find its way around you a lot of the time. I think it's definitely a solid game plan to go for this Asher focused comp. It's just a really unfortunate way that first round went, because you're not able to get the Asher any XP, and now she's forced into a really bad pick. The Juno gets quick strikes, which also it's just going to be really difficult for Red Team to figure out how to contest this game. Now, Expo Chan getting the team player, she's going to be able to move the core around the map a lot faster, and importantly, Tempo Melon is able to get tempo. I don't know why I said tempo, but is able to get Reptile Remedy, which not the greatest yet, because I mean you're not really getting much damage done by the enemy team, but opts her into scaling into a really strong stagger build later on, which just Asher loves speed and CDR, and that's what a stagger build can get you. Unfortunately, another bad set start. They really need to stop the bleeding here and just find a way to just not lose kickoff really hard, and then get the core out and let their damage stack up. I don't really like this comp too much, because I think it has 2 competing goals, and it's hard for the Asher to find KOs when it's a hotshot start. And it's you can say they're able to try and contest core control with hotshot Vice, but the Juno just does so much in the Estelle matchup that it's really hard to keep the core up. But we'll see how it unfolds. They're able to get the first barrier here and finally have a good round start. And they almost won a flip. Sorry.
I mean, kind of like you said, I mean, when you're among Titans, you're much smaller, and when it's Rasmus Juno over in the midfield, just getting the core up to tempo is kind of really the challenge that it seems like Fluffy Fiesta is facing. when Tempo is able to control the core, you know, they're able to get some barriers, they're able to do some work, but it's getting it up there and not getting shut down by like one of Bertram's cages, right? Because I feel like Tempo has had such few interactions with the core that, you know, they haven't really been able to do their game plan. This being said, it's gone a little bit better this round. A great kill from Expo Chan coming out right there onto Bertram is going to be some pretty decent momentum. But if they're able to win on their side of the field and force the core back up to this big Asher, they're able to make something happen. But Dubu Party has done such a good job of not letting that ever happen. Like right there, that should have been a push that took down a barrier, but Dubu Party cleared it out, shut it down, and then went and got a barrier of their own instead.
Yeah, and it's just a really vital play there from Dubu Party. They're winning these like little skill sequences really hard. Expo, that last point, was able to have a really nice primary on Bertram instead of like the core, which like just guaranteed the goal there. I love seeing SL players know when to just beam the goalie and not like fixate on the core too much. And now like both barriers are up, but this is a state where, oh my god, Swaghaver just completely mixes up the enemy team, uses strike resets incredibly well there with the spin, the hook, and like, yeah, you're against two ranged goalies, and he kind of baited Expo Chan into coming down and trying to like back up Cat Kupo and then just hit it through her. It's a really hard play to defend, and yeah, that was just really impressive.
Yeah, Swaghaver a little bit shaky on that first round with the Rasmus, but since then has been absolutely cooking, just locked in and soloed just both barriers right there as well. Both sides have their goals open, but Swaghaver has a Whiplash up. It will run out though, but they're going to find a KO against Tempo right there. A little bit too big for our own benefit there. Ended up getting launched off the map. As now Doxy and Swaghaver just forcing the core up into this goal box right now. Core flip coming out from Doxy. Gets blocked by Tempo right on the respawn. Now Expo in the midfield able to clear it back out, but they need to get some kind of offense going. Bertram has a core flip up if things get dicey. Cat Kupo does as well here. As in this top corner, Tempo looking for the core. Doxy able to win the strike war off of the jump though. The snipe coming in from Expo. Core flip getting forced out from Bertram. Sends it all the way over. Swaghaver can't quite get a hold of it. It's going to get back up to Tempo. The cage comes out, but it doesn't matter because the Asher primary is just going to force it right through as Fluffy Fiesta going to tie it up on set point.
That is the biggest way to end that round. You have two core flips if you're Fluffy Fiesta. Meanwhile, Dubu Party completely out of flips. Doxy sorry pinging for no reason. She's playing this game well. Just some unfortunate goals that are going in their net and getting around them. Great like flip there, or sorry, great ult there by Cat Kupo, able to like burn more evade and get like a lot of pressure. But unfortunately, like the next few plays are won by Dubu Party, and they're able to like burn out the flips. However, Swaghaver completely out of stagger, a very scary spot to be in when you have Vice who's just like in this really strong position where she can pellet you with abilities, but he still somehow manages to find that really clean hook strike play on the barrier, and he doesn't die off the drums, just not a good angle to hit him at. I think like really good blink there by Expo Chan, saving the day. Honestly, that like kill was vital. Doxy though up with a lot of pressure in the field, but some really important drum bounces by Cat Kupo, able to get the core around, and unfortunately Mako is just a bit too much of a wall, and they're able to get this core back out. And yet again, Bertram, and he still has passive strike. Blackhammer though already able to guarantee the goal. That such a like consistent sequence of skill difference, like not skill differences, but like one sequences by, or skill checks by Dubu Party that was able to get them those points and like save that barrier and just like make that situation so good for them. Even if Kakupo makes that save, Bertram has passive. The core is gonna get right back at you really fast. Now and then, oh sorry.
Yeah, though these plays from Swaghaver in the bottom side have been so consistent with the hook resets on the strikes, the mix-ups, and now getting the recovery drone that's double size Rasmus, and especially on Tycho. The area of influence that Swaghaver has right now is kind of insane. Bertram got rapid fire as well for more consistent defense against Tempo, who did pick up one stagger awakening, but it wasn't peak or reverb, so it's not really as good as you like want it to be. And Unstoppable and Doxy is just going to allow even more movement around in the midfield. And right now, just quick barriers getting taken down, and Swaghaver just walking right up, having his way with that whiplash, taking up a huge amount of space and just forcing it right in. That was such a great draft from the side of Dubu Party. I'm not really sure what Fluffy Fiesta like has to do at this point is Swaghaver is just winning everything.
Yeah, so the one thing that Fluffy Fiesta got from that draft is the bulk up, because now you have bulk up and reptile, and your Asher can help in the KO. Your Vice got missile prop and stinger. You do a lot of damage. You just need the round to last long enough for that damage to matter. Doxy already really low, only has 1 bar of evade. Now, unfortunately, the core is really far away from her, so it's hard to get that kill, but Tempo Melon's able to find it. Unfortunately, they burn so many cooldowns that Swaghaver is able to like find the hook, the hero hook, and like get the barrier, and now has Flip in front of the net, and he just finds the goal off of the drum. Really good angle there. They're able to find the KO, but you have to also keep the core up safely, and you have to be able to play around the Rasmus hook. It's really difficult. Rasmus has hot shot. The core is going to go really fast. Now here though, Fluffy Fiesta has flips, and they should be able to get a really good play on this set, unless Swaghaver finds these hero hooks again.
Yeah, it seems as well like the Vice just isn't quite able to defend against this Rasmus, especially with the awakenings that Swaghaver has. All that well is Vice doesn't really have a big shutdown button like a lot of other goalies have as well. And Kat Kupo is a really good goalie. She has like some of the best positioning I've seen like through some tournaments that I've casted. But when Swaghaver can just kind of run around and do whatever he wants, there's not a lot that you can do with the character to really stop that. It seems like every time Swaghaver gets core control, like right here, almost got a point off of just using one ability, but it's still forcing stuff in the top side as well. You're gonna have to back off for a little bit of stagger, but almost every time Swaghaver gets that core control, they lose a barrier, they get a point, something happens, which is, it's kind of what Fluffy Fiesta wanted to have happen with Tempo, but with a quick hook there from Swaghaver, it is Dubu Party taking the spot in a 3-0 sweep here, and going to liftoff.
Yeah, and just that was everything that Dubu Party wanted to see, honestly. They came out the gate swinging from set 1. They did not let the Asher scale. They did not let the Estelle or the Vice like do enough damage every round. They just finished things out cleanly. That was a 12-minute game. And Bertram, just like, as I said earlier, considered from a number of folks the best goalie in this tournament. He showed why in that game. Doesn't get many redirects because he's Mako, but all of those vital save sequences where the barrier stayed up, that was because of him. The core wasn't on his side much, and I think like a lot of that is just because you have Hotshot Juno on Taiko Temple against a team that has like double among Titans and weren't able to get like awakenings that help them control the core. Estelle into Juno is a pretty bad matchup. And yeah, Dubu Party came into this game with a really good striker select. They used the awakenings well. I was really impressed with Swaghaver's like mastery of strike resets that game. I said many times today that he hasn't been playing the game much, but to learn strike resets, you kind of have to play the game. So my fault. Really good performance also from Doxy. I think she played Juno. She had quick strikes. You don't need a lot of redirects to win the game as a midfielder. I think people fixate on that a bit too much. Sometimes like you just use the strikes that you get to get the core in a really good spot and your team scores. And that's what she did that game. Really good performance. I think this was a heartbreaker for Fluffy Fiesta. We've seen them here before. They've had numerous like qualification games in Launchpad 1 and in Launchpad 2, and they're a really good team. They deserve to be there, and I think sometimes like you go into a game and you don't have the right striker select and the game doesn't look competitive after. It's really hard. Yeah, I think Kat Kupo, Expo Chan, Tempo Melon, great players who showed a lot throughout both launch pads, and I'm excited like if they stick around in the future to see how they do in weeklies and everything.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely a very solid team with very, very solid players. I think the character draft, and just kind of some of the awakening drafts in general, they got kind of unlucky with. I think letting the Juno through with the hotshot start may have been a bit of a misplay. I see why the Dubu ban, that would have been really, really scary. I mean, like you said, Bertram is debatably probably one of, if not the best goalie in this whole tournament, and just letting him cook on Dubu on Taiko Temple would be really hard, especially against, if the plan is to run Asher forward, Dubu just shuts that down entirely. But yeah, getting that hotshot start and having it, Doxy just play the Juno, it's a bit unfortunate there. But I mean, Dubu Party, of course, they played really well. They deserve to win. But I'm definitely interested to see, what Fluffy Fiesta, what the players end up doing. They do have the last chance qualifier for NAST is still a thing. They could still compete in that. It's kind of the same format of Launchpad. I don't know how many qualifiers spots there are yet. I'd have to check on that, but it's May 20th. They're doing that, so I'd be interested. I would definitely keep an eye on that team. We could potentially see them there. I think that could be really cool to see them get into that league as well.
Yeah, I think like all of these players have their set sight on NASL, or even NASL. Like I know Tempo Melon has been saying like she thinks she's really good, and I agree. I think she is pretty good. And it's just unfortunate like game plans I think coming into this game. But Dubu Party, I think this win means a lot for them. Like Swaghaver, a player who just hasn't been playing the game much lately, but shows that he still has it. Bertram, a player who hadn't really played the game much lately, but started grinding solo queue again and shows like, hey, he's a really good goalie. There's a reason that when he left, like I was actually sad. Like I remember like I saw, someone DM'd me saying Bertram quit. And I was like, wait, I'm like sad about this because he was like this up and coming goalie player. I was really excited to watch. And now he's in a league. He's at least in Nasty. That's what you get by qualifying for liftoff. And Doxy, like also a player who I've said this a few times, I think has been playing like the best she's ever played. I saw her sorry pinging herself a few times that game, which I'm really frustrated by because I think she had a good game. And I was happy to see like this team come together in this game and have like a really solid plan to win the game. And Bertram on this Mako pick that he's not really known for, denying that from the team of Fluffy Fiesta. And I think like also you can say Fluffy Fiesta took the Asher away from Swaghaver, so he was on like the character he's less known for. But on Hotshot Start, Rasmus is really scary. Asher isn't as scary. I think like Swaghaver showed why he's known as like a player that can play both and not just Asher.
Yeah, and with that said, I mean, that's all we have for you guys today. We have our liftoff qualifiers in, so I mean, stick around to see that. Later on. Obviously not today, but you know what I mean. Later on in the future, but yeah, congratulations to all the teams that qualified and made that. Very excited to see that tournament, and of course, the new NAST League, of course, getting into NASA as well. What that's going to look like. I think it's going to be a really interesting season. So thank you everybody for watching, and I believe that's all. You have anything else to say?
No, I'm so excited, just like you.
All right, yeah. So thanks for watching. Thanks all the teams for playing, and we're out of here.